I don't know, I already did like an intro earlier, so I'm not gonna do it now. I need to like, I don't know, turn on a fan so I can drown out the radio instead of turning off the radio. Because that's, I don't know, I like the fan too. That's better. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to do this intro, whatever, doesn't matter. I want to try to find out in Sublime Text if I can highlight the number 4 or 2 or certain hexadecimal values, like make them pink, like underscored pink, or like a bright orange, just any color other than like the current syntax coloring. I can't get upside down numbers. Even if I found some, I doubt they'd even work in the compiler. Because they'll say this is a illegal character or something. I like how the compiler says like illegal character is an illegal operation, and it's like legality has nothing to do. What the fuck even is word illegal operation? Like, what the fuck? It's an invalid operation, not illegal. Like, it's so stupid. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try to find out how to get Sublime to highlight things so I can find them easier. Because if Sublime could highlight things like pink, because right now it highlights things, but it makes them like a gray border, it's kind of hard to see. I want to highlight things so it just pops and I can like scan through the text and go really quick to get done as fast as possible. Because I hate sitting here and having to like read through each line of code. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to do. And I kind of have like a strategy to like find and replace and get the whole program. I'm probably gonna have to make multiple passes. But I just need to tag everything with a new type name for the operational, like the address arithmetic, whatever. If I tag everything for, I don't know, whatever it says before, I want to get Sublime to like highlight stuff. That's what I'm gonna do, or look up. It probably can't, but I'm gonna try to find out and give up at some point. I'll just have to do it freaking normal and like try to read, find the stupid gray box. It's highlighted, like difficult to read. I don't know. Everything sucks. So I'm gonna try to do that and see how far I can get today. This is like 30,000 matches. So I just gotta, I don't know, go through file by file. I'll get the fours out of the way first. Then I'll deal with some of the shifts and the multiplies, divides. And I gotta find the hexadecimal numbers. I could find them all at once, but then I'm definitely gonna miss something. So I'm gonna like pick everything out one by one, and then like at some point, like if I get all the number 4s and maybe all the hexadecimal, most likely a related like subtraction, addition, they'll be grouped. So once I get like cherry pick a couple like the more normal operations that involve address arithmetic for computing the address, whatever. Once I tag a lot of those, the most common numbers, whatever, it'll be easier to go through and like find globs of code that relate to that, and then I won't have to look up for the operations like specifically or whatever. I'm gonna get Siri to read ECMA, whatever. But overall, I'm gonna I want Sublime to highlight things for me so it'll be easy to read. And then I'm gonna cherry pick the most common things involved in address arithmetic, like the number 4 or 2. And at that point, most of the related things like subtraction or the hexadecimal numbers, I gotta look for those too. They'll all be grouped in the same area because it's gonna be the same line of code. So once I get all the most commonly seen values for 32-bit, whatever, everything will kind of be easier to find because it's all grouped up, whatever, in little chunks. I don't know. That's probably the best way to approach it. If I go line by line, trying to figure out every line of code, I'm gonna miss something. I don't know. That's the best I can think of doing it. I don't want to miss anything. I want to get the whole thing converted, click a run, and be done. I don't want to do the program in parts and then come back to it, come back to it, come back to it. Just do the whole thing one pass, another pass, and I don't know, get it all done. So I'm gonna ask Chatbot how to get Sublime to change the highlighting, the syntax. I doubt it's gonna do what I want, but I can try and then give up if it doesn't work. I probably shouldn't even waste time trying to figure out. I'm gonna try anyways because it'd be really useful, and I don't know why there's no ability to do highlighting things of whatever. Maybe a really simple add-on, but not in the modern operating system. So whatever. I'm gonna try to find that though. I'll have Siri read EMCA, whatever. I forgot Mac has multiple desktops.
The abstract ch converted to uppercase as if by calling the standard built-in method string prototype to uppercase on the one character string ch. If u does not consist of a single character, return ch. Let q be use character. If ch's code unit value is greater than or equal to decimal 128 and q's code unit value is less than decimal 28, then return ch. Return q. Note 1 parentheses of the form disjunction serve both to group the components of the disjunction pattern together and to save the result of the match. The result can be used either in a back reference, followed by a non-zero decimal number, referenced in a replace string, or returned as part of an array from the regular expression matching internal procedure. To inhibit the capturing behavior of parentheses, use the form disjunction instead. Note to the form equals disjunction specifies a zero-width positive look-ahead. In order for it to succeed, the pattern inside disjunction must match at the current position, but the current position is not advanced before matching the sequel. If disjunction can match at the current position in several ways, only the first one is tried. Unlike other regular expression operators, there is no backtracking into a equals form. This unusual behavior is inherited from Perl. This only matters when the disjunction contains capturing parentheses and the sequel of the pattern contains back references to those captures. For example, matches the empty string immediately after the first b and therefore returns the array equals a plus dot exec bar back a. To illustrate the lack of backtracking into the look-ahead, consider equals a plus a b1 exec bar back. This expression returns and not aber a arbor a. Note 3 the form disjunction specifies a zero-width negative look-ahead. In order for it to succeed, the pattern inside disjunction must fail to match at the current position. The current position is not advanced before matching the sequel. Disjunction can contain capturing parentheses, but back references to them only make sense from within disjunction itself. Back references to these capturing parentheses from elsewhere in the pattern always return undefined because the negative look-ahead must fail for the pattern to succeed. For example, comma, a plus, b2c, 2, dot exec, bar a bark, looks for an not immediately followed by some positive number n of a's, a b, another n a's, specified by the first two, and to see the second two is outside the negative look-ahead. So it matches against undefined and therefore always succeeds. The whole expression returns the array bar a bark, bar, undefined, a bark. In case insignificant matches, all characters are implicitly converted to uppercase immediately before they are compared. However, if converting a character to uppercase would expand that character into more than one character, such as converting sharp S, U00DF, into SS, then the character is left as is instead. The character is also left as is if it is not an ASCII character, but converting it to uppercase would make it into an ASCII character. This prevents Unicode characters such as U0131 and U017F from matching regular expressions such as AZ, I, which are only intended to match ASCII letters. Furthermore, if these conversions were allowed, then W, I would match each of A, B, H, but not I or S. 88. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 15102. 9 Atom Escape. The production Atom Escape. Decimal escape evaluates as follows. Evaluate decimal escape to obtain an escape value E. If E is a character, then A let ch be E's character. B let A be a one-element char set containing the character ch. C call character set matcher A, false, and return its match result. E must be an integer. Let n be that integer. If n equals 0 or n capturing parens, then throw a syntax error exception. Return an internal matcher closure that takes two arguments, a state x and a continuation c, and performs the following. Let cap be x's captures internal array. Let s be cap n if s is undefined. Then call c x and return its result. Let e be x's end index. Let len be s's length. Let f be e plus len. If f, input length, return failure. If there exists an integer I between 0, inclusive, and len, exclusive, such that canonicalize s, I, is not the same character as canonicalize. Input E plus I, then return failure. Let Y be the state, F, cap 0, call C, Y, and return its result. The production atom escape. Character escape evaluates as follows. Evaluate character escape to obtain a character ch. Let it be a one-element char set containing the character ch. Call character set matcher A, false, and return its match result. The production atom escape. Character class escape evaluates as follows. Evaluate character class escape to obtain a char set A. Call character set matcher A, false, and return its match result. Note an escape sequence of the form followed by a non-zero decimal number n matches the result of the nth set of capturing parentheses. C15, 10, 2, 11. It is an error if the regular expression has fewer than n capturing parentheses. If the regular expression has n or more capturing parentheses but the nth one is undefined because it has not captured anything, then the back reference always succeeds. 5, 10, 2, 10 character escape. The production character escape. Control escape evaluates by returning the character according to table 23. Control escape. Code unit. Name. Horizontal tab. Line feed. New line. Vertical tab. Form feed. Carriage return as follows. Symbol HT, LF, VT, FFCR. Table 23. Control escape character values. TU0009, NU000, AVU000, BFU000, CRU000D. The production character escape. C control letter evaluates. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. 89. 1. Let ch be the character represented by control letter. Let I be ch's code unit value. Let j be the remainder of dividing I by 32. Return the code unit numbered j. The production character escape. Hex escape sequence evaluates by evaluating the CV of the hex escape sequence. C7, 8, 4, and returning its character result. The production character escape. Unicode escape sequence evaluates by evaluating the CV of the Unicode escape sequence, C7, 8, 4, and returning its character result. The production character escape. Identity escape evaluates by returning the character represented by identity escape, 5, 10, 2, 11 decimal escape. The production decimal escape. Decimal integer literal. Look ahead decimal digit evaluates as follows. Let I be the MV of decimal integer literal. If I is 0, return the escape value consisting of a null character. Unicode value 0000. Return the escape value consisting of the integer I. The definition of the MV of decimal integer literal is in 7, 8, 3. Note if is followed by a decimal number n whose first digit is not 0, then the escape sequence is considered to be a back reference. It is an error if n is greater than the total number of left capturing parentheses in the entire regular expression. 0 represents the null character and cannot be followed by a decimal digit. 5, 10, 2, 12 character class escape. The production character class escape. D evaluates by returning the 10-element set of characters containing the characters 0 through 9 inclusive. The production character class escape. D evaluates by returning the set of all characters not included in the set, returned by character class escape. D, the production character class escape. S evaluates by returning the set of characters containing the characters that are on the right-hand side of the white space. 7.2, or line terminator. 7.3. Productions. The production character class escape. S evaluates by returning the set of all characters not included in the set, returned by character class escape. S, the production character class escape. W evaluates by returning the set of characters containing the 63 characters.
Abgedefgeiken opkerstuffixies abgedefgeiken opkerstuffixies 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9.
The production character class escape. W evaluates by returning the set of all characters not included in the set returned by character class escape. W, 5, 10, 2, 13 character class. The production character class. Look ahead. Class ranges evaluates by evaluating class ranges to obtain a char set and returning that char set in the boolean false. 90. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. The production character class. Class ranges evaluates by evaluating class ranges to obtain a char set and returning that char set in the boolean true. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 4 class ranges. The production class ranges. Empty evaluates by returning the empty char set. The production class ranges. Non-empty class ranges evaluates by evaluating non-empty class ranges to obtain a char set and returning that char set. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 5 non-empty class ranges. The production non-empty class ranges. Class atom evaluates by evaluating class atom to obtain a char set and returning that char set. The production non-empty class ranges. Class atom non-empty class ranges no dash evaluates as follows. Evaluate class atom to obtain a char set A. Evaluate non-empty class ranges no dash to obtain a char set B. Return the union of char sets A and B. The production non-empty class ranges. Class atom. Class atom class ranges evaluates as follows. Evaluate the first class atom to obtain a char set A. Evaluate the second class atom to obtain a char set B. Evaluate class ranges to obtain a char set C. Call character range A, B, and let D be the resulting char set. Return the union of char sets D and C. The abstract operation character range takes two char set parameters A and B and performs the following. If A does not contain exactly one character or B does not contain exactly one character, then throw a syntax error exception. Let A be the one character in char set A. Let B be the one character in char set B. Let I be the code unit value of character A. Let J be the code unit value of character B. If I, J, then throw a syntax error exception. Return the set containing all characters numbered I through J, inclusive. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 6 non-empty class ranges no dash. The production non-empty class ranges no dash. Class atom evaluates by evaluating class atom to obtain a char set and returning that char set. The production non-empty class ranges no dash. Class atom no dash non-empty class ranges no dash evaluates as follows. Evaluate class atom no dash to obtain a char set A. Evaluate non-empty class ranges no dash to obtain a char set B. Return the union of char sets A and B. The production non-empty class ranges no dash. Class atom no dash. Class atom class ranges evaluates as follows. Evaluate class atom no dash to obtain a char set A. Evaluate class atom to obtain a char set B. Evaluate class ranges to obtain a char set C. ECMA International 2009 191. 4. Call character range A, B, and let D be the resulting char set. Return the union of char sets D and C. Note 1 class ranges can expand into single class atoms and all ranges of 2 class atoms separated by dashes. In the latter case, the class ranges includes all characters between the first class atom and the second class atom, inclusive. An error occurs if either class atom does not represent a single character, for example, if one is W. Or if the first class atom's code unit value is greater than the second class atom's code unit value. Note 2, even if the pattern ignores case. The case of the two ends of a range is significant in determining which characters belong to the range. Thus, for example, the pattern, EF, I matches only the letters E, F, E, and F, while the pattern, EF, I matches all upper and lowercase ASCII letters as well as the symbols. And, note 3a, character can be treated literally or it can denote a range. It is treated literally if it is the first or last character of class ranges, the beginning or end limit of a range specification, or immediately follows a range specification. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 7 class atom. The production class atom evaluates by returning the char set containing the one character. The production class atom. Class atom no dash evaluates by evaluating class atom no dash to obtain a char set and returning that char set. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 8 class atom no dash. The production class atom no dash. Source character but not one of or evaluates by returning a one-element char set containing the character represented by source character. The production class atom no dash. Class escape evaluates by evaluating class escape to obtain a char set and returning that char set. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 9 class escape. The production class escape. Decimal escape evaluates as follows. Evaluate decimal escape to obtain an escape value E. If E is not a character, then throw a syntax error exception. Let CH be E's character. Return one element char set containing the character CH. The production class escape. B evaluates by returning the char set containing the one character. FBS. Unicode value 0008. The production class escape. Character escape evaluates by evaluating character escape to obtain a character and returning a one-element char set containing that character. The production class escape. Character class escape evaluates by evaluating character class escape to obtain a char set and returning that char set. Note a class atom can use any of the escape sequences that are allowed in the rest of the regular expression except for B, and back references. Inside a character class, B means the backspace character, while B and back references raise errors. Using a back reference inside a class atom causes an error. 92. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. 15103. The regexp constructor called as a function 15103. Regexp. Pattern. Flags. If pattern is an object R whose internal property is regexp and flags is undefined, then return R unchanged. Otherwise call the standard built-in regexp constructor 1510441. As if by the expression new regexp, pattern, flags, and return the object constructed by that constructor. 510. For the regexp constructor, when regexp is called as part of a new expression, it is a constructor. It initializes the newly created object 1510441 new regexp, pattern, flags. If pattern is an object R whose internal property is regexp and flags is undefined, then let P be the pattern used to construct R and let F be the flags used to construct R. If pattern is an object R whose internal property is regexp and flags is not undefined, then throw a type error exception. Otherwise, let P be the empty string if pattern is undefined into string, pattern, otherwise, and let F be the empty string if flags is undefined into string, flags, otherwise. If the characters of P do not have the syntactic form pattern, then throw a syntax error exception. Otherwise, let the newly constructed object have an internal property obtained by evaluating, compiling, the characters of P as a pattern as described in 15102. If F contains any character other than G, I, or M, or if it contains the same character more than once, then throw a syntax error exception. If a syntax error exception is not thrown, then let S be a string in the form of a pattern equivalent to P, in which certain characters are escaped as described below. S may or may not be identical to P or pattern. However, the internal procedure that would result from evaluating S as a pattern must behave identically to the internal procedure given by the constructed object's internal property. The characters or backslash occurring in the pattern shall be escaped in S as necessary to ensure that the string value formed by concatenating the strings S, and F can be parsed in an appropriate lexical context as a regular expression literal that behaves identically to the constructed regular expression. For example, if P is comma then S could be or U002F, among other possibilities, but not comma because followed by F would be parsed as a single line comment rather than a regular expression literal. If P is the empty string, this specification can be met by letting S be the following properties of the newly constructed object are data properties with the attributes that are specified in 15107. The of each property is set as follows. The source property of the newly constructed object is set to S. The global property of the newly constructed object is set to a Boolean value that is true if F contains the character G and false otherwise. The ignore case property of the newly constructed object is set to a Boolean value that is true if F contains the character I and false otherwise. The multiline property of the newly constructed object is set to a Boolean value that is true if F contains the character M and false otherwise. The last index property of the newly constructed object is set to 0. ECMA International 2009 193. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the standard built-in regexp prototype object as specified in 15106. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to regexp. Note if pattern is a string literal, the usual escape sequence substitutions are performed before the string is processed by regexp. If pattern must contain an escape sequence to be recognized by regexp, any backslash characters must be escaped within the string literal to prevent them being removed when the contents of the string literal are formed. 510 5 properties of the regexp constructor. The value of the internal property of the regexp constructor is the standard built-in function prototype object. 1, 5, 3, 4. Besides the internal properties and the length property, whose value is 2, the regexp constructor has the following properties. 5, 1, 0, 5, 1 regexp prototype. The initial value of regexp prototype is the regexp prototype object. 1, 5, 1, 0, 6. This property shall have the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 0, 6 properties of the regexp prototype object. The value of the internal property of the regexp prototype object is the standard built-in object prototype object. 1, 5, 2, 4. The regexp prototype object is itself a regular expression object. It says regexp. The initial values of the regexp prototype object's data properties, 1, 5, 1, 0, 7, are set as if the object was created by the expression new regexp, where regexp is that standard built-in constructor with that name. The regexp prototype object does not have a value of property of its own. However, it inherits the value of property from the object prototype object. In the following descriptions of functions that are properties of the regexp prototype object, the phrase this regexp object refers to the object that is the this value for the invocation of the function. A type error exception is thrown if the this value is not an object or an object for which the value of the internal property is not regexp. 5, 1, 0, 6, 1 regexp prototype constructor. The initial value of regexp prototype constructor is the standard built-in regexp constructor 1, 5, 1, 0, 6, 2 regexp prototype exec string performs a regular expression match of string against the regular expression and returns an array object containing the results of the match, or null if string did not match. The string to string is searched for an occurrence of the regular expression pattern as follows. Let R be this regexp object. Let S be the value of to string. Let length be the length of S. Let last index be the result of calling the. Let I be the value of to integer. Last index. Let global be the result of calling the. 94. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 7. If global is false, then let I equals 0. Let match succeeded be false. Repeat. While match succeeded is false, if 0 or length, then I call the 2. Return null. B call the internal method of R with arguments S and I. See if returned failure. Then I let I equals I plus 1. Else I let R be the state result of the call to 2. Set match succeeded to true. Let E equals I plus 1. 0. Let E be R's end index value 1. If global is true, I call the 2. Let N be the length of R's captures array. This is the same value as 1, 5, 1, 0, 2. 1's N capturing parents. 3. Let A be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the stand art built-in constructor with that name. 4. Let match index be the position of the matched substring within the complete string S. 5. Call the internal method of A with arguments int x, property descriptor, match int x, true, true, and true. 6. Call the internal method of A with arguments input, property descriptor, s, true, true, and true. 7. Call the internal method of A with arguments length, property descriptor, n plus 1, and true. 8. Let matched subs to be the matched substring, that is the portion of S between offset I inclusive and offset E exclusive. 9. Call the internal method of A with arguments 0, property descriptor, matched subster, true, true, and true. 0. For each integer is such that E, 0 and N, a let capture E be a element of R's captures array. B call the internal method of A with arguments to string, I, property, descriptor, capture E, true, true, and true. 1. Return A, 5, 1, 0, 6, 3 regexp prototype test. String. The following steps are taken. Let match be the result of evaluating the regexp prototype exec, 1, 5, 1, 0, 6, 3. Algorithm upon this regexp object using string as the argument. If match is not null, then return true, else return false. 5, 1, 0, 6, for regexp prototype to string. Return the string value formed by concatenating the strings, the string value of the source property of this regexp object, and semicolon plus g if the global property is true, I if the ignore case property is true, and m if the multiline property is true. Note the return string has the form of a regular expression literal that evaluates to another regexp object with the same behavior as this object. 5, 1, 0, 7 Properties of regexp instances. Regexp instances inherit properties from the regexp prototype object and their internal property value is regexp. Regexp instances also have internal property and a length property. ECMA International 2009 195. The value of the internal property is an implementation-dependent representation of the pattern of the regexp object. Regexp instances also have the following properties. 5, 1, 0, 7, 1 source. The value of the source property is a string in the form of a pattern representing the current regular expression. This property shall have the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 0, 7, 2 global. The value of the global property is a Boolean value indicating whether the flags contained the character G. This property shall have the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 0, 7, 3 ignore car. Set. The value of the ignore case property is a Boolean value indicating whether the flags contained the character I. This property shall have the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 0, 7, 4 multiline. The value of the multiline property is a Boolean value indicating whether the flags contained the character M. This property shall have the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 0, 7, 5 last index. The value of the last index property specifies the string position at which to start the next match. It is coerced to an integer when used. C15, 10, 6, 2. This property shall have the attributes true, false, false. Note, unlike the other standard built-in properties of regexp instances, last index is writable 15.11 error objects. Instances of error objects are thrown as exceptions when runtime errors occur. The error objects may also serve as base objects for user-defined exception classes. 5, 1, 1. 1. The error constructor called as a function. When error is called as a function rather than as a constructor, it creates and initializes a new error object. Thus the function call error is equivalent to the object creation expression new error, with the same arguments. 5, 1, 1, 1. 1 error. Message. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the original error prototype object, the one that is the initial value of error prototype. 1, 5, 1, 1, 3, 1. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to error. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true. 96. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. If the argument message is not undefined, the message own property of the newly constructed object is set to string message. Otherwise, the message own property is set to the empty string. 5, 1, 1, 2. The error constructor. When error is called as part of a new expression, it is a constructor. It initializes the newly created object 1, 5, 1, 1, 2. 1 new error message. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the original error prototype object, the one that is the initial value of error prototype. 1, 5, 1, 1, 3, 1. The internal property of the newly constructed error object is set to error. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true. If the argument message is not undefined, the message own property of the newly constructed object is set to string message. Otherwise, the message own property is set to the empty string. 5, 1, 1, 3. Properties of the error constructor. The value of the internal property of the error constructor is the function prototype object. 1, 5, 3, 4. Besides the internal properties and the length property, whose value is 1, the error constructor has the following property. 5, 1, 1, 3, 1 error prototype. The initial value of error prototype is the error prototype object. 1, 5, 1, 1, 4. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 1, 1, 4. Properties of the error prototype object. The error prototype object is itself an error object. It says error. The value of the internal property of the error prototype object is the standard built-in object. Prototype object 152451141 error prototype constructor. The initial value of error prototype constructor is the built-in error constructor 15114. To error prototype name. The initial value of error prototype name is error 15114. 3 error prototype message. The initial value of error prototype message is the empty string 15114. 4 error prototype to string. The following steps are taken. ECMA International 2009 197. 1. Let O be this value. If type O is not object, throw a type error exception. Let name be the result of calling the. If name is undefined, then let name be error. Else let name be to string name. Let message be the result of calling the. If message is undefined, then let R be message. Else, let R be the result of concatenating name, a single space character, and to string MSG. Return R. 5. 5 properties of error instances. Error instances inherit properties from the error prototype object and their internal property value is error. Error instances have no special properties. 5. 6 native error types used in this standard. One of the native error objects below is thrown when a runtime error is detected. All of these objects share the same structure, as described in 151175116. 1 eval error. This exception is not currently used within this specification. This object remains for compatibility with previous editions of this specification. 5116. Range error indicates a numeric value has exceeded the allowable range. C154221545115715742 157451576 and 157471595435116. 3 reference error indicate that an invalid reference value has been detected. C8 7 1 8 7 2 1 0 2 1 1 0 2 1 1 4 1 0 2 1 2 4 and 1 1 1 3 1 5 1 1 6 4 syntax error indicates that a parsing error has occurred. C1 1 1 5 1 1 3 1 1 1 3 2 1 1 4 1 1 1 4 4 1 1 4 5 1 1 1 3 1 1 1 1 3 2 1 2 2 1 1 2 1 0 1 1 2 1 4 1 13.1 1 5 1 2 1 1 5 3 2 1 1 5 1 0 2 2 1 5 1 0 2 5 1 5 1 0 2 9 1 5 1 0 2 1 5 1 5 1 0 2 1 9 1 5 1 0 4 1 and 1 5 1 2 2 5 1 1 6 5 type error indicates the actual type of an operand is different than the expected type. C8 6 2 8 7 2 8 1 0 5 8 1 2 5 8 1 2 7 8 1 2 8 8 1 2 9 9.9 9.10 1 0 2 1 1 0 2 1 1 3 10.6 1 1 2 2 1 1 2 3 1 1 4 1 1 1 8 6 1 1 8 7 1 1 3 1 13.2 1 3 2 3 15 1 5 2 3 2 1 5 2 3 3 1 5 2 3 4 1 5 2 3 5 1 5 2 3 6 1 5 2 3 7 1 5 2 3 8 1 5 2 3 9 1 5 2 3 1 0 1 5 2 3 1 1 1 5 2 3 1 2 1 5 2 3 1 3 1 5 2 3 1 4 1 5 2 4 3 1 5 3 4 2 1 5 3 4 3 1 5 3 4 4 1 5 3 4 5 1 5 3 4 5 2 1 5 3 4 5 3 1 5 3 5 1 5 3 5 3 1 5 3 5 4 1 5 4 4 3 1 5 4 4 1 1 1 5 4 4 1 6 1 5 4 4 1 7 1 5 4 4 1 8 1 5 4 4 1 9 1 5 4 4 2 0 1 5 4 4 2 1 1 5 4 4 2 2 1 5 4 5 1 1 5 5 4 2 1 5 5 4 3 1 5 6 4 2 1 5 6 4 3 1 5 7 4 1 5 7 4 2 1 5 7 4 4 1 5 7 4 8 1 5 9 5 1 5 9 5 4 4 1 5 1 0 4 1 1 5 1 0 6 1 5 1 1 4 4 and 1 5 1 2 3 5 1 1 6 6 URI error indicates that one of the global URI handling functions was used in a way that is incompatible with its definition. C151398. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 15117 native error object structure. When an ECMAScript implementation detects a runtime error, it throws an instance of one of the native error objects defined in 15116. Each of these objects has the structure described below, differing only in the name used as the constructor name instead of native error, in the name property of the prototype object, and in the implementation defined message property of the prototype object. For each error object, references to native error in the definition should be replaced with the appropriate error object name from 151165117. One native error constructor is called as functions. When a native error constructor is called as a function rather than as a constructor, it creates and initializes a new object. A call of the object as a function is equivalent to calling it as a constructor with the same arguments. 5117 native error message. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the prototype object for this error constructor. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to error. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true if the argument message is not undefined. The message own property of the newly constructed object is set to string message. 5117 the native error constructors. When a native error constructor is called as part of a new expression, it is a constructor. It initializes the newly created object. 5117 for new native error message. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the prototype object for this native error constructor. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to error. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true if the argument message is not undefined. The message property of the newly constructed object is set to string message. Otherwise, the message own property is set to the empty string. 5117 5 properties of the native error constructors. The value of the internal property of a native error constructor is the function prototype object. 1534. Besides the internal properties and the length property, whose value is 1, Each native error constructor has the following property: 5, 1, 1, 7, 6 native error prototype. The initial value of native error prototype is a native error prototype object. 1, 5, 1, 1, 7, 7. Each native error constructor has a separate prototype object. This prop RTY has the attributes false, false, false. ECMA International 2009 199 15 11 7 properties of the native error prototype objects. Each native error prototype object is an error object. It is error. The value of the internal property of each native error prototype object is the standard built-in error prototype object. 15 11 4 5 11 7 8 native error prototype constructor. The initial value of the constructor property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the native error constructor function itself. 15 11 7 15 11 7 9 native error prototype name. The initial value of the name property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the name of the constructor, the name used instead of native error. 5 11 7 10 native error prototype message. The initial value of the message property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the empty string. Note the prototypes for the native error constructors do not themselves provide a toString function, but instances of errors will inherit it from the error prototype object. 5 11 7 11 properties of native error instances. Native error instances inherit properties from their native error prototype object, and their internal property value is error. Native error instances have no special properties. 15.12 The JSON object. The JSON object is a single object that contains two functions, parse and stringify, that are used to parse and construct JSON texts. The JSON data interchange format is described in RFC 4627, http://www.ietf.org/RFC4627.txt. The JSON interchange format used in this specification is exactly that described by RFC 4627 with two exceptions. The top-level JSON text production of the ECMAScript JSON grammar may consist of any JSON value rather than being restricted to being a JSON object or a JSON array as specified by RFC 4627. Conforming implementations of JSON parse and JSON stringify must support the exact interchange format described in this specification without any deletions or extensions to the format. This differs from RFC 4627, which permits a JSON parser to accept non-JSON forms and extensions. The value of the internal property of the JSON object is the standard built-in object prototype object. 15 2 4. The value of the internal property of the JSON object is JSON. The value of the internal property of the JSON object is set to true. The JSON object does not have an internal property. It is not possible to use the JSON object as a constructor with the new operator. The JSON object does not have an internal property. It is not possible to invoke the JSON object as a function. 00. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. 15 12 1. The JSON grammar. JSON stringify produces a string that conforms to the following JSON grammar. JSON parse accepts a string that conforms to the JSON grammar. 1. The JSON lexical grammar. JSON is similar to ECMAScript source text in that it consists of a sequence of characters conforming to the rules of source character. The JSON lexical grammar defines the tokens that make up a JSON text similar to the manner that the ECMAScript lexical grammar defines the tokens of an ECMAScript source text. The JSON lexical grammar only recognizes the white space character specified by the production JSON white space. The JSON lexical grammar shares some productions with the ECMAScript lexical grammar. All non-terminal symbols of the grammar that do not begin with the characters JSON are defined by productions of the ECMAScript lexical grammar. Syntax: JSON white space, tab, CRLF, SP, JSON string, JSON string character sopt, JSON string characters, JSON string character, JSON string character sopt, JSON string character, source character but not double quote or backslash or U+0000 through U+001 F, JSON escape sequence, JSON escape sequence, JSON escape character, Unicode escape sequence, JSON escape character, 1 of BFNRT, JSON number, octodecimal integer literal, JSON fraction ought exponent part opt, JSON fraction, decimal digits, JSON null literal, JSON boolean literal, 5, 1, 2, 1. To the JSON syntactic grammar. The JSON syntactic grammar defines a valid JSON text in terms of tokens defined by the JSON lexical grammar. The goal symbol of the grammar is JSON text. ECMA International 2009 201. Syntax JSON text. JSON value. JSON null literal, JSON boolean literal, JSON object, JSON array, JSON string, JSON number, JSON object, JSON member list, JSON member, JSON string, JSON value, JSON member list, JSON member, JSON member list, JSON member, JSON array, JSON element list, JSON element list, JSON value, JSON element list, JSON value, 5, 1, 2, 2 parse, text, reviver. The parse function parses a JSON text, a JSON formatted string, and produces an ECMAScript value. The JSON format is a restricted form of ECMAScript literal. JSON objects are realized as ECMAScript objects. JSON arrays are realized as ECMAScript arrays. JSON strings, numbers, booleans, and null are realized as ECMAScript strings, numbers, booleans, and null. JSON uses a more limited set of whitespace characters than whitespace and allows Unicode code points U+2028 and U+2029 to directly appear in JSON string literals without using an escape sequence. The process of parsing is similar to 1, 1, 1, 4 and 1, 1, 1. 5 is constrained by the JSON grammar. The optional reviver parameter is a function that takes two parameters, key and value. It can filter and transform the results. It is called with each of the key value pairs produced by the parse, and its return value is used instead of the original value. If it returns what it received, the structure is not modified. If it returns undefined, then the property is deleted from the result. Let JText be to string text. Parse JText using the grammars in 1, 5, 1, 2, 1. Throw a syntax error exception if JText did not conform to the JSON grammar for the goal symbol JSON text. Let unfiltered be the result of parsing and evaluating JText as if it was the source text of an ECMAScript program but using JSON string in place of string literal. Note that since JText conforms to the JSON grammar, this result will be either a primitive value or an object that is defined by either an array literal or an object literal. If is callable, reviver, is true, then 02 ECMA International 2009 AB. Let root be a new object created as if by the expression new object, where object is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Call the internal method of root with the empty string, the property descriptor, unfiltered, true, 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 and false as arguments. See return the result of calling the abstract operation walk, passing root and the empty string. The abstract operation walk is described below. Else a return unfiltered. The abstract operation walk is a recursive abstract operation that takes two parameters, a holder object and the string name of a property in that object. Walk uses the value of reviver that was originally passed to the above parse function. Let val be the result of calling the. If val is an object, then if the internal property of val is array, I set it 02. Let len be the result of calling the 3. Repeat while I, len. Let new element be the result of calling the abstract operation walk, passing val into string, I. If new element is undefined, then I call the internal method of val with to string, I, and falses arguments 3. Else, I call the internal method of val with arguments to string, I. The property descriptor, new element, true, 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 and false. Add one toy b else. I let keys be an internal list of string values consisting of the names of all the own properties of val whose attribute is true. The ordering of the strings should be the same as that used by the object key standard built-in function. 2. For each string p in keys do, let new element be the result of calling the abstract operation walk, passing val and p. If new element is undefined, then call the internal method of val with p and false as arguments. Else, call the internal method of val with arguments p. The property descriptor, new element, true, enumerable, true, true, and false, return the result of calling the internal method of reviver passing holder as the this value and with an argument list consisting of name and val. It is not permitted for a conforming implementation of JSON parse to extend the JSON grammars. If an implementation wishes to support a modified or extended JSON interchange format, it must do so by defining a different parse function. Note in the case where there are duplicate name strings within an object, lexically preceding values for the same key shall be overwritten. 5, 1, 2, 3 string fi, value, replacer, space. The string fi function returns a string in JSON format representing an ECMAScript value. It can take 3 parameters. The first parameter is required. The value parameter is an ECMAScript value, which is usually an object or array, although it can also be a string, boolean, number or null. The optional replacer parameter is either a function that alters the way objects and arrays are stringified, or an array of strings and numbers that acts as a whitelist for selecting the object properties that will be stringified. The optional space parameter is a string or number that allows the result to have white space injected into it to improve human readability. ECMA International 2009 203. These are the steps in stringifying an object. Let stack be an empty list. Let indent be the empty string. Let property list and replacer function be undefined. If type, replacer, is object, then if is callable. Replacer is true. Then, I let replacer function be replacer, b else if the internal property of replacer is array, then I let property list be an empty internal list. 2. For each value v of a property of replacer that has an array index property name, the properties are enumerated in the ascending array index order of their names. Let item be undefined. If type, v, is string then let item be v, else if type, v, is number then let item be to string, v, else if type, v, is object then. If the internal property of v is string or number then let item be to string, v. If item is not undefined and item is not currently an element of property list then, append item to the end of property list. If type, space, is object then. If the internal property of space is number then, I let space be to number, space, b else if the internal property of space is string then, I let space be to string, space. If type, space, is number, let space be min, 10, to integer, space, be set gap to a string containing space characters. This will be the empty string if space is less than 1, else if type, space, is string, if the number of characters in space is 10 or less, set gap to space otherwise set gap to a string consisting of the first 10 characters of space, else as set gap to the empty string. Let wrapper be a new object created as if by the expression new object, where object is the standard built-in constructor with that name. 0. Call the internal method of wrapper with arguments the empty string, the property descriptor, value, true, 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 and false. 1. Return the result of calling the abstract operation str with the empty string and wrapper. The abstract operation str, key, holder, has access to replace a function from the invocation of the stringify method. Its algorithm is as follows. Let value be the result of calling the if type, value, is object, then let to JSON be the result of calling the b if is callable, to JSON, is true. I let value be the result of calling the internal method of to JSON passing value as the this value in with an argument list consisting of key. If replacer function is not undefined, then let value be the result of calling the internal method of replacer function passing holder as the this value in with an argument list consisting of key and value. 4. If type, value, is object then, 04 ABC. If the internal property of value is number then, else I let value be to number, value. If the internal property of value is string, then let value be to string value. If the internal property of value is boolean, then let value be the value of the internal property of value. ECMA International 2009. 5. If a value is null, then return null. If a value is true, then return true. If a value is false, then return false. If type value is string, then return the result of calling the abstract operation quote with argument value. If type value is number, if value is finite, then return to string value. Else return null. 0. If type value is object and is callable, value is false. If the internal property of value is array, then I return the result of calling the abstract operation JA with argument value.
It looks like
Abstract operation JA with
Sublime Text will actually
abstract operation
do like custom syntax highlighting.
value in double quotes and escape.
So I think it can actually like highlight the numbers 2 or 4, or highlight an operation like left shift, right shift with different colors.
O value.
So I don't know. I might actually kind of get what I want for once, if this actually works. And I think I hit new syntax. It looks like it took the C one. I don't want to override default.
Be the concatenation of indent and gap if property list is not undefined.
I don't know, let's check out
Let K be an internal list of strings.
Blade for once. Chatbot's actually kind of useful.
Attribute is true.
Even though it's not AI, it's just a Google search.
Key stat.
I don't know, whatever.
For each element P of K, let strp be the result of calling the abstract str with argument.
So I'm gonna try to like get Sublime to like highlight the number 2 and 4 first, and I'll try to get a highlight hexadecimal numbers. I don't know. It's actually useful. So I'm gonna try to like set stuff up to make finding and replacing a little bit easier. I should have did this last time when I was doing the keyword. That would have been much easier. And it's using a regex, whatever. But I don't know. Since I'm manually finding and replacing, I don't care about using a regex because it's just visually changing it. If I was like replacing the code itself, I wouldn't trust the regex fully because it takes, I don't know. It's difficult to account for every single thing, and there's like tiny cases that are different, and it can't be applied as like technically anything is possible, but I don't want to spend time writing a freaking super complicated regex. Whatever, I don't know. I hate regexes.
Let member be the concatenation of member and strp. V appends member to partial. If partial is empty, then a let final be 10. Else, if gap is the empty string, I let properties be a string formed by concatenating all the elements strings of partial with each adjacent pair of strings separated with the comma character. A comma is not inserted, either before the first string or after the last string. 2. Let final be the result of concatenating properties, and be else, I let separator be the result of concatenating the comma character, the line feed character, and indent. 2. Let properties be a string formed by concatenating all the elements strings of partial with each adjacent pair of strings separated with separator. The separator string is not inserted, either before the first string or after the last string. 3. Let final be the result of concatenating the line feed character, indent, properties, the line feed character, step back, and 1. Remove the last element of stack. 2. Let indent be step back. 3. Return final. The abstract operation JA value serializes an array. It has access to the stack, indent, gap, and space of the invocation of the stringify method. The representation of arrays includes only the elements between 0 and array length 1 inclusive. Named properties are excluded from the stringification. An array is stringified as an open left bracket, elements separated by comma, and a closing right bracket. If stack contains value, then throw a type error exception because the structure is cyclical. Append value to stack. Let step back be indent. Let indent be the concatenation of indent and gap. Let partial be an empty list. Let len be the result of calling the. Let index be 0. Repeat while index len. Let strp be the result of calling the abstract operation str with arguments to string index and value. B if strp is undefined. I append null to partial c, else I append strp to partial d, increment index by 1. If partial is empty, then let final be 0. Else if gap is the empty string I to b, else I 2 3 11. Remove the last. Let properties be a string formed by concatenating all the element strings of partial with each adjacent pair of strings separated with the comma character. A comma is not inserted either before the first string or after the last string. Let final be the result of concatenating properties, and let separator be the result of concatenating the comma character, the line feed character, and indent. Let properties be a string formed by concatenating all the element strings of partial with each adjacent pair of strings separated with separator. The separator string is not inserted either before the first string or after the last string. Let final be the result of concatenating the line feed character, indent, properties, the line feed character, step back, and element of stack. 06. ECMA International 2009. Gap is not the empty string. 12. Let indent be step back. 13. Return final. Note 1 JSON structures are allowed to be nested to any depth, but they must be acyclic. If a value is or contains a cyclic structure, then the stringify function must throw a type error exception. This is an example of a value that cannot be stringified. Note 2, comma, a equals a, 0 equals a. My text equals JSON stringify. This must throw an type error. Symbolic primitive values are rendered as follows. The null value is rendered in JSON text as the string null. The undefined value is not rendered. The true value is rendered in JSON text as the string true. The false value is rendered in JSON text as the string false. Note 3. Characters are replaced with escape sequences UHH, or with the shorter forms B, backspace, F, form feed, N, new line, R, carriage return, T, tab. String values are wrapped in double quotes. The characters are escaped with prefixes. Control. Note 4 finite numbers are stringified as if by calling to string number. Nan and infinity regardless of sign are represented as the string null. Note 5 values that do not have a JSON representation, such as undefined and functions, do not produce a string. Instead they produce the undefined value. In arrays these values are represented as the string null. In objects an unrepresentable value causes the property to be excluded from stringification. Note 6 an object is rendered as an opening left brace followed by 0 or more properties, separated with commas, closed with a right brace. A property is a quoted string representing the key or property name, a colon, and then the stringified property value. An array is rendered as an opening left bracket followed by 0 or more values, separated with commas, closed with a right bracket. 6 errors. An implementation must report most errors at the time the relevant ECMAScript language construct is evaluated. An early error is an error that can be detected and reported prior to the evaluation of any construct in the program containing the error. An implementation must report early errors in a program prior to the first evaluation of that program. Early errors in eval code are reported at the time eval is called but prior to evaluation of any construct within the eval code. All errors that are not early errors are runtime errors. An implementation must treat any instance of the following kinds of errors as an early error. Any syntax error attempts to define an object literal that has multiple get property assignments with the same name or multiple set property assignments with the same name, attempts to define an object literal that has both a data property assignment and a get or set property assignment with the same name, errors in regular expression literals that are not implementation defined syntax extensions. operations. Attempts in strict mode code to define an object literal that has multiple data property assignments with the same name. The occurrence of a with statement in strict mode code. The occurrence of an identifier value appearing more than once within a formal parameter list of an individual strict mode function declaration or function expression. Improper uses of return, break, and continue. Attempts to call put value on any value for which an early determination can be made that the value is not a reference. For example, executing the assignment statement 3 equals 4. ECMA International 2009 207. An implementation shall not treat other kinds of errors as early errors even if the compiler can prove that a construct cannot execute without error under any circumstances. An implementation may issue an early warning in such a case, but it should not report the error until the relevant construct is actually executed. An implementation shall report all errors as specified, except for the following. 08. ECMA International 2009. Bullet. An implementation may extend program syntax and regular expression pattern or flag syntax. To permit this, all operations, such as calling eval, using a regular expression literal, or using the function or regexp constructor, that are allowed to throw syntax error are permitted to exhibit implementation defined behavior instead of throwing syntax error when they encounter an implementation-defined extension to the program's syntax or regular expression pattern or flag syntax. An implementation may provide additional types, values, objects, properties, and functions beyond those described in this specification. This may cause constructs, such as looking up a variable in the global scope, to have implementation-defined behavior instead of throwing an error, such as reference error. An implementation may define behavior other than throwing range error for to fixed, to exponential, and to precision when the fraction digits or precision argument is outside the specified range. One lexical grammar source character. Any Unicode code unit. Input element div. White space. Line terminator comment token div punctuator. Input element regexp. White space, line terminator comment, token regular expression literal, white space, tab, VT, FF, SP, NBSP, BOM, USP, line terminator, LF, CRLS, PS, line terminator sequence, LF, CR look ahead, LF, LS, PS, CRLF, comment, multi-line comment, single-line comment, C-clause 6, C-clause 7, C-clause 7, C7.2, C7.3, C7.3, C7.4, ECMA International 2009. 09. Annex A. Informative. Grammar summary. Multi-line comment. Multi-line comment charsopt. Multi-line comment chars. Multi-line not asterisk char. Multi-line comment charsopt. Post asterisk comment charsopt. Post asterisk comment chars. Capital M U L T I. Capital L I N E. Capital N O T. Capital F O R W A R D. Capital S L A S H. Capital O R. Capital A S T E. Multi-line comment charsopt. Post asterisk comment charsopt. Multi-line not asterisk char. Source character but not asterisk. Capital M U L T I. Capital L I N E. Capital N O T. Capital F O R W A R D. Capital S L A S H. Capital O R. Capital A S T E. Source character but not / or asterisk. Single line comment. Single line comment charsopt. Single line comment chars. Single line comment char. Single line comment charsopt. Single line comment char. Source character but not line terminator. Token. Identifier name. Punctuator numeric literal string literal. Identifier. Identifier name but not reserved word. Identifier name. Identifier start. Identifier name. Identifier part. Identifier start. Unicode letter. Unicode escape sequence. C7.4, 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 C7.5, C7.6, C7.6, C7.6. 10. ECMA International 2009. Identifier part. Identifier start. Unicode combining mark Unicode digit Unicode connect to punctuation. ZWNJ, ZWJ, Unicode letter, C7.6, C7.6. Any character in the Unicode categories uppercase letter, LU, lowercase letter, LL, titlercase letter, LT, modifier letter, LM, other letter, low, or letter number. NL, Unicode combining mark. Any character in the Unicode categories non-spacing mark MN, or combining spacing mark MC. C7.6, 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 C7, 6, 1, C7, 6, 1, 1, C7, 6, 1, 2. Unicode digit. Any character in the Unicode category decimal number. ND, Unicode connect to punctuation. Any character in the Unicode category connect to punctuation. PC, reserved word. Keyword, future reserved word null literal boolean literal. Keyword, one of break do case, else catch finally continue for debugger function default if delete in future reserved word. One of class enum const export or in strict mode code one of implements let interface package yield instantia new return switch this throw try extends import private protected type off var void while with super public static ECMA International 2009. 11. Punctuator 1 of C7.7 comma equals 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 plus and equals plus equals 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 and equals. Div punctuator 1 of equals literal null literal boolean literal numeric literal string literal null null boolean literal true false numeric literal decimal literal hex integer literal equals equals vertical bar equals sign equals sign equals 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 plus colon percent equals 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 decimal literal decimal integer literal decimal digits opt exponent part opt decimal digits exponent part opt decimal integer literal exponent part opt decimal integer literal 0 non-zero digit decimal digits opt decimal digits decimal digit decimal digits decimal digit decimal digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 C7.7 C7.8 C7 8 1 C7 8 2 C7 8 3 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 12 ECMA International 2009 exponent indicator 1 of EE signed integer decimal digits decimal digits decimal digits hex integer literal 0x hex digit 0x hex digit hex integer literal hex digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 abdef abcdef string literal double string character sopt single string character sopt double string characters double string character double string character sopt single string characters single string character single string character sopt double string character source character but not double quote or backslash or line terminator escape sequence line continuation single string character source character but not single quote or backslash or line terminator escape sequence line continuation line terminator sequence escape sequence character escape sequence look ahead decimal digit hex escape sequence Unicode escape sequence character escape sequence single escape character non-escape character single escape character 1 of BFNRTV non-escape character source character but not escape character or line terminator C7 8 3 C7 8 3 C7 8 3 C7 8 3 C7 8 4 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 C7 8, 4 C7, 8, 4 ECMA International 2009. 13. Escape character. Single escape character. Decimal digit. XU. Hex escape sequence. X hex digit hex digit. Unicode escape sequence. U hex digit hex digit hex digit hex digit. Regular expression literal. Regular expression body. Regular expression flags. Regular expression body. Regular expression first char. Regular expression chars. Regular expression chars. Empty. Regular expression chars. Regular expression char. Regular expression first char. Regular expression non-terminator but not or. Capital R E G U L A R. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital B A C K S L A S H. Capital S E Q U. Regular expression class. Regular expression char. Regular expression non-terminator but not or. Capital R E G U L A R. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital B A C K S L A S H. Capital S E Q U. Regular expression class. Capital R E G U L A R. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital B A C K S L A S H. Capital S E Q U. Non-terminator. Regular expression non-terminator. Source character but not line terminator. Regular expression class. Regular expression class chars. Regular expression class chars. Empty. Regular expression class chars. Regular expression class char. Regular expression class char. Regular expression non-terminator but not or. Capital R E G U L A R. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital B A C K S L A S H. Capital S E Q U. C7 8 4 C7 8 4 C7 8 4 C7 8 5 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 14. ECMA International 2009. Regular expression flags. Empty. Regular expression flags identify part A. To number conversions. String numeric literal. str white spaciapt. str white spaciapt. str numeric literal. str white spaciapt. str white space. str white space char. str white spaciapt. str white space char. White space. Line terminator. str numeric literal. str decimal literal hex integer literal. str decimal literal. str unsigned decimal literal. str unsigned decimal literal. str unsigned decimal literal. str unsigned decimal literal. Infinity decimal digits. Decimal digits opt exponent part opt. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Decimal digits. Decimal digit. Decimal digits. Decimal digit. Decimal digit. 1 of 123,456,789. Exponent part. Exponent indicator signed integer. Exponent indicator. 1 of EE. Signed integer. Decimal digits. Decimal digits. Decimal digits. C7. 8. 5. C9. 3. 1. C9. 3. 1 C9. 3. 1 C9. 3. 1 C9. 3. 1 C9. 3, 1, C9, 3, 1, C9, 3, 1 C9, 3, 1 C9, 3, 1 C9, 3, 1. ECMA International 2009. 15. Hex integer literal. 0x hex digit 0x hex digit. Hex integer literal hex digit. 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 abdef A, B, C, D, E, F, A. 3 expressions. Primary expression. This, identifier literal array literal object literal. Expression, array literal, element list, element list, element assignment expression, element list, assignment expression, elision, object literal, property name and value list, property name and value list, property name and value list, property assignment, property name and value list, property assignment, property name, assignment expression, get property name, function body, set property name, property set parameter list, function body, property name, identifier name, string literal numeric literal, property set parameter list, identifier C9, 3, 1, C9, 3, 1, C11.1, C11, 1, 4, C11, 1, 4, C11, 1, 4, C11, 1, 5, C11, 1, 5, C11, 1, 5, C11, 1, 5, C11, 1, 5. 16. ECMA International 2009. Member expression, primary expression, function expression, member expression, member expression. Identifier name, new member expression, arguments, new expression, member expression, new expression, call expression, member expression, arguments, call expression, expression, call expression. Identifier name, arguments, argument list, assignment expression, argument list, assignment expression, left-hand side expression, new expression, call expression, postfix expression, left-hand side expression, no line terminator here, plus left-hand side expression, no line terminator here, unary expression, postfix expression, delete unary expression, void unary expression, type of unary expression plus unary expression plus unary expression, unary expression, multiplicative expression, unary expression, multiplicative expression, unary expression, multiplicative expression, unary expression, multiplicative expression, percent, unary expression, C11.2, 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 C11.3, C11.4, ECMA International 2009. 17, C11.5, additive expression, multiplicative expression, additive expression plus multiplicative expression, additive expression, multiplicative expression, shift expression, additive expression, shift expression, additive expression, shift expression, additive expression, shift expression, additive expression, relational expression, shift expression, relational expression, shift expression, relational expression, shift expression, relational expression, equals shift expression, relational expression, equals shift expression, relational expression, instance of shift expression, relational expression, in shift expression, relational expression, known, 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 equals shift expression, relational expression, known, equals shift expression, relational expression, known, instance of shift expression, equality expression, relational expression, equality expression, equals 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 relational expression, equality expression, known, relational expression, known, equality expression, known, equals 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 relational expression, known, bitwise and expression, equality expression, bitwise and expression and equality expression, bitwise and expression known. Equality expression known, bitwise and expression known and equality expression known. C11.6, C11.7, C11.8, C11.8, C11.9, C11.9, C11.10, C11.10, 18. ECMA International 2009. Bitwise or expression. Bitwise and expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise and expression, bitwise or expression known. Bitwise and expression known, bitwise or expression known, bitwise and expression known, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression known, bitwise or expression known, bitwise or expression known, bitwise or expression known, logical and expression. Bitwise or expression, logical and expression, and bitwise or expression, logicaler, ND expression known. Bitwise or expression known, logical and expression known, and bitwise or expression known, logical or expression, logical and expression, logical or expression, logical and expression, logical or expression known, logical and expression known, logical or expression known, logical and expression known, conditional expression, logical or expression, logical or expression, assignment expression, assignment expression, conditional expression known. Logical or expression known, logical or expression known, assignment expression known, assignment expression known, assignment expression, conditional expression, left-hand side expression, assignment operator, assignment expression known, conditional expression known, left-hand side expression, assignment operator, assignment expression known, assignment operator. 1 of C11.10, 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 C11.11, 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 C11.12, C11.12, C11.13, C11.1, 11.13.
That's great. Oh wait, maybe it didn't freeze up.
Equals, 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 and equals, equals.
Oh no, I saved it. And the program starts to like lock up.
Expression, assignment expression, expression known, assignment.
Okay, good. I didn't lose all my stuff. I hate when I lose the tabs. They're open.
Statement, block, C11.14, C11.14, C clause 12. The variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, if statement, iteration statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, with statement, labeled statement, switch statement, throw statement, try statement, debugger statement, statement list, opt, statement list, statement, statement.
It's actually working.
Declaration, variable declaration list known, the variable declaration known, variable declaration, identifier initializer rock.
No, it's not. Never mind. It seemed like it was working, but nope. Dang it.
Expression, initializer known, assignment expression known, empty statement, expression statement, look ahead. If statement, if, expression statement, else statement, if, expression statement, iteration statement, do statement while, expression statement, for, expression known, opt, expression not.
This is so boring, I hate this.
An expression.
I have to figure out what the default is for the new syntax. Let's see, I just want the default syntax, but I want to make like...
No line terminator here. Expression ought with statement, with expression statement, switch statement, switch, expression, case block, case clause assopt, default clause, case clause ISO, PT, case clauses, case clause, case clauses, case clause, C12.2, C12.2, C12.3, C12.4, C12.
I can't make it pink. Sometimes if you type stuff, it'll highlight it pink as an error.
12.10, C12.
I want it to like highlight the number 4, like bright pink, so I can like see really easily where the number 4 is at, and I can like delete it and put in the keyword. And whenever they're all gone, I'm good. So, I don't know, I gotta like find whatever file to use as the default, or they use for C, and then modify it. I feel like I'm like dying, just rotting away. It's such a waste of time. It's gonna take too long.
Finally, catch, identifier, block, finally, block, debugger statement, debugger, expression, A, 5 functions and programs, function declaration, function identifier, formal parameter list opt, function body, function expression, function identifier opt, formal parameter list opt, function body, formal parameter list, identifier, formal parameter list, identifier function body, source elements opt program, source elements opt, source elements, source element, source elements, source element, 22, ECMA International 2009, source element, statement, function declaration, A, 6 universal resource identifier character classes URI character sopt URI characters, URI character sopt, URI character, URI reserved, URI unescaped, URI escaped, URI reserved, 1 of, at and equals plus $, URI unescaped, URI alpha, decimal digit URI mark, URI escaped, hex digit, URI alpha, 1 of abdefgejacumnopcrestavwexes, URI mark, 1 of comma, A, 7 regular expressions pattern, disjunction, alternative, disjunction, alternative, empty, alternative term, C15, 1, 3, C15, 10, 1, C15, 10, 1, C15, 10, 1, ECMA International 2009, 23, C clause 14, C15, 1, 3 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 term, assertion, atom quantifier, assertion, B, capital B equals disjunction, C15, 10, 1, 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 C15, 10, 1 C15, 10, 1 C15, 10, 1 C15, 10, 1 quantifier prefix, decimal digits, atom, pattern character, atom escape character class, disjunction, disjunction, pattern character, source character but not any of, $+ atom escape, decimal escape, character class escape, character escape, control escape, C control letter hex escape sequence Unicode escape sequence identity escape, control escape, 1 of FNRTV, 24, ECMA International 2009, control letter, 1 of C15, 10, 1 abdefgejacumnopcrestavwexes, identity escape, source character but not identifier part, ZWJ, ZWNJ, decimal escape, decimal integer literal, look ahead decimal digit, Cherokee, ter class escape, 1 of DD's SWW, character class, look ahead, class ranges, empty, non-empty class ranges, class atom, non-empty class ranges no dash, class atom class ranges, non-empty class ranges no dash, class atom no dash, non-empty class ranges no dash, class atom no dash, Class atom, class ranges, class atom no dash, source character but not only R4, or class escape, decimal escape, B, character escape, character class escape, C15, 10, 1, 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 ECMA International 2009, 25, A, 8 JSON, A, 8.1 JSON lexical grammar, JSON white space, tab, CRLF, SP, JSON string character sopt, JSON string characters, JSON string character, JSON string character sopt, C15, 12, 1, 1, C15, 12, 1, 1 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 C15, 12, 1, 2 C15, 12, 1, 2 C15, 12, 1, 2 C15, 12, 1, 2 JSON string character, JSON source character but not double quote or backslash or U+0000 through U+001 FJSON escape sequence, JSON escape sequence, JSON escape character, Unicode escape sequence, JSON escape character, 1 of BFNRT, JSON number, octodecimal integer literal, JSON fraction oct, JSON fraction, decimal digits, JSON null literal, JSON boolean literal, A, 8.2 JSON syntactic grammar, JSON text, JSON value, JSON null literal, JSON boolean literal, JSON object, JSON array, JSON string, JSON number, JSON object, JSON member list. Member list, JSON member, JSON.
I really need to focus. This pop's not helping. I can now focus.
2, 1, 2 C15, 1, 2, 1, 2 C15, 1, 2, 1, 2. ECMA International.
I think I'm burned out.
128. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. B. 1 additional syntax. Annex B. Informative. Compatibility. Past editions of ECM.
I just gotta power through. Oh my god, I'm so tired.
Been removed from this edition of ECMAScript. This non-normative annex presents uniform syntax and semantics for octal literals and octal escape sequences for compatibility with some older ECMAScript programs. B. 1.1 numeric literals. The syntax and semantics of 7, 8, 3 can be extended as follows, except that this extension is not allowed for strict.
Winter's the cold weather's over. It's outside. The fan isn't really helping, it's just blowing around warm air. I was turn up the AC.
500.
I cannot focus though. I need to focus.
Integer literal. The MV of octal digit. 0 is 0. The MV of octal digit. 1 is 1.
I need to find wherever the default syntax highlighting for C programs is at, make a copy of it, paste it to my user preference folder, whatever it's called in Sublime, and edit it to highlight stuff, and whatever.
It is the MV of octal digit. The MV of octal integer literal. Octal integer literal octal digit is the MV of octal integer literal times 8 plus the MV of octal digit. B. 1.2 string literals. The syntax and semantics of 7, 8, 4 can be extended as follows, except that this extension is not allowed for strict mode code. ECMA International 2009 229. Syntax. Escape sequence. Character
The noise suppression whatever program in OBS.
code escape.
It's piece of crap, whatever. It sounds horrible. It's so bad. And there's like a delay too. So like normally the mic input is like whatever delay to the USB, to the driver, whatever, to the program, to the headphones. But like when I turn on the noise suppression, I don't know, it sucks. I have to talk like even slower than I normally talk. Because I try to like pace out my talking. Otherwise I'll talk way too fast. So not like I'm waiting to hear the words come back from OBS. There's this huge fucking delay. So I'm probably gonna be talking like even slower than normal. With the voice whatever suppression on. At least it's now not staticky whatever. Sounds robotic-y. I don't know. This free software, open source stuff, is a bunch of shit. But there's no point in pointing out the obvious because everybody knows that. And we all just use shit like it's shit and it's like cool to use shit. Because why would anybody like release something that's not shit? Oh, because it'll be stolen. That's why. So there's no reason to actually do anything in a world full of shit. This is so much work. I hate everything. So I'm gonna like try to focus and use the fact that everything is shit to like fuel my fire. Because my fire is kind of burned out today. I don't know. I gotta find the stupid default file for csyntax. I'll edit it. I gotta like get to finding and replacing. I just need to get this program done. It's gonna take forever though.
Code unit value is 0xFF or less. A 2-digit escape sequence of the form %x hex is used. For those characters being replaced whose code unit value is greater than 0xFF, a 4-digit escape sequence of the form %UX hex is used. 30. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. When the escape function is called with one argument string, the following steps are taken. Call to string. String. Compute the number of characters in result. T. 1. Let R be the empty string. Let 0 if K equals result. 2. Return R. Get the character represented as a 16-bit unsigned integer at position K within result. 1. If result is 1.
This warm weather sucks. Like my allergies, and then like it's freaking warm out on top of it. For God's sake.
Less than 200.
This is horrible. My sinuses are so swollen. My eyes are itchy and dry. Oh, life sucks. At least I can eat peanut butter. That's like the only positive I have. Peanut butter is amazing. It's probably like the only thing I'm not allergic to. I need to focus though and stop stalling and wasting time.
Of R and S. 5.
So I'm gonna find whatever stupid csyntax file and try to whatever get going. I'm so tired. Oh my god.
138. But the entire encoding specified in this standard is described above without regard to the contents of RFC 1738. B. 2.2 unescape. String. The unescape function is a property of the global object. It computes a new version of a string value in which each escape sequence of the sort that might be introduced by the escape function is replaced with the character that it represents. When the unescape function is called with one argument string, The following steps are taken. Call to string. String. Compute the number of characters in result. 1. Let R be the empty string. Let 0 if K equals result. 2. Return R. Let C be the character at position K within result. 1. If sysnit%, go to step 18 if K is greater than result. 2. 6. Go to step 14 if the character at position K plus 1 within result. 1. Is not U. Go to step 14. 0. If the 4 characters at positions K plus 2, K plus 3, K plus 4, and K plus 5 within result. 1. Are not all hexadecimal digits. Go to step 14. 1. Let C be the character whose code unit value is the integer represented by the 4 hexadecimal digits at positions K plus 2, K plus 3, K plus 4, and K plus 5 within result. 1. 2. Increase K by 5. 3. Go to step 18. 4. If K is greater than result. 2. 3. Go to step 18. 5. If the 2 characters at positions K plus 1 and K plus 2 within result. 1. Are not both hexadecimal digits. Go to step 8. 6. Let C be the character whose code unit value is the integer represented by 2 zeros plus the 2 hexadecimal digits at positions K plus 1 and K plus 2 within result. 1. 7. Increase K by 2. 8. Let R be a new string value computed by concatenating the previous value of R and C. 9. Increase K by 1. 0. Go to step 5. ECMA International 2009 231. B. 2.3 string prototype subster. Start. Length. The subster method takes 2 arguments, start and length, and returns a substring of the result of converting this object to a string, starting from character position start and running for length characters, or through the end of the string if length is undefined. If start is negative, it is treated as source length plus start, where source length is the length of the string. The result is a string value, not a string object. The following steps are taken. Call to string, giving it this value as its argument. Call to integer, start. If length is undefined, use plus, otherwise call to integer, length. Compute the number of characters in result. 1. If result 2 is positive or 0, use result 2, else use max result 4 plus result 2. 0, compute min, max, result, 3, 0, result, 4, result, 5, if result, 6, 0, return the empty string, return a string containing result, 6, consecutive characters from result, 1 beginning with the character at position result, 5. The length property of the subster method is 2. Note the subster function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. B. 2.4 date prototype get year. Note the get full year method is preferred for nearly all purposes, because it avoids the year 2000 problem when the get year method is called with no arguments. The following steps are taken. Let t be this time value. If t is nan, return year from time, local time, t. 1900. B. 2.5 date prototype set year. Note the set full year method is preferred for nearly all purposes, because it avoids the year 2000 problem when the set year method is called with one argument year. The following steps are taken. Let t be the result of local time, this time value, but if this time value is nan, let t be plus 0. Call to number, year. If result 2 is nan, set the internal property of this value to nan and return nan. If result 2 is not nan and 0 to integer, result 2, 99 then result 4 is to integer, result 2 plus 1900. Otherwise, result 4 is result 2. Compute make day, result 4, month from time, t, date from time, t, compute UTC, make date, result 5, time within day, t, set the internal property of this value to time clip, result 6, return the value of the internal property of this value, b, 2.6 date prototype to GMT string. Note the property to UTC string is preferred. The to GMT string property is provided principally for compatibility with old code. It is recommended that the TUTC string property be used in new ECMAScript code. The function object that is the initial value of date prototype to GMT string is the same function object that is the initial value of date prototype to UTC string. 32. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. Annex C. Informative. The strict mode of ECMAScript. The strict mode restriction and exceptions. A conforming implementation, when processing strict mode code, may not extend the syntax of numeric literal. 7, 8, 3, to include octal integer literal as described in B. 1.1. A conforming implementation, when processing strict mode code. C10, 1, 1. May not extend the syntax of escape sequence to include octal escape sequences described in B. 1.2. Assignment to an undeclared identifier or otherwise unresolvable reference does not create a property in the global object. When a simple assignment occurs within strict mode code, its left-hand side must not evaluate to an unresolvable reference. If it does, a reference error exception is thrown. 8, 7, 2. The left-hand side also may not be a reference to a data property with the attribute value false, to an accessor property with the attribute value internal property has the value false. In these cases, a type error exception is thrown. 11, 13, 1. The identifier eval or arguments may not appear as the left-hand side expression of an assignment operator. 11.13, or of a postfix expression. 11.3. Or as the unary expression operated upon by a prefix increment. 11, 4, 4, or a prefix decrement. 11, 4, 5. Operator. Arguments. Objects for strict mode functions define non-configurable accessor properties named caller and callee which throw a type error exception on access. 10.6. Arguments. Objects for strict mode functions do not dynamically share their array indexed property values with the corresponding formal parameter bindings of their functions. 10.6. For strict mode functions, if an arguments object is created, the binding of the local identifier arguments to the arguments object is immutable and hence may not be the target of an assignment expression. 10.5. It is a syntax error if strict mode code contains an object literal with more than one definition of any data property. 11, 1, 5. It is a syntax error if the identifier eval or the identifier arguments occurs as the identifier in a property set parameter list of a property assignment that is contained in strict code, or if its function body is strict code. 11, 1, 5. Strict mode eval code cannot instantiate variables or functions in the variable environment of the caller to eval. Instead, a new variable environment is created and that environment is used for declaration binding instantiation for the eval code. 1042. If this is evaluated within strict mode code, then this value is not coerced to an object. This value of null or undefined is not converted to the global object and primitive values are not converted to wrapper objects. This value passed via a function call, including calls made using function prototype apply and function prototype call, do not coerce the past this value to an object. 10, 4, 3, 11, 1, 1, 15, 3, 4, 3, 15, 3, 4, 4. When a delete operator occurs within strict mode code, a syntax error is thrown if its unary expression is a direct reference to a variable, function argument, or function name. 11, 4, 1. When a delete operator occurs within strict mode code, a type error is thrown if the property to be deleted has the attribute false. 11, 4, 1. It is a syntax error if a variable declaration or variable declaration known occurs within strict code and its identifier several arguments. 1, 2, 2, 1. ECMA International 2009 233. 234. ECMA International 2009, comma, strict mode code may not include a with statement. The occurrence of a with statement in such a context is an syntax error. 12.10. It is a syntax error if a try statement with a catch occurs within strict code and the identifier of the catch production is eval or arguments. 12, 14. 1. It is a syntax error if the identifier eval or arguments appears within a formal parameter list of a strict mode function declaration or function expression. 13.1. A strict mode function may not have two or more formal parameters that have the same name. An attempt to create such a function using a function declaration, function expression, or function constructor is a syntax error. 13.1. 153.2. An implementation may not associate special meanings within strict mode functions to properties named caller or arguments of function instances. ECMAScript code may not create or modify properties with these names on function objects that correspond to strict mode functions. 13.2. It is a syntax error to use within strict mode code the identifiers eval or arguments as the identifier of a function declaration or function expression or as a formal parameter name. 13.1. Attempting to dynamically define such a strict mode function using the function constructor 1532 will throw a syntax error exception. Annex D. Informative corrections and clarifications in the 5th edition with possible 3rd edition compatibility impact. Throughout, in the edition 3 specification, the meaning of phrases such as if by the expression new array are subject to misinterpretation. In the edition 5 specification, text for all internal references and invocations of standard built-in objects and methods has been clarified by making it explicit that the intent is that the actual built-in object is to be used rather than the current dynamic value of the correspondingly named property. 182.1183.1185. ECMAScript generally uses a left-to-right evaluation order. However, the edition 3 specification language for the and equals operators resulted in a partial right-to-left order. The specification has been corrected for these operators such that it now specifies a full left-to-right evaluation order. However, this change of order is potentially observable if side effects occur during the evaluation process. 1.1.4. Edition 5 clarifies the fact that a trailing comma at the end of an array initializer does not add to the length of the array. This is not a semantic change from Edition 3, but some implementations may have interpreted this.
There's a whole man, I hate this whatever. The sound is so delayed with the freaking noise suppression.
Arguments could
It's so delayed.
4. In Edition 3.
But I don't know. This is crazy how much stuff is in here. Like syntax highlight, a C++ or C program. I thought it'd be simpler than this. This is dumb. I don't know, whatever.
The body of the function can then define new properties on its this value, and those property names become visible identifiers bindings with.
Like, this is like the most inefficient way to do anything with the freaking YAML file. It works, I guess. So I'm just gonna add whatever to highlight stuff that I need.
Scope change.
I don't know, I guess I gotta like save it and then it should work. Hopefully. This does look like it's actually a syntax file. They gave me this file, but this isn't like, I don't know. This is a real one.
Object prototype are visible as identifiers within that scope. In practice, most implementations of Edition 3 have not implemented this semantics. Edition 5 changes the specified semantics by using a declarative environment record to bind the name of the function. 4. In Edition 3, the algorithm for the production source elements. Source element did not correctly propagate statement result values in the same manner as block. This could result in the eval function producing an incorrect result when evaluating a program text. In practice, most implementations of Edition 3 have implemented the correct propagation rather than what was specified in Edition 3. 5.1.0.6. regexp prototype is now a regexp object rather than an instance of object. The value of its internal property, which is observable using an object prototype to string, is now regexp rather than object. ECMA International 2009 235, 236. Copyright sign, ECMA 9. Annex E. Informative. Additions and changes in the 5th edition that introduce incompatibilities with the 3rd edition. Point 1. Unicode format control characters are no longer stripped from ECMAScript source text before processing. In Edition 5, if such a character appears in a string literal or regular expression literal, the character will be
Oh, the delay in saving it.
incorporated into the literal. Point 2. Unicode character, BOM, is now treated as whitespace, and its presence in the middle of what appears to be an identifier could result in a syntax error which would not have occurred in Edition 3. Point 3. Line terminator characters that are preceded by an escape sequence are now allowed within a string literal token. In Edition 3, a syntax error would have been produced. 8.5. Regular expression literals now return a unique object each time the literal is evaluated. This change is detectable by any programs that test the object identity of such literal values or that are sensitive to the shared side effects. 8.5. Edition 5 requires early reporting of any possible regexp constructor errors that would be produced when converting a regular expression literal to a regexp object. Prior to Edition 5, implementations were permitted to defer the reporting of such
Let's see if it works, whatever.
creation of the object. 8.5. In Edition 5, unescape characters may appear as a character class in a regular expression literal. In Edition 3, such a character would have been interpreted as the final character of the literal. 0, 4, 2. In Edition 5, indirect calls to the eval function use the global environment as both the variable environment and lexical environment for the eval code. In Edition 3, the variable and lexical environments of the caller of an indirect eval was used as the environments for the eval code. 5, 4, 4. In Edition 5, the all methods of array prototype are intentionally generic. In Edition 3, to string and to locale string were not generic and would throw a type error exception if applied to objects that were not instances of array. 0.6. In Edition 5, the array indexed properties of argument objects that correspond to actual formal parameters are enumerable. In Edition 3, such properties were not enumerable. 0.6. In Edition 5, the value of the internal property of an argument's object is arguments. In Edition 3, it was object. This is observable if toString is called as a method of an argument's object. 2, 6, 4. Foreign statements no longer throw a type error.
Yes, it works.
Find. Instead, the statement behaves
This is so boring. LBRB.
enumerable properties. 5. In Edition 5, the following new properties are defined on built-in objects that exist in Edition 3. Object get prototype of, object get own property descriptor, object get own property names, object create, object define property, object define properties, object seal, object freeze, object prevent extensions, object is sealed, object is frozen, object is extensible, object keys, function prototype bind, array prototype index of, array prototype last index of, array prototype every, array prototype sum, array prototype for each, array prototype map, array prototype filter, array prototype reduce, array prototype reduce right, string prototype trim, date now, date prototype to ISO string, date prototype to JSON. ECMA International 2009 237. 15. Implementations are now required to ignore extra arguments to standard built-in methods unless otherwise explicitly specified. In Edition 3, the handling of extra arguments was unspecified and implementations were explicitly allowed to throw a type error exception. 5. 1. 1. The value properties nan, infinity, and undefined of the global object have been changed to be read-only properties. 5. 1. 2. 1. Implementations are no longer permitted to restrict the use of eval and ways th at a not a direct call. In addition, any invocation of eval that is not a direct call uses the global environment as its variable environment rather than the caller's variable environment. 5. 1. 2. 2. The specification of the function parseInt no longer allows implementations to treat strings beginning with a 0 character as octal values. 5. 3. 4. 3. In Edition 3, a type error is thrown if the second argument passed to function prototype applies neither an array object nor an arguments object. In addition 5, the second argument may be any kind of generic array-like object that has a valid length property. 5, 3.
I'm pretty sure I'm burned out because I'm coming back to the stream whatever before 10 minutes is up.
Apply or
Normally I'm like wandering off. I don't know. I'm so bored. I gotta focus. So I don't know, I gotta like do whatever chatbot said, assuming it works, and highlight stuff in the text file so we can like find and replace easier.
addition 3 code, but
That's the goal.
activation of the target function.
So I'll do that.
This difference may be observable by host object functions called using apply or call. In addition, invoking a standard built-in function in this manner with null or undefined passed to this value will in many cases cause behavior in addition 5 implementations that differ from addition 3 behavior. In particular, in addition 5 built-in functions that are specified to actually use the passed this value as an object typically throw a type error exception if passed null or undefined as to this value. 5, 3, 5, 2. In addition 5, the prototype property of function instances is not enumerable. In addition 3, this property was enumerable. 5, 5, 5, 2. In addition 5, the individual characters of a string objects. 5, 9, 4, 2. Date parse is now required to first attempt to parse its argument as an ISO format string. Programs that use this format but depended upon implementation-specific behavior, including failure, may behave differently. 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 2. In addition 5, S now additionally matches BOM 5, 1, 0, 4, 1. In addition 3, the exact form of the string value of the source property of an object created by the regexp constructor is implementation defined. In addition 5, the string must conform to certain specified requirements and hence may be different from that produced by an addition 3 implementation. 5, 1, 0, 6, 4. In addition 3, the result of regexp prototype to string need not be derived from the value of the regexp object's source property. In addition 5, the result must be derived from the source property in a specified manner and hence may be different from the result produced by an addition 3 implementation. 5, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 5, 1, 1, 4, 3. In addition 5, if an initial value for the message property of an error object is not specified via the error constructor, the initial value of the property is the empty string. In addition 3, such an initial value is implementation defined. 38. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009, 1511444. In addition 3, the result of error prototype to string is implementation defined. In addition 5, the result is fully specified and hence may differ from some addition 3 implementations. 5.12. In addition 5, the name JSON is defined in the global environment. In addition 3, testing for the presence of that name will show it to be undefined unless it is defined by the program or implementation. ECMA International 2009 239, 240. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. Bibliography, 1. ANSI IEEE 754, 1985. IEEE Standard for Binary Floating Point Arithmetic. Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, New York 1985. 2. The Unicode Consortium. The Unicode Standard, version 3.0, defined by the Unicode Standard, version 3.0 Boston, MA, Addison Wesley, 2000. ISBN 0201 3. Unicode Inc. 1998. Unicode Technical Report Number 15. Unicode Normalization Forms. ECMA International 2009 241. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009.
the spacing on this this older Mac keyboard, whatever. There's more. I don't know. The keys are like slightly different. I'm trying to hit the keys and I keep missing. It's gonna take like 2-3 days to like get used to typing on this. I wish you could like just snap and then like I can type on it and I have to like kind of memorize where the keys are at. But nope. This is annoying. I can't even like type, it's annoying. At some point I'll pick up wherever the keys are at, and this is annoying though. Having to like adjust to another keyboard. Chatbot, it's a piece of shit. For fuck's sake. Chatbot sucks. Oh my god, this is wasting time. Now there's no color highlighting at all. For fuck's sake. Oh my god. Chatbot is so fucking dumb. I just want to be done. I don't want to type up file paths. I don't want to type up folder names. This is so stupid. Yeah, but it's fucking pointless. Oh my god. For fuck's sake, I just want to change the fucking color. That's all I want to do. I want to change the color. It's so simple. Oh, I need to just Google it. Chatbot's fucking not working. I can't spend all day trying to change the fucking color for fuck's sake. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. Ah, I'm so pissed off. For fuck's sake. I pick this stupid. I hate this, for God. I changed the color scheme to pick. Did it really delete the stuff I had? That's cool. Okay, so I changed the color scheme, and then Sublime like decides to like modify my user file, so it overrided it, and now it's this theme, whatever. Okay, so like if I go up to here, whatever, this is so annoying when they just edit the fucking file all free willy whenever the fuck they change it. I'm gonna change this theme, okay? So it says acid black, whatever. Go to preferences, set color scheme. I'm gonna do like cyanide mint. I don't even know. Whatever, doesn't matter. It'll change down here, whatever. You see how it changed? Now it says mint, whatever the heck it is. So I have a packages user, my syntax override, Sublime text color scheme. So now Sublime should be picking packages user, whatever override. This is the file path to this folder, not folder, file. This file here, and I do extends. So this should literally extend whatever this is. I paste in here, so I'm gonna paste the other theme. This is so annoying. So I want to pick, I guess, whatever this mint theme is. I'm gonna copy this path here. It's in the same directory of packages, whatever it is. So copy. And extends here, I'm gonna paste. So now it should do mid contrast late theme, whatever it is. Mid save. Now I'm gonna go over to here in the preferences. Now I'm gonna pick this file I just made, whatever. It's not highlighting the same as the other one. But now, instead of this, which is what it is right now, it's gonna go to this file here and do extends and then pick the theme I have right now. So it should literally do what it's doing right now when I save the other file. It's straight up super simple. It should extend it, but since I have nothing in this file other than extend, it's commented out. It should look like this, right? So I'm gonna hit save here. What the fuck? Why is it white? So extends clearly isn't working. So fucking annoying. For fuck's sake. I want to do a simple fucking thing. I can't take it. Like, if it almost worked, that's cool, but like, this says no coloring at all. Like, for fuck's sake. God damn it. This is the problem with modern software that everybody knows.
The main reason why most of us uses Sublime Text is no, not stability or other awesome features as command palette. Sublime Text default color scheme. Cutting this scheme out of Sublime is mean that you are using Notepad. The main reason why most of us uses Sublime Text is no, not stability or other awesome features as command palette. Sublime Text default color scheme. Not stability or other awesome features as command palette.
So fucking annoying. Fuck. Everything's stupid as fuck. I'll be right back. Bunch of fucking idiots though. So fucking dumb, these stupid people. It extends. It doesn't fucking work. I'm literally doing that. Try one more time. It didn't change anything. Fuck. This program is shit. Fuck's sake. Okay, so basically, Sublime is shit. As evidence, well, this doesn't work, whatever. I give up for now. This is a waste. I'm so angry. I just wasted so much time. I just want to simply highlight some stuff. I don't know. I can't get the extends working, whatever. Even if like I don't apply anything, I just want to like extend the theme as it is. Like let's say that commenting it out does something or whatever. So like now it should technically extends whatever extends packages whatever here. So I'll go over here, a copy. So here's a copy of whatever the cyanide theme, doesn't matter. Here, paste it. Okay, so I pasted it and I'm gonna run it. Let's hit save. Okay, guess it didn't paste. That's cool. Okay, there it goes. So see how it changed the theme? Okay, so this is the same file path here. So I'm gonna take this file path here. I'm gonna put that path inside of the file that extends. So this is the extends file. I'm gonna paste like that. So now it's the same path, okay? I'm gonna save this file. I'm gonna go over to here, and now in this file, I'm gonna include that file. This is the file path to this file that extends it. Here, literally the file path. It's in the same folder. Like the root of the folder is packages. So it's literally the correct file path. Because it's packages. I fucking hate this fucking program. So it's packages, and then it's a user, my syntax, but the default for the themes is packages, theme cyanide, blah blah blah. But the base is packages, it's the same. So I'm gonna paste here this file that I have made that extends this theme. Or not theme, whatever the color thing it is. Color saint, what's the fucking, it's so stupid. Color scheme. So I'm gonna hit save. What the fuck? So I give up with trying to do this right now. I'm so pissed off. I can't waste any more time. I just want to change. I want to highlight a couple fucking numbers. That's too much to ask for. And have that as a evidence, whatever. That Sublime is shit. This user, whoever this is, he said this.
The main reason why most of us uses Sublime Text is no, not stability or other awesome features as command palette. Sublime Text default color scheme.
The whole
Not stability or other awesome features.
is like he hits every nail with every hammerhead. He hits the nail on the hammer. I don't know. This program is shit. So I give up trying to like change color scheme for now. I just wanted a simple little thing. I want to highlight the number 4 and 2 to make my life a little bit easier so I can like read things quicker because it'll be like brightly highlighted. But I can't get that. So I just gotta do it. Whatever, however, just read the fucking text and find the numbers and whatever. This program is fucking shit, just like everything. It's a bunch of shit. So I'm gonna like try to fucking update the code and start finding replacing, and I give up on any kind of like quest here that make my life easier because everything has to be difficult as fuck. Alright, I'm done ranting. I just wasted so much time. I can't waste any more time doing this anymore. This program's shit. But I forgot I had these themes installed, so at least I can, whatever, look better than the old one. What is up with copy paste? It's not. This file, it updates as you're editing it. It's so annoying. I can't even see when I'm zoomed in this close. So I give up on this for now. I'll highlight shit later. This program is shit. I can't believe people would donate, for fuck's sake. It's crap. But it's like the best of all the crap. It doesn't mean it's not crap, it's still crap. I'm so pissed off. I'm so tired of this. It takes so long to fucking find and replace everything. Oh my god. Shit. So I don't know. I'm gonna like look for every number 4 and fucking replace it with the new name variable define that indicates 4, because 4 is a magic number and I should have never did that. So now I have to find every place where I'm using 4 and replace it. And I don't know, that's about it. I'm just gonna get going. There's like 30,000 matches and I can't get Sublime to give me like it's shit. I want like I just wanted something to make my life easier, but I'm not gonna get it. Like if it could highlight this number 4 here, right here, as like bright pink, it would make it so much easier to read, because every 4 would be highlighted bright pink, and I could like just scroll and just see the number I'm looking for. But now I have to look for number 4 as like 4, or like this with these little gray box around it. You can't even see the gray box because the video is 4K, then downsampled to 180p. So now I gotta look for this freaking shit. If the gray box is even visible, that's not even noticeable. I'm not even gonna bother to look up how to like change it so like it'll highlight whatever's highlighted to make it like pink or something, because it's gonna be the same quest with the same result where it's not gonna work. So I'm just gonna leave everything as it is and find every fucking place where the number 4 is used and replace it with a new fucking keyword. Everything is shit. Like everything, literally shit. Oh, program's like stuck. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, it won't zoom out. There it goes. I need to save it back up and get going and stop wasting time trying to like make life easier. Everything sucks. This computer is so laggy. I had to turn the fan on. I don't know. I'm just gonna let it sound like this. This is how good OBS is at noise stabilization, whatever you want to call it, suppression. OBS is shit. Sublime is shit. Windows is shit. And everything is pissing me the fuck off. I don't want to find and replace 30,000 places where the number 4 shows up. I'm so angry. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna put let's just see that. Things will. You know what? Whatever. Shit's shit. Shit will be shit. It's eventually. Whatever. Sucks.
Runtime semantics. Case block evaluation. The syntax-directed operation case block evaluation takes argument input, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Case block, return undefined. Case block, case clauses. Let V be undefined. Let A be the list of case clause items in case clauses. In source text order, let found be false. For each case clause C of A. Do, if found is false, then I set found to. Case clause is selected. C. Input, B if found is true. Then I let R be completion. Evaluation of C. 2. If R is not empty, set V to R. 3. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty. R. V. Return V. Case block. Case clause assopt. Default clause case clause assopt. Let V be undefined. If the first case clause is present, then let A be the list of case clause items in the first case clauses. In source text order 3. Else let A be a new empty list. Let found be false. For each case clause C of A. Do, if found is false, then I set found to. Case clause is selected. C. Input, B if found is true. Then I let R be completion. Evaluation of C. 2. If R is not empty, set V to R. 3. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty. R. V. Let found INB be false. If the second case clause is present, then let B be the list of case clause items in the second case clauses. In source text order 8. Else let B be a new empty list 9. If found is false, then 16. ECMA International 2024. For each case clause C of B. Do, I have found INB is false. Then set found INB to. Case clause is selected. C. Input 2. If found INB is true, Then, let R be completion. Evaluation of case clause C. If R is not empty, set V to R. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, R. V 0. If found INB is true, return V 1. Let default be completion. Evaluation of default clause 2. If defaulter is not empty, set V to defaulter 3. If defaulter is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, defaulter V 4. Note: the following is another complete iteration of the second case clauses 5. For each case clause C of B, do a let R be completion. Evaluation of case clause C. B if R is not empty, set V to R. C if R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, R. V 6. Return V 4. 1 2 3 case clause is selected. C. Input. The abstract operation case clause is selected takes argument C, a case clause parse node, and input, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or an abrupt completion. It determines whether C matches input. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. C is an instance of the production case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. Let expref be capital E. Evaluation of the expression of C. Let clause select be. Get value. Expref. Return is strictly equal. Input. Clause selector. 4. 1 2. For runtime semantics. Evaluation switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block. Let expref be. Evaluation of expression. Let switch value be. Get value. Expref. Let old-env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let block-env be new declarative environment. Old-env perform block declaration instantiation. Case block. Block-env. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to block-env. Let R be completion. Case block evaluation of case block with argument switch value. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old-env. Return R case clause. Case expression. 1. Return empty case clause. Case expression. Statement list 1. Return. Evaluation of statement list. Note this operation does not execute C's statement list, if any. The case block algorithm uses its return value to determine which statement list to start executing. Note no matter how control leaves the switch statement, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. ECMA International 2024 317. Default clause. Default. 1. Return empty. Default clause. Default. Statement list 1. Return. Evaluation of statement list. 4.13 Labeled statement syntax. Labeled statement. Yield. Await. Return. Label identifier yield await. Labeled item yield await return. Labeled item. Yield. Await. Return. Statement yield await return. Function declaration yield await. Default. 4. 1 3. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Labeled item. Function declaration. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. Note an alternative definition for this rule is provided in B 3.1.1.4.1.3. 2 static semantics is labeled function stmt. The abstract operation is labeled function takes argument stmt, a statement parse node, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If stmt is not a labeled statement, return false. Let item be the labeled item of stmt. If item is labeled item, function declaration, return true. Let sub-stmt be the statement of item. Return is labeled function, sub-stmt. 4. 1 3. 3 Runtime semantics. Evaluation labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return. Labeled evaluation of this labeled statement with argument. Note a statement may be prefixed by a label. Labeled statements are only used in conjunction with labeled break and continue statements. ECMAScript has no goto statement. A statement can be part of a labeled statement, which itself can be part of a labeled statement, and so on. The labels introduced this way are collectively referred to as the current label set when describing the semantics of individual statements. 318. ECMA International 2024 1413 for runtime semantics. Labeled evaluation. The syntax-directed operation labeled evaluation takes a argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Breakable statement. Iteration statement. Let STMT result be completion. Loop evaluation of iteration statement with argument label set. If STMT result is a break completion, then if STMT result is empty, then if STMT result is empty, set STMT result to normal completion, undefined. 2. Else. Set STMT result to normal completion. STMT result. Return STMT result. Breakable statement. Switch statement. Let STMT result be completion. Evaluation of switch statement. If STMT result is a break completion, then if STMT result is empty, then if STMT result is empty, set STMT result to normal completion, undefined. 2. Else. Set STMT result to normal completion. STMT result. Return STMT result. Note 1. A breakable statement is one that can be exited via an unlabeled break statement. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Let STMT result be completion. Labeled evaluation of labeled item with argument new label set. If STMT result is a break completion and STMT result is label, then A set STMT result to normal completion. STMT result 5. Return STMT result. Labeled item. Function declaration. Return. Evaluation of function declaration. Statement. Block statement. Variable statement. Empty statement. Expression statement. If statement. Continue statement. Break statement. Return statement with statement. Throw statement. Try statement. Debugger statement. Return. Evaluation of statement. Note 2. The only two productions of statement which have special semantics for labeled evaluation are breakable statement and labeled statement. ECMA International 2024 319 14.14 Throw statement syntax. Throw statement. Yield. Await. Throw. No line terminator here. Expression. Plus in yield await. 4. 1 4. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Throw statement. Throw expression. Let x the ref be. Evaluation of expression. Let x per value be. Get value. X per ref. Return. Throw completion. X per value. 4.15 Thetry statement syntax. Try statement. Yield. Await. Return. Try block yield await return. Catch yield await return. Try block yield await return. Finally yield await return. Try block yield await return. Catch yield await return. Finally yield await return. Catch. Yield. Await. Return. Catch. Catch parameter yield await. Block yield await return. Catch block yield await return. Finally. Yield. Await. Return. Finally block yield await return. Catch parameter. Yield. Await. Binding identifier yield await. Binding pattern yield await. 4. 1 5. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Capital C. Catch parameter. Block. It is a syntax error if bound names of catch parameter contains any duplicate elements. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of catch parameter also occurs in the lexically declared names of block. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of catch parameter also occurs in the are declared names of block. Note an alternative static semantics for this production is given in B. 3.4. Note, the try statement encloses a block of code in which an exceptional condition can occur, such as a runtime error or a throw statement. The catch clause provides the exception handling code. When a catch clause catches an exception, its catch parameter is bound to that exception. 320. ECMA International 2024 1415 to runtime semantics. Catch clause evaluation. The syntax-directed operation catch clause evaluation takes argument thrown value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Catch catch parameter block. Let old-env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let catch-env be new declarative environment. Old-env for each element argname of the bound names of catch parameter. Do a perform catch-env create mutable binding argname. False. Set the running execution context's lexical environment catch-env. Let status be completion. Binding initialization of catch parameter with arguments thrown value and catch-env. If status is an abrupt completion, then A set the running execution context's lexical environment to old-env. B return status. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old-env. Return. B catch block. Return. Evaluation of block. 4, 1, 5, 3 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Try statement. Try block catch. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. If B is a throw completion, let C be completion. Catch clause evaluation of catch with argument B. Else. Let C be B. Return. Update empty. C. Undefined. Try statement. Try block finally. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. Let F be completion. Evaluation of finally. If F is a normal completion, set F to B. Return. Update empty. F. Undefined. Try statement. Try block catch finally. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. If B is a throw completion, let C be completion. Catch clause evaluation of catch with argument B. Else. Let C be B. Let F be completion. Evaluation of finally. If F is a normal completion, set F to C. Return. Update empty. F. Undefined. Note: no matter how control leaves the block, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. ECMA International 2024 321 14.16 The debugger statement syntax. Debugger statement. Debugger. 4, 1, 6. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Debugger statement. Debugger. If an implementation-defined debugging facility is available and enabled, then A. Perform an implementation-defined debugging action. B. Return a new implementation-defined completion record. Else. A. Return empty. 5. ECMAScript language. Functions and classes. 5.1 Parameter lists syntax. Unique formal parameters. Yield. Await. Formal parameters yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Await. Empty. Function rest parameter yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Function rest parameter yield await. Formal parameter list. Yield. Await. Formal parameter yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter yield await. Function rest parameter. Yield. Await. Binding rest element yield await. Formal parameter. Yield. Await. Binding element yield await. 5. 1. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Unique formal parameters. Formal parameters. 22. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Note: evaluating a debugger statement may allow an implementation to cause a breakpoint when run under a debugger. If a debugger is not present or active, this statement has no observable effect. Note: various ECMAScript language elements cause the creation of ECMAScript function objects. 10.2. Evaluation of such functions starts with the execution of their internal method. 102. 1. It is a syntax error if bound names of formal parameters contains any duplicate elements. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. It is a syntax error if is simple parameter list of formal parameter list is false and bound names of formal parameter list contains any duplicate elements. 5. 1. 2 static semantics. Contains expression. The syntax directed operation contains expression, takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Object binding pattern. Binding rest property. 1. Return false. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding rest property. 1. Return contains expression of binding property list. Array binding pattern. Elegant. 1. Return false. Array binding pattern. Elegant binding rest element. 1. Return contains expression of binding rest element. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elegant. 1. Return contains expression of binding element list. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elegant binding rest element. Let us be contains expression of binding element list. If his is true, return true. Return contains expression of binding rest element. Binding property list. Binding property list. Binding property. Let us be contains expression of binding property list. If his is true, return true. Return contains expression of binding property. Binding element list. Binding element list. Binding elegant element. Let us be contains expression of binding element list. If his is true, return true. Return contains expression of binding L is an element. Binding elegant element. Elegant binding element 1. Return contains expression of binding element. Note multiple occurrences of the same binding identifier in a formal parameter list is only allowed for functions which have simple parameter lists and which are not defined in strict mode code. ECMA International 2024 323. Binding property. Property name. Binding element. Let his be is computed property key of property name. If his is true, return true. Return contains expression of binding element. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return true. Binding rest element. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Binding rest element. Binding pattern. Return contains expression of binding pattern. Formal parameters. Empty. 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter. If contains expression of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return contains expression of function rest parameter. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If contains expression of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return contains expression of formal parameter. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Return contains expression of formals. A sync arrow binding identifier. Binding identifier. Return false. 5. 1. 3 static semantics is simple parameter list. The syntax directed operation is simple parameter list takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding element. Binding pattern. Return false 324. ECMA International 2024. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Empty. 1. Return true. Formal parameters. Function rest parameter 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter 1. Return false. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If a simple parameter list of formal parameter list is false, return false. Return is simple parameter list of formal parameter. Formal parameter. Binding element. Return is simple parameter list of binding element. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier. Return true. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Return a simple parameter list of formals. A sync arrow binding identifier. Return true. Capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R. Member expression arguments. Let head be the Sinclair, our head that is covered by capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R. Return a simple parameter list of head. 5 1. For static semantics. Has initializer. The syntax-directed operation has initializer takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding element. Binding pattern. Return false. ECMA International 2024 325. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return true. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return has initializer of formal parameter. 5 1. 5 static semantics. Expected argument count. The syntax-directed operation expected argument count takes no arguments and returns an integer. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Formal parameters. Empty. Function rest parameter. Return 0. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter. Return expected argument count of formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter is true, return 0. Return 1. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. Let count be expected argument count of formal parameter list. If his initializer of formal parameter list is true or has initializer of formal parameter is true, return count. Return count plus 1. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier 1. Return 1. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Note the expected argument count of a formal parameter list is the number of formal parameters to the left of either the rest parameter or the first formal parameter with an initializer. A formal parameter without an initializer is allowed after the first parameter with an initializer, but such parameters are considered to be optional with undefined as their default value. 2. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Return expected argument count of formals. 26. ECMA International 2024 Property Set Parameter List. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter is true, return 0. Return 1. A sync arrow binding identifier. Binding identifier 1. Return 1. 5.2 Function definitions syntax. Function declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Await. Function body. Yield. Await. Plus default. Function. Formal parameters. Yield. Await. Function body. Yield. Await. Function expression. Function binding identifier. Yield. Await opt formal parameters. Yield. Await. Function body. Yield. Await. Function body. Yield. Await. Function statement list yield await. Function statement list. Yield. Await. Statement list yield await. Plus return opt 1 5. 2. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Function declaration. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Function body. Function. Formal parameters. Function body. Function expression. Function binding identifier opt. Formal parameters. Function body. If the source text match by formal parameters is strict mode code. The early error rules for unique formal parameters. Formal parameters are applied if binding identifier is present and the source text match by binding identifier is strict mode code. It is a syntax error if the string value of binding identifier is either eval or arguments. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict if function body is true and is simple parameter list of formal parameters is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of function body. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contains super property is true. It is a syntax error if function body contains super property is true. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contains supercall is true. It is a syntax error if function body contains supercall is true. Function body. Function statement list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of function statement list contains any duplicate entries. Note the lexically declared names of a function body does not include identifiers bound using var or function declarations. ECMA International 2024 327. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of function statement list also occurs in the var declared names of function statement list. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of function statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of function statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E a function statement list with arguments and is true. 5. 2. 2 static semantics. Function body contains use strict. The syntax directed operation function body contains use strict takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Function body. Function statement list. If the directive prologue of function body contains a use strict directive, return true. Otherwise, return false. 5. 2. 3 runtime semantics. Evaluate function body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate function body takes arguments function object, an ECMAScript function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Function body. Function statement list. Perform. Capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I function object arguments list return evaluation of function statement list 5 2 for runtime semantics capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital O B J. The syntax directed operation capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital O B J takes argument CNV, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body. Let name be string value of binding identifier. Let source text be the source text match by function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create, %function prototype %, source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, f, name, perform make constructor, f, return f, function declaration, function, formal parameters, function body. Let source text be the source text match by function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create, %function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, f, default, perform make constructor, f, return f, 328. ECMA International 2024. An anonymous function declaration can only occur as part of an export default declaration. Note, and its function code is therefore always strict mode code. 152. 5 runtime semantics. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P. The syntax directed operation capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function expression, function, formal parameters, function body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text match by function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create, %function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, closure, name, perform make constructor, closure, return closure, function expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, assert, name is not present, set name to string value of binding identifier. Let outer env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let funky env be new declarative environment. Outer env perform funky env create immutable binding. Name false. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text match by function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create, %function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, funcs env, private env, perform cert function name, closure, name 0, perform make constructor, closure 1, perform func env initialize binding, name, closure. 2. Return closure. 5. 2. 6. Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Function declaration. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Function body. 1. Return empty. Note 1. An alternative semantics is provided in B. 3.2. Function declaration. Function. Formal parameters. Function body. 1. Return empty. Function expression. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Function body. 1. Return. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P a function expression. Note the binding identifier in a function expression can be referenced from inside the function expression's function body to allow the function to call itself recursively. However, unlike in a function declaration, the binding identifier in a function expression cannot be referenced from and does not affect the scope enclosing the function expression. Note 2. A prototype property is automatically created for every function defined using a function declaration or function expression, to allow for the possibility that the function will be used as a constructor. ECMA International 2024 329. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return undefined. 5.3. Arrow function definitions syntax. Arrow function. In. Yield. Await. Arrow parameters yield await. No line terminator here. Equals. Concise body in. Capital C. O. V. E. R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, yield await. Concise body, in, look ahead. Expression body in, await. Function body, yield, await, expression body, in, await, assignment expression in, yield await, supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, arrow parameters, yield, await, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, yield await. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, is refined using the following grammar. Arrow formal parameters, yield, await. Unique formal parameters yield await. 5, 3, 1 static semantics, early errors. Arrow function, arrow parameters equals, concise body. It is a syntax error if arrow parameters contains yield expression is true. It is a syntax error if arrow parameters contains await expression is true. It is a syntax error if concise body contains use strict of concise body is true and is simple parameter list of arrow parameters is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of arrow parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of concise body. Arrow parameters, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N must cover an arrow formal parameters 1 5 3 2 static semantics. Concise body contains use strict. The syntax-directed operation concise body contains use strict takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: concise body, expression body, return false. 30. ECMA International 2024. Arrow parameters: yield, await, binding identifier yield await, concise body, function body, return function body contains use strict of function body. 5. 3. Runtime semantics. Evaluate concise body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate concise body takes arguments function object, an ECMAScript function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: concise body, expression body, perform. Capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I function object, arguments list, return. Evaluation of expression body. 5. 3. 4 runtime semantics. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P R E S. The syntax-directed operation. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P R E S takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: arrow function, arrow parameters equals, concise body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by arrow function. Let closure be ordinary function create. Function prototype source text, arrow parameters, concise body, lexical this, env, private env, perform set function name, closure, name, return closure. An arrow function does not define local bindings for arguments, super, this, or new target. Note, any reference to arguments, super, this, or new target within an arrow function must resolve to a binding in a lexically enclosing environment. Typically this will be the function environment of an immediately enclosing function. Even though an arrow function may contain references to super, the function object created in step 5 is not made into a method by performing make method. An arrow function that references super is always contained within an on-arrow function, and the necessary state to implement super is accessible via the env that is captured.
I'm gonna Google one more time, try to figure out how to do like custom syntax highlighting. I gotta try to make replacing 30,000-ish matches easier, because I can't take this. This is so boring and tedious. So I don't know, I'm gonna like Google one more time to get custom highlighting, because it's gonna make it so much easier. I have to find a way, because this is gonna take so long. If I can like highlight things, it'll make things easier. That's all I want. So I'm gonna Google, try to find a solution, and if it highlights these 30,000-ish matches, it'll be easier to find and replace. That's all I need. I wasted so much time earlier on chatbot, and it didn't work. So I'm going to not use chatbot. I'm just going to Google it.
Get class element name yield await. Function body yield await. Set class element name yield.
I need to stop using chatbot altogether, maybe. It literally just pisses me off. It makes things more difficult. It is usually not helpful. It's like 50-50%. I don't know. I'm going to Google this. Try to figure out on Google. I do custom syntax highlighting and whatever. It sucks.
Error if any element of the bound names of unique formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of function body. Method definition. Set class element name. Property set parameter list. Function body. It is a syntax error if bound names of property set parameter list contains any duplicate elements. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict of function body is true and is simple parameter list of property set parameter.
It might also be possible to make a copy of turn the fan off. The software in OBS, it should be able to block the fan noise. This is ridiculous. Why can't modern technology and shit be modern? Like, for fuck's sake, nothing is modern. Everything is shit. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I have so much shit to do. This is so much work.
Name, property set parameter list. Function body. If property set parameter list contains supercall is true, return true. Return function body contains supercall. Generator method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. 2. If unique formal parameters contains supercall is true, return true. Return generator body contains supercall. 32. ECMA International 2024. Async generator method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async generator body. If unique formal parameters contains supercall is true, return true. Return
So I'm gonna Google this and see how it goes.
async class.
I need some kind of solution. I need stuff to be highlighted. This gonna take way too long to not highlight things. I just did replacing the types or whatever. All of like
Takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Method definition. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Function body. Return false. Method definition. Generator method. Async method. Async generator method. Get class element name. Function body. Set class element name. Property set parameter list. Function body. Return true. 5. 4. For runtime semantics. Define method. The syntax directed operation define method takes argument object, an object, and optional argument function prototype, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a record with fields, an ECMAScript function object, or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body. Let proc key be. Evaluation of class element name. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. If function prototype is present, then a let prototype be function prototype 5. Else a let
I already spent the last like 3-4 days, maybe a week total, replacing all the unsigned ints
type,
with this type, all the signed ints with this,
private env, perform,
and all of the ints with this.
return the record, closure, ECMA International 2020.
There was like maybe 80,000, like 80,000. So at least there's only 30,000 ints. Because 80,000, the keyboards are different, and I keep hitting the wrong keys. That's the most annoying part, is I can't just type like normal. So it takes so long to use this keyboard. But 80,000-ish is a lot more than 30,000-ish. So I got all these done. There's maybe like 80,000 of them that I had to go through. Not that I replaced. I had to like click through just to find them. So now like I can define the types that I have. I'm just explaining this because I'm stalling so I can think.
Text be the source text matched by method
So now if it's a
of the production formal parameters. Empty. Let closure be ordinary function create. Percent function prototype percent. Source text. Formal parameter list. Function body. Non-lexical this. env. Private env. Perform make method. Closure. Object. Perform set function name. Closure. Prop key. Get. If prop key is a private name, then a return private.
I don't understand Sublime. It's a piece of shit.
True. Be perform. Define prop.
When you zoom in too much, it just won't zoom out. It gets stuck.
Return unused. Method definition. Set class element name. Property set parameter list. Function body.
Man, I can't even type. These keys are all spaced differently.
Name. Let env be the run.
Can't take it. Everything's so annoying.
Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is that now, when I build it,
Function prototype percent. Source text. Property set parameter list. Function body. Non-lexical.
and like the arrow keys are different.
Form make method. Closure.
So now, when I build it, I think a long is the same thing as an it.
The private name. Then a return private element. Accessor. Undefined. A let desk be.
So this is like for 32-bit build.
Form. Define property or
And then for 64-bit build, I do this.
the method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generate.
And this should be highlighting,
Of class element name. Let env be the running
but it doesn't. It's cool.
Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by generator method. Let closure be ordinary function create. Percent generator function prototype percent. Source text. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. Non-lexical this. env. Private env. Perform make method. Closure. Object. Perform set function name.
So if it's 32-bit, I set this toggle whatever to 1 for like 32-bit. And then the else is 64-bit.
Pro. Closure. Prototype. Property descriptor. Prototype. True. False. False. 0.
I don't know how close. This theme might not work on stream because the colors are kind of close. And it gets compressed. And then it gets like downsampled. I don't know, whatever.
B.
So this is 32-bit. I have to do a 64-bit build instead of having to find every place where unsigned long, signed log, and then long is at. Since I replaced it with these keywords,
Function create. Percent async generator function.
when I switch to 64-bit, it's the same keywords as above, but they're defined to long, long, which is 32-bit, and 32-bit, which is 64-bit.
Name. Closure.
So like, this works for mass replace, but you still have to find all of these keywords in the first place in every single file that you're building a program, because it's the year 2024. And in the year 2024,
False. False. 0.
you can make shortcuts. Like here you go to shortcut, you go to new, shortcut. So you can make a shortcut. This magnifier tool does not work. Nothing works. You can make a new shortcut to like text, not text, to like a folder file, but you can't make a shortcut to text.
Source text be the source text matched by a sync method.
If it was possible to make a shortcut to text, I could take like this keyword, I could paste it here, and could like right click, go like make shortcut whatever,
This. env. Private env. Perform.
and I could open like 2-3 files, whatever. So let's say there's stuff in this file.
Closure. Prop key. Return. Define method property. Object. Prop key. Closure. Enumerate.
And then there's stuff in this file.
Definitions syntax. Generate a declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Function binding identifier yield await.
Now let's say that there is
Capital G. Generator body plus default. Function. Formal parameters plus yield.
let's say that there's 164 files. Okay?
Dot formal
So I'm gonna open here, make 164 files. This is my problem with the so-called modern operating system,
generator body.
is that it's like the 1970s.
Yield expression.
What was stolen from Gary Cadell and several other various programmers and overwritten in history has just been recycled and not changed since freaking forever.
Plus yield await. ECMA International 2024 300.
Now let's say like I make 164 files as like a realistic example, because this program I'm writing, the JavaScript engine, there's 164 files. So let's say I open 164 files.
Operations relating to generators are defined in 2.7.5.3.1.5.5.1 static semantics. Early errors. Generator method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. It is a syntax error if has direct super generator method is true. It is a syntax error if unique formal parameters contains yield expression is true. It is a syntax error if
Now pretending that wasn't 168 times.
formal parameters is
But let's say that was 168 times. Now let's say all these files have code in them,
also occurs in the lexically declared names of generator
and they have this keyword I'm talking about here.
function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Generator body.
So like copy this whatever.
Generator body. Generator
And I'll put it in this file, because let's say this file has code.
formal parameters. Generate.
Let's say this file has code. But this file's a little bit different, because if every file was the same, it's not a program. Every file has exactly what it needs to do its operations. So every file is fucking different. Okay? Let's say there's 168 files. Alright. So like that's my example, right? Let's say that this keyword shows up in these files I just made.
Of the bound names of form.
Let's say there's 36,682 matches. So let's say like this keyword is in this file. There's just I don't know, whatever. It's random shit. So this keyword shows up, but this is like a variation of this thing, and it has no space here, which means that this isn't actually this. So
The syntax.
let's say there's 32,682 matches. So like maybe 10,000 of them are this, another 20,000 are this. So now I gotta like, let's say like now, hypothetically, I want to replace this keyword there's no such thing as clicking on text and going new shortcut. No. Every text, chunk, word, whatever you want to call it, in the file is completely isolated from the rest of the whatever. It's literally just a file, a fucking text file.
Function.
So let's say that I save time by making a define here.
Generate a function prototype generate brand set G to empty.
So this saves me time now, right? I use this keyword, and this keyword. So I can toggle now between 32-bit and 64-bit. It's like, ta-da, look at that. I save so much time. But let's say like, I want to like rename this like A or like potato. I don't know why. Just so I have to do something. I'm gonna like rename it.
E-N.
So let's say it has to be potato. Now if this was a shortcut, like a new shortcut, you know, like
O-R capital T-E-N.
go to new shortcut to a folder or whatever. If it was like that,
A lexical.
then I would be able to change it. So it's like this, right? So I could go like, oh, I'm going to change the name of this. And if it was a shortcut, it means that in every place where I made a shortcut to this, it's going to be magically updated.
O-R capital.
So every place that it shows up, it's going to be the word with potato in it. So it'll be potato here, potato here. Now you see how I'm clicking on each individual file to replace it as an example, because it doesn't actually do that. And then in places like this, where it's like this whatever, it doesn't matter because I made a shortcut, which means that this is different than this, because this is a shortcut one. So like, if there's like 30,000, how many matches, hypothetically speaking? If there's 32,862 matches, hypothetically, if I could have a shortcut, I wouldn't have to go through the 20,000-ish that are the keyword. And I wouldn't have to sort through the ones that look like it, but that aren't. Because this keyword is different than this keyword. And if it was a shortcut, it would just magically update all the places a shortcut to the new keyword. And I wouldn't have to click through 20,000-ish of them across 164 files. And these files are very large. It's a big program. It's a full-sized program. So since the modern, quote, modern operating system can't do that, the modern operating system doesn't even have upside down characters for 0 through 9.
Formal parameters. Generate a body. Let's source text.
You can't even make 0 through 9 upside down. Technically, you could open Paint and you could flip them upside down. You could do whatever you want. You could distort it, you could flip it, but you can't make text that the compiler will build. The compiler doesn't use certain letters because they're, quote, illegal to use certain characters. So I don't know what I'm getting at. The modern operating system is shit. It's a waste of time. So this isn't even a hypothetical situation. I literally have to go through 164 files through 32,682 matches because the operating system doesn't let you do new shortcut to text. It would make sense. This is a modern fucking operating system. It's not 1970s. But no. We're living in the 1970s. I can't take it. Anyways. This isn't even hypothetical. I have to fucking go through now. Find every place where the number 4 shows up. Now the number 4 shows up 32,682 times. Sometimes the 4 is inside of a word, like H-E-L-L-O. So maybe it's like in a word. Or maybe the 4 is at the end of a variable.
Context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source
Now it's at the end here. What's the number 4?
binary function create.
Now it's going to take a long time to go through this program and find
Non-lexical this.
out of these 32,682 matches, which ones are the number 4 that I'm looking for, because I want just the 4. I don't want the 4 that's attached to a word or the 4 that's at the end of something that's enumerated. So I have to sit here and click through. It's going to take me a week, and I'm so angry. This is so time consuming. But I have to replace this 4 with a new keyword.
Identifier. Let outer env be the running exec.
So luckily, I already have a program, a slab allocator, that I did all this in.
Funky env create immutable binding. Name. False. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by generator expression. An anonymous generator declaration can only occur as part of an export default declaration. Note, and its function code is therefore always.
So the modern operating system has defines, right? So that's cool, but it's not helpful because you can define it
Source text.
in one place, but all those other places you have to go through manually and select them and replace them because you can't make a shortcut. So making a macro name is just a band-aid on the major underlying problem. The fact that this is not a modern operating system. There's a reason why most programmers are like 80 years old and dinosaurs, because they spend their lives doing this over and over and over. This is ridiculous.
Generator expression.
I need to get something done before I'm fucking 80 years old, for fuck's sake.
Return. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T I.
And there are many other people who would like to get things done before they turn 80 years old, because everything's so complicated, out of date, stuck in the 1970s and shit. And things may be changing soon. And I'm pretty sure if something happens, people would switch and they'd be like, this is so much better. So maybe one day that'll happen.
Yield.
Like it's bound to not happen. Because things do evolve and things become out of date. It's just a matter of time.
Let value be. Get value.
So one day it'll be possible to make a shortcut to text, but not today.
Iterator kind. Let iterator be iterator record. Let received be normal completion. Undefined. Repeat. Note the binding identifier in a generator expression can be referenced from inside the generator expression. Generator
So I have these defines from another program that I'm merging with this program.
to declaration.
I have machine word.
Open closing the generator expression. 38. ECMA International 2024.
So I'm going to call it whatever the keyword, machine word type, the T, and then capital T. And this is only like, this character works, but there's a bunch of other characters that don't work. So I had to like sort through and figure out, because this isn't a normal T. It's like a Unicode T. I don't know.
Complete. in a result. If done is true, then return.
So these all start with the same keyword because I made up a naming convention because this has to be done all the time.
Iterate a value.
I hate finding and replacing.
Set received to completion.
So the T means type, L means length, and SB means sign bit. It's really fucking simple. It's a lot simpler me explaining this than explaining how much fun it is to like replace 30,000 to replace 32,682 matches. That's no fun.
Exceptions from the inner.
So the length in bytes of a 32-bit number is 4 bytes, and the sign bit is a 31st bit. And then when I change the toggle to off, big 64-bit, down here, the same defines, but now it's 8 for the length because 8 bytes make up a 64-bit address, even though they don't use the 2 bytes at the end of the address, and they only use 6. And then the sign bit is a 63rd bit because the 64-bit number is 64 bits, and the sign bit is 63rd because it's position, not the length.
To give iterator a chance to clean up, let close.
So I have to replace all the places with the number 4 with this.
Form. Async iterator close. Iterator record. Close completion.
That's literally all I have to do.
Iterator close.
But there's places where it's clearly not supposed to be changed to 64-bit because that's why I'm using this, just so I can toggle between when the length has to be 4 for 32-bit to toggle between that,
If return is undefined.
and when the length has to be 8 for 64-bit.
Await. Value. Return.
Because this exists as a variable, a value, an operand to some like instruction, whatever. And it needs to like, a symbol needs to be used to represent it. And 4 means 4, it doesn't mean 8. So I have to use a textual replacement. So this works because now 4 is this, but then 8 is also this because what the number is depends on what this is defined as, which is either 8 when it's 64-bit
Empty. 9.
or 4 when it's 32-bit.
Generate view.
Iterator value inner return result.
So now, after I do
Received to completion.
searching through 32,682 matches, and I replace 20,000 of them maybe, there will be this keyword. But I still have to manually go through and replace a whole bunch of shit just to get this keyword in. I really wish the modern operating system
Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await.
that it fucking supported a new shortcut to text.
Formal parameters.
And not just text in a file. Text in a folder path, in a file path, any text anywhere. It's the year 2024. We don't live in 1970,
Plus await.
but we do, because stuff is frigging stolen from 1970s and never modified.
Await. ECMA International 2000.
So, I'm done mansplaining. I'm going to go through and find across 164 files, 32,682 matches, all the places where number 4 shows up, and I have to replace only the 4s that I know are most likely related to addressing or being holding relevance to having to be 32-bit or 64-bit.
Unique formal parameters.
Because clearly, if it's inside of a name, a variable, the number 4, it's not the 4 that I'm looking for. It's not the 4 that I'm looking for. That's punny. I hate everything. So I'm gonna try to Google first if there's a way to make this any easier, because I have to go through so many files, 32,682 instances. So it takes so long. So if I could highlight this so it turns pink or like a really bright color, then when I zoom out, when I'm looking at code, whatever,
If the source text match by formal parameters is strict mode,
it's going to save me a whole lot of time if things like stick out like a sore thumb. Because I'd be like this, whatever, looking at it, and be a fucking bright pink, bright pink, bright pink, and I could like see right where I'm looking for. Because when you do like Control F and you look for like 4, that's not the most visible. It's a fucking little gray box. You can't even see it until I zoom in because the video gets compressed. Like that's not visible. It takes so much work to go through 164 files, check 32,682 matches when they all show up like this. For fuck's sake, just scroll. It doesn't matter. See how 4 right there? Even like when it's green, it's everything else is green. If I could make this show up as bright pink, it's not even highlighting. God damn it.
generate a body, function body, perform.
Okay, now it's highlighted. If I could make it show up as bright pink everywhere that shows up at, like here's a 4 here, I want them all to pop out like this so I can zoom out.
A T I O N capital I N
Oh, this program sucks.
A N T I A
Fuck's sake.
arguments list. Let generator be ordinary create
I need to be able to just zoom out and just see everything so I can just go through and get done. That's all I need.
text. Set generate
Okay, now I'm done mansplaining. I'm gonna close all the stuff I made to explain this. I already saved a backup. I'll save another one just because.
A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T. The syntax directed operation capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T takes arguments env, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise.
Okay, so now I'm gonna Google. I'm not gonna use chatbot. I just need to simply highlight things with a color, like bright pink, bright purple, just a color, to make my life a teeny bit easier. Because I already like replaced 80,000 types. It took like 6 days. And it gets really old really fast. I can't take this. I need to make this easier to somehow find and replace. Because this is so irritating.
Type percent perform.
So I'm gonna like Google, stop talking, try to find whatever. And I don't know, whatever.
False. false. Return F, async generator declaration, async function, formal parameters, async generator body. Let source text be the source text matched by async generator declaration. Let F be ordinary function create. Async generator function prototype source text, formal parameters, async generator body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform set function name, F, default. Let prototype be ordinary object create, async generator function prototype perform. Define.
Like, what the fuck is this? I just want to change the highlighting of a couple things. How do they not have a menu? Why do I have to, why does it involve 30 different language is shit?
STANT.
Like, you would need to create your own syntax file and then update your color scheme to hook into scopes you define via TM language. You need to use Johnson YAML with regex to write a basic file. Then there are various packages on top of it. We'll convert Johnson YAML to a plist. Oh my god, what? It has to be a plist? It's a specific type of XML. Now, why is the web browser involved with this? With it, like, for fuck's sake. Fuck. Everything's stupid.
NC capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: async generator expression, async function, formal parameters, async generator body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the cycle environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running.
Oh, this is so much work. Fuck's sake.
The source text match by async generator expression. Let closure be ordinary function create. Async generator function prototype source text, formal parameters, async generator body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform set function name, closure, name. Let prototype be ordinary object create. Async generator function prototype perform. Define property or throw, closure, prototype, property descriptor, prototype, writable, true, false, false. Return closure, async generator expression, async function binding identifier.
When you make the new syntax file, you lose the other syntax that it was for C. So I can't just make a new syntax file because I need the syntax. And then they like have a separate file for what the fucking styling of it. But for what the fuck? It's stupid. No wonder this shit is so slow and it can't even like barely edit text. They're running so much fucking code. Do the simplest shit.
6. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by async generator.
I don't know. I'm gonna ask chatbot. I'm gonna figure this out. This is fucking stupid.
Source text, formal parameters, async generator body, non-lexical this, func env, private env, perform set function name, closure, name 0. Let prototype be ordinary object create, async generator function prototype percent 1. Perform. Define property or throw, closure, prototype, property descriptor, prototype, writable, true, false, false 2. Perform func env initialize binding, name, closure 3. Return closure 5, 6, 5. Runtime semantics, evaluation, async generator expression, async function binding identifier formal parameters, async generator body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital G, E, N, E, T O R capital F U N C T of async generator expression. 5.7 Class definitions. Syntax. Class declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Class binding identifier. Yield await. Class tail. Yield await. Class default. Class tail. Yield await. Class expression. Yield await. Class binding identifier. Yield await op. Class tail. Yield await. Class tail. Yield await. Class heritage. Yield await op. Class body. Yield await opt. Class heritage. Yield await. Extends left hand side expression. Yield await. Class body. Yield await. Class element list. Yield await. Class element list. Yield await. Class element. Yield await. Class element list. Yield await. Class element. Yield await. Class element. Yield await. Method definition. Yield await. Static method definition. Yield await. Field definition. Yield await. Static field definition. Yield await. Class static block. Note T. He binding identifier in an async generator expression can be referenced from inside the async generator expression's async generator body to allow the generator code to call itself recursively. However, unlike in an async generator declaration, the binding identifier in an async generator expression cannot be referenced from and does not affect the scope enclosing the async generator expression. 42. ECMA International 2024. Field definition. Yield await. Class element name. Yield await. Initializer. Plus in yield await opt. Class element name. Yield await. Property name. Yield await. Private identifier. Class static block. Static. Class static block body. Class static block body. Class static block statement list. Class static block state.
I don't. Chatbot's not funny. This is just stupid. It's not even funny. It's like doing highlighting to like, oh, okay, I'll help you simply do this. It's gonna give me the wrong fucking solution. Making a joke of things when it doesn't even know what it's doing half the time doesn't ease the tension of someone who's frustrated and pissed off because Chatbot's a piece of shit. Chatbot is stupid. I gotta figure this out though. Everything sucks.
It is a syntax error if prototype property name list of
I literally told it not to do this.
identifiers of class element list contains any duplicate.
I said, don't pretend to communicate like a human, which clearly means right there, it's trying to make a joke. It can't even like do the simple things.
It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition is not constructor and has direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition.
It's gonna be the same exact response last time, which didn't work. I'll try it anyways. Maybe it'll work this time.
Direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition is prototype. Class element. Field definition. It is a syntax error if prop name of field definition is constructor. Class element. Static field definition. It is a syntax error if prop name of field definition is either prototype or constructor. Field definition. Class element name initializer opt. It is a syntax error if initializer is present and contains arguments of initializer as true. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 343, it is a syntax error if initializer is present and initializer contains supercall is true. Class element name. Private identifier. It is a syntax error if string value of private identifier is constructor. Class static block body. Class static block statement list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of class static block statement list contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of class static block statement list also occurs in the var declared names of class static BL op statement list. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of class static block statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of class static block statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of class static block statement list with arguments and is true. It is a syntax error if contains arguments of class static block statement list is true. It is a syntax error if class static block statement list contains supercall is true. It is a syntax error if class static block statement list contains await is true. 5, 7, 2 static semantics. Class element kind. The syntax-directed operation class element kind takes no arguments and returns constructor method, non-constructor method, or empty. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element. Method definition. If prop name of method definition is constructor, return constructor method. Return non-constructor method. Class element. Static method definition.
That isn't. Freaking sound keeps breaking. Or ran out of stuff to read. I don't know, sound software keeps crashing. This time, I guess it stopped running because there's nothing to read. No, the sound software did die. That, what? Oh my god.
Return the var scope. Opt. If the first case clauses is present, let declarations 1 be the var scope declarations of the first case clauses. Else, let declarations 1 be a new empty list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of default clause. If the second case clauses is present, let declarations 3 be the var scope declarations of the second case clauses. Else, let declarations 3 be a new empty list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1, declarations 2, and declarations 3. Case clauses. Case clauses. Case clause. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of case clauses. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of case clause. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Default clause. Default. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the var scope declarations of labeled item. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Try statement. Try block catch. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of catch. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try statement. Try block finally. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of finally. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try statement. Try block catch finally. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of catch. Let declarations 3 be var scope declarations of finally. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1, declarations 2, and declarations 3. 06. ECMA International 2024. Catch. Catch. Catch parameter. Block. Return the var scope declarations of block. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list. Statement list. Return the top level var scope declarations of statement list.
Chatbot says
Empty.
it's gonna work. I'm really hoping it works this time.
List.
I have a feeling. Whatever. Here we go.
Of statement list. Concise body.
Hit save. Now
Return a new empty.
it should highlight.
Body 1. Return a new empty list.
I'm gonna type in this my word 1. I don't know, whatever word that chatbot picked.
Level var scope declarations of statement list.
If this works, please just work. Oh my god, just fucking work.
Module item list module item. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of module item list. Let declarations 2 be var scoped declarations of module item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and
It didn't work. It didn't fucking work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
export declaration. If export declaration is export variable statement.
It doesn't work. I'm not surprised at all.
2024 107 8 2 8 static semantics. Top level lexically declared names. The syntax directed operation top level lexically declared names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement list. Statement list item. Let names 1 be top level lexically declared names of statement list. Let names 2 be top level lexically declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item. Statement 1. Return a new empty list.
Bullshit.
If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then return a new empty list. Return the bound names of declaration, comma 2.9 static semantics, capital T, O, P, capital L, E, V, E, L, capital L, E, X, I, C, A, L, L, Y, capital S, C, O, P, E, D, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A. The syntax directed operation, capital T, O, P, capital L, E, V, E, L.
See if it'll work this time. It's probably not gonna work.
L, L, Y, capital S.
I can't fucking take it. This stuff is shit, for fuck's sake. So I'm gonna like take a chill pill. That's a phrase I'm not actually gonna take. I don't even know if a chill pill is real. I'm just gonna chill, agree, and I'm gonna calm down. It's only time that's being wasted. Only fucking time.
Capital L, E, V, E, L, capital L, E, X, I, C, A, L, L, Y, capital S, C, O, P, E, D, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, of statement list. Let declarations 2 be capital T, O, P, capital L, E, V, E, L, capital L, E, X, I, C, A, L, L, Y, capital S, C, O, P, E, D, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Statement 1. Return a new empty list. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then return a new empty list. Return declaration, comma 2.10 static semantics. Top level var declared names. The syntax directed operation top level var declared names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement list. Statement list item. Let names 1 be top level var declared names of statement list. Let names 2 be top level var declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then return the bound names of hoistable declaration. Return a new empty list. 108. ECMA International 2024. Note at the top level of a function or script. Function declarations are treated like var declarations rather than like lexical declarations. Statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement, return top-level var declared names of statement. Return var declared names of statement. Note at the top level of a function or script. In a function, declarations are treated like var declarations. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the top-level var declared names of labeled item. Labeled item. S. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement, return top-level var declared names of statement. Return var declared names of statement. Labeled item. Function
Oh my god, this program, streaming software, is so bad. Why won't it snap to the grid? Oh my god.
Declarations 1 be top level var scope declarations of statement list. Let declarations 2 be top level var scope declarations of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return top level var scope declarations of statement. Return var scope declarations of statement. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then a let declaration be
Programming is an art. Programming, it's an art. Why are there so many incompetent people with degrees programming? Seriously. Like, why? Freaking crap. This freaking OBS streaming software is so bad.
Function declaration 1. Return function declaration. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 109. 8.3 labels, 3.1 static semantics. Contains duplicate labels. The syntax directed operation contains duplicate labels, takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, block. Statement list item. Declaration. Return false. Statement list. Statement list item. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contain
Take forever to type by hand. Oh my god.
set. If statement. If expression statement else statement. Let has duplicate be contains duplicate label.
Chatbot's giving me like an example that's separate from the syntax file.
With argument label set.
If this example that it gives me doesn't work, I'm gonna give up again. I'll do this another day. I can't waste my life trying to fucking get the syntax coloring in Sublime Text. If Chatbot can't figure out, Sublime has major issues with documentation because this is ridiculous. Chatbot should be able to know and output, because chatbots are literally reading Sublime documentation, tell me what to do. Sublime documentation is shit, just like all documentation. So I don't know. If this doesn't work, what chatbot's telling me to do right now, I'm gonna give up. I'm just gonna like go through and replace 30,000 keywords, because this is shit and I can't take it. I can't get anything a little bit easier. Everything has to be as difficult as fucking possible, for fuck's sake. So I'm done swearing for now. I'm just gonna freaking go through this and see how it goes.
Left-hand side expression.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Wait.
Nope, it's probably not gonna work. Be a total waste of time.
Declaration of assignment expression statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5 with statement with expression statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block. Return contains duplicate labels of case block with argument label set. Case block. 1. Return false. Case block. Case clause assopt. Default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clauses is present, then if contains duplicate labels of the first case clauses with argument label set is true, return true. If contains duplicate labels of default clause with argument label set is true, return true. If the second case clauses is not present, return false. Return contains duplicate labels of the second case clauses with argument label set. Case clauses. Case clauses. Case clause. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of case clauses with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of case clause with argument label set. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Default clause. Default. statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. If label set contains label, return true. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return contains duplicate labels of labeled item with argument new label set. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 111. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of catch with argument label set. Try statement. Try block finally. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of finally with argument label set. Try statement. Try block catch finally. If contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set is true, return true. If contains duplicate labels of catch with argument label set is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of finally with argument label set. Catch parameter, block. Return contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. Function statement list, empty, 1. Return false. Class static block statement list, empty, 1. Return false. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of module item list with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of module item with argument label set. Module item. Import declaration. Export declaration. Return false. 3.2 static semantics. Contains undefined break target. The syntax directed operation contains undefined break target takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement. 12. ECMA International 2024. Block. Statement list item. Declaration. Return false. Statement list. Statement list item. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of statement list with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of statement list item with argument label set. If statement, if expression statement else statement. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of the first statement with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of the second statement with argument label set. If statement, if expression statement, return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. Do while statement, do statement while. Expression, return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. While statement, while. Expression statement, return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. For statement, 4. Expression statement, 4. Variable declaration list. Expression statement 4. Lexical declaration expression statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. For in of statement, 4. Left-hand side expression in expression statement, 4. var for binding in expression statement, 4. For declaration in expression statement, 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement, 4. var for binding of assignment expression statement, 4. For declaration of assignment expression statement. For await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expressio. End statement for await. var for binding of assignment expression statement. For await. For declaration of assignment expression statement. Return can.
I had to add it to the rules. I had to turn off the thing. Dang it.
3.5. Break statement. Break. 1. Return false. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 113. Break statement. Break label identifier. If label set does not contain the string
It said rules array. Right here. Did it say that before?
undefined break target of statement with argument label set. Switch statement, switch, expression, case block, return contains undefined break target of
It did. I missed that. Dang it.
return false, case block.
I thought it meant rules. Because I said I want a couple more rules to like change the rules of how it's syntaxing here. And I told it to be direct and not be sarcastic or whatever, to not act like a human. And it's being sarcastic. I wanted to be direct on purpose. So when it said add this to the rules list, I didn't know that it meant the rules list inside of the fucking thing here that says rules. Fuck. This probably won't work anyways. If it does, Chatbot's a piece of shit. It pisses me off.
Clause, default, list is present. Return contains undefined break target of statement list with argument label set. Return false, labeled statement, label identifier, labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return contains undefined break target of labeled item with argument new label set. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of catch with argument label set. 14. ECMA International 2024. Try statement. Try block finally. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of finally with argument label set. Try statement. Try block catch finally. If contains undefined break target of block with argument label set is true, return true. If contains undefined break target of catch with argument label set is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of finally with argument label set. Catch, car, tch, catch parameter, block. Return contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. Function state.
Now I'm gonna see if it works.
Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return false. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of module item list with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true.
It doesn't even freaking show up. Stupid syntax list.
Module item. Import declaration. Export declaration. Return false. Comma 3.3 static semantics. Capital C O N T A I N S. Capital U N D E F I N E D. Capital C O N T I N U E. Cap
I think it worked.
G E. The syntax directed operation. Capital C O N T A I N S. Capital U N D E F I N E D. Capital C O N T I N U E. Capital T A R G E. Takes arguments iteration set, a list of strings, and label set, a list of strings, and returns a boolean.
Man.
Statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, block, statement list item, declaration, return false, statement, block statement, return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D. Capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. A block statement with arguments iteration set and ECMA International 2024 115. Breakable statement. Iteration statement. Let new iteration set be the list concatenation of iteration set and label set. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of iteration statement with arguments new iteration set and statement list. Statement list item. Let as undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of statement list with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of statement list item with arguments iteration set and if statement, if expression statement else statement. Let as undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of the first statement with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of the second statement with arguments iteration set and if statement, if expression statement. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of statement with arguments iteration set and do while statement, do statement while expression. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of statement with arguments iteration set and while statement, while expression statement. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of statement with arguments iteration set and for statement 4 express not statement 4 var variable declaration list, expression statement 4, lexical declaration expression statement, return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration second. For in of statement 4, left-hand side expression in expression statement 4, var for binding in expression statement 4, for declaration in expression statement 4, left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement 4, var for binding of assignment expression statement 4, for declaration of assignment expression statement for await, left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement for await, var for binding of assignment expression statement for await, for declaration of assignment expression statement, return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration second. Note this section is extended by an XB. 3.5 Continue statement. Continue. 1. Return false. 116 ECMA International 2024. Continue statement. Continue label identifier. If iteration set does not contain the string value of label identifier, return true. Return false. With statement. With expression statement. Return capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration second. Switch statement. Switch expression case block. Return capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of case block with arguments iteration second. Case block. Return false. Case block. Case clause assopt. Default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clauses is present, then a if capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E
is something with the scope. It needs to have scope, source text. I think now.
First case clauses with arguments iteration second is true. Return true if capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of default clause with arguments iteration second is true. Return true if the second case clauses is not present. Return false. Return capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G, E, of the second case clauses with arguments iteration second. Case clauses, case clauses, case clause. Let as undefined labels be capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of case clauses with arguments iteration second. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of case clause with arguments iteration second. Case clause, case expression, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of statement list with arguments iteration second. Return false. Default clause, default, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of statement list with arguments iteration second. Return false. Labeled statement, label identifier, labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of labeled item with arguments iteration set to new label set. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let as undefined labels be capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of block with arguments iteration second. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of catch with arguments iteration second. ECMA International 2024 117. Try statement. Try block finally. Let as undefined labels be capital C, O, N, T, A, I, N, S, capital U, N, D, E, F, I, N, E, D, capital C, O, N, T, I, N, U, E, capital T, A, R, G, E, of block we th arguments iteration second. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Finally with arguments iteration second. Try statement. Try block catch finally. If capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. A block with arguments iteration second is true. Return true. If capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Of catch with arguments iteration second is true. Return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. Finally with arguments iteration second. Catch parameter block. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. A block with arguments iteration second. Function statement list empty 1. Return false. Class static block statement list empty 1. Return false. Module item list module item. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. A module item list with arguments iteration second. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. A module item with arguments iteration second. Module item. Import declaration, export declaration, return false. Point 4 function name inference, comma 4.1 static semantics, has name. The syntax directed operation has name takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, capital C O V E R, capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let expa be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E.
It highlights it right now. So I'm gonna like try to copy everything from the actual file, paste it into like whatever the test file. This is so annoying. It's almost working, but it won't.
If his function definition of expr is false, return false. Return his name of expr. Function expression. Function. Formal parameters. Function body. Generator expression. Function. Formal parameters. Generator body. Async generator expression. Async function. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Async function expression. Async function. Formal parameters. Async function.
So this is the original file. It's modified. Before it's modified.
Equals concise body. Async arrow function.
The lag.
Identifier equals async concise body. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E
Can't even like scroll the minimap.
S S I O N. Capital A.
So now I'm going to carefully try to like copy stuff from here. This one into this one. That's all I want to do.
Expression.
I just need it to highlight like that. That's all I want. I want the whole C syntax, but with this also. That's all I want. It's a really simple little thing.
Fire. Formal parameters. Generator body. Async generator expression. Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Async function expression. Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async function body. Class expression. Class binding identifier. Class tail. Return true. Comma 4.2 static semantics. Is function definition. The syntax directed operation is function definition takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let expr be the parenthesized expression that is covered by cover parenthesize. D. Capital E X P R.
I made a copy of the last whatever syntax thing. So I'm gonna try see if this one highlights.
Capital A R R O W. Capital P A
I'm gonna change it to 2.
M E T E R. Capital L.
Okay, it works. So now I'm gonna modify this one
This
and it should work.
literal object literal regular expression literal template.
All I have to do is copy stuff from the left over to the right.
Identifier name member expression template literal super property meter property new member expression arguments member expression private identifier new expression new expression left hand side expression call expression optional expression ECMA International 2024 119 update expression left hand side expression plus plus left hand side expression plus plus unary expression delete unary expression void unary expression type of unary expression plus unary expression await expression exponentiation expression update expression exponentiation expression multiplicative multiplicative operator exponentiation expression additive expression plus multiplicative expression additive expression multiplicative expression shift expression additive expression shift expression additive expression shift expression additive expression relational expression shift expression relational expression shift expression relational expression equals shift expression relational expression equals shift expression relational expression instance of shift expression relational expression in shift expression. Private identifier in shift expression. Equality expression. Equality expression equals relational 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 expression. Bitwise and expression. Bitwise and expression and equality expression. Bitwise or expression. Bitwise or expression. Bitwise and expression. Bitwise or expression. Bitwise or expression. Bitwise or expression.
I changed the scope or whatever. I don't even know what that means, but now it should highlight my word 1 instead of my word 0. And I defined in the rules for this scope, whatever the heck this stuff means. It says my test and I have test.
Assignment
So now these should be two separate things. And it should work.
yield expression. Left hand.
And it works. So, why the fuck does all this stuff not work?
Assignment expression left hand side.
Now I'm going to change it from my test to scope source C.
Equals. Assignment expression. Assignment
So I guess I just put a C here and a C here.
function. Arrow.
And over here I put a C. I'll just keep my test. Just the third one, separate, put a C.
Function by.
So now this has a rule for scope custom C. And this has been updated to use scope source.c, but is source different than custom whatever. Try this.
3 static semantics is anonymous function definition. Exper. The
Fucking shit.
an assignment expression parse node, an initializer parse node, or an expression parse node, and returns a boolean. It determines if its argument is a function definition that does not bind a name. It performs the following steps when called. If as function definition of exper is false, return false. Let hasName be hasName of exper. If hasName is true, return false. Return
I don't know, this is the error message. It shows.
identifier ref takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, identifier reference, return true. ECMA International 2024 121. Primary expression, this, literal, array literal, object literal, function expression, class expression.
So it must be checking source C, which is different than
Literal, template literal, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E.
source my test then?
Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Member expression, expression, member expression. Identify name member expression template literal super property, meter property, new member expression arguments member expression. Private identifier, new expression.
Why can't I use C?
Hide expression, call expression, optional expression, return false, comma 4.5 runtime semantics. Named evaluation. The syntax-directed operation named evaluation takes argument name, a property key, or a private name, and returns either a normal completion containing a function object or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, cap.
These are already a scope with OK.c.
E, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S.
So I should be able to replace this with just C.
E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Let exper be the parenthesized expression that is covered by
What the fuck?
E, R, capital P, A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E.
But it's clearly finding it because it's fucking highlighted. If I change it to 0, it's saved.
Capital A N
It shows the error message. When I go over here, now the 0th is highlighted. What the fuck?
word is anonymous.
Pissing me off.
Is true. Return. Named evaluation of expression with argument name. Function expression. Function. Formal parameters. Function body. Return. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E. Capital O R D I N A R Y. Capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P. A function expression with argument name. Generator
I'm gonna change the scope to OKC.
capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T I O N capital E X of generator expression with argument name.
I'm gonna change the thing to use other syntax. I change the source of.
I N S T
Let's see if it highlights everything else.
I A T E capital A S Y N C capital G E N E R A T O R capital
I change the name of the thing to OKC.
expression with argument name. 22. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. A sync function expression.
So everything is highlighted correctly. So now I changed whatever the fuck the scope is. Okay? Okay. So now, why it's not working?
T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital F U N C T I O N capital E.
Does scope have to be after file extensions?
Arrow parameters equals concise body.
And its context.
N S T A N T I
We're gonna put scope after all this.
capital A R R O W capital F E T I O N capital E X P R E S of arrow function with argument name. Async arrow function. Async arrow binding identifier equals
And then main, I should be able to just put this in there.
V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R equals async concise body. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E of async arrow function.
Does a dash mean something different?
UB class
Just try this.
undefined and name. Set value to the source text match by class expression. Return value. Point.
This computer's so laggy.
Static semantics. Contains. The syntax directed operation contains takes arguments.
I want to paste this inside of it because it's working for this project file. Fuck. Doesn't it work for this?
It has the following default.
My god, I can't waste any more time. It almost works, but it doesn't work. God's sake.
Symbol. Return true. B if child is an instance of a non-terminal, then I let contained be the result of child contains symbol. 2. If contained is true, return.
It's better work. Oh my god, stupid shit.
Function body. Function. Formal parameters.
Why the fuck? It's not working.
Interferopt. Formal parameters. Function body. Generator declaration. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Generator body. Function.
I'm gonna delete everything.
Function binding identiferopt. Formal parameter.
I'm going to delete it all. And see if that works. Fuck sake. Fuck. Stupid shit.
Async generator expression. Async function binding identiferopt. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Async function declaration. Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async function body. Async function. Formal
God damn it.
body. ECMA
It works now.
function expression. Async function binding identiferopt. Formal parameters. Async function body. Return false. Note 1 static semantic rules that depend upon substructure generally do not look into function definitions. Class tail. Class heritage art. Class body. If symbol is class body, return true. If symbol is class heritage, then if
Maybe I just don't use whatever the fuck this does to like include it.
then if class heritage contains symbol is true, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of class body with argument symbol. Class static block. Static. Class static block body. 1. Return false. Arrow function. Arrow parameters equals concise body. If symbol is not one of new target. Super property.
Why?
This. Return false.
God damn it, what the fuck?
O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X
It works now, but
S I O N capital A N return
now it doesn't fucking work.
arrow function async arrow binding equals async
Now it works. So it's something with fucking whatever the fuck global is.
super cool super or this return false return async concise body contains symbol async arrow function capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R equals async concise body if symbol is not one of new target super property super cool super or this return false let head be the async arrow head that is covered by capital C O V E R capital C A L capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R. If head contains symbol is true, return true. Return async concise body contains symbol. 124. ECMA International 2024. No.
Put this stuff inside. Gonna put it inside of global.
Depend upon substructure. Generally do not look into static initialization blocks. Note 4 contains is used to detect new target. This and super usage within an arrow function or async arrow function. Property definition. Method definition. If symbol is method definition, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of method definition with argument symbol. Literal property name. Identifier name. Return false. Member expression. Member expression. Identifier name. If member expression contains symbol is true, return true. Return false. Super property. Super. Identifier name. If symbol is the reserved word super, return true. Return false. Call expression. Call expression. Identifier name. If call expression contains symbol,
Just replace global.
optional chain. Identifier name 1. Return false. Optional chain. Optional chain. Identifier name. If optional chain contains symbol is true. True. Return false. Comma 5.2 static semantics. Computed property contains the syntax directed operation computed
What the fuck?
symbol, a grammar symbol, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: class element name, private identifier, property name, literal property name, return false, property name, computed property name, return the result of computed property name contains symbol, method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, get class element name, function body, set class element name, property set parameter list, function body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol, generator method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generator body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. ECMA International 2024 125. Async generator method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async generator body. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Class element list. Class element list. Class element. Let in list be computed property contains of class element list with argument symbol. If in list is true, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of class element with argument symbol. Class element. Class static block 1. Return false. Class element 1. Return false. Async method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body 1. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Field definition. Class element name initializer opt. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. 0.6 miscellaneous. These operations are used in multiple places throughout the specification. 6.1 runtime semantics. Instantiate function object. The syntax
Fucking what the fuck?
environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital O, R, D, I, N, A, R, Y, capital F, U, N.
Fuck's sake. What the fuck? Something in the thing global, and I can't put my own stuff in there. Is it like reserved? God damn it.
Generator body, function, Formal parameters. Generate a body. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T I O N capital O B of generator declaration with arguments env and private env. Async generator declaration. Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Async function. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N.
Or we put it first. I'm like, oh, whatever.
6. ECMA International 2000.
It says to put it first, and then it says
Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async function body.
it says it ensures the rule runs before global. So if this match,
TNV8 6.
oh my god. Ah, chatbot is so dumb.
ECMAScript language value and environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding identifier. Let name be string value of identifier. Return. Initialize bound name. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Yield. Return. Initialize bound name. Yield. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Await. Return. Initialize bound name. Await. Value. Environment. Binding pattern. Object binding pattern. Perform. Require. Object coercible. Value. Return. Binding initialization of object binding pattern with arguments value and environment. Binding pattern. Array binding pattern. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Value. Sync. Let result be completion. Iterator binding initialization of array binding pattern with arguments iterator record and environment. If iterator record is false, return. Iterator close. Iterator record. Result. Return result. Object binding pattern. 1. Return unused. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding property list. Perform. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Return unused. Note undefined is passed for environment to indicate that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for var statements and formal parameter lists of some non-strict functions. See.
What? It's just telling me to do everything I've already tried. Maybe it'll work this time. Maybe it won't.
To evaluation of its initializer. ECMA International 2024 127. Object binding pattern. Binding.
So inside of global, I'm going to freaking try this again.
Rest binding initialization of binding rest property with.
And it says to put it before. It's like, no duh, that's what I've already tried. And I've tried it after.
Binding rest.
Doesn't fucking work.
Property binding initialize.
Lose it. I can't take it. Oh my god.
Rest binding initialization of binding rest.
And now I'm gonna try it. Does do any of these look? It's not working.
The abstract.
It's not working.
And name takes arguments name, a string of
Crap.
environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing
I'm gonna rename it to global WTF. See if that does anything.
undefined. Then a perform environment initialize binding name value be return unused else a let LHS be resolve binding name be return put value LHS value, comma 6.3 runtime semantics, iterator
Nope.
tax-directed operation iterator binding initialization takes arguments iterator record, an iterator record, and environment
What the fuck?
and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Array binding pattern 1. Return unused. Array binding pattern elision. Return capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. Array binding pattern elision not binding rest element. If elision is present, then a perform capital I T E R A
Damn it. Fuck this shit.
E E
Apparently.
R U C T U R I N G capital A S.
I can include it inside of global if I get rid of what's in it. It's literally what is inside of global that's fucking it up.
Of binding rest element with arguments iterator record and environment. Array binding pattern binding element list elision. Note when undefined as
Include it every fucking place.
should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for
Fuck! Why is it not working?
in that case the formal parameter bindings are pre-initialized in order to deal with the possibility of multiple parameters with the same name. 2. Perform iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. 28. ECMA International 2024. Array binding pattern binding element list elision not binding rest element. Perform iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. If elision is present, then a perform capital I T E R A
Love of cheese. For fuck's sake.
T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. Return iterator binding initialization of binding rest element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding element list binding element list binding elision element. Perform iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return iterator binding initialization of binding elision element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding elision element elision binding element. Perform capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. Return iterator binding initialization of binding element with arguments iterator record and environment. Single name binding binding identifier initializer opt. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Let LHS be resolve binding binding id environment. Let v be undefined. If iterator record is false, then a let next be iterator step value iterator record. B if next is not done, Then I set v to next if initializer is present and v is undefined. Then if is anonymous function definition initializer is true. Then I set v to named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id b else I let default value be evaluation of initializer 2 set v to get value default value if environment is undefined return put value LHS v return initialize reference binding LHS v binding element binding pattern initializer opt let v be undefined if iterator record is false. Then a let next be iterator step value iterator record b if next is not done. Then I set v to next if initializer is present and v is undefined. Then a let default value be evaluation of initializer b set v to get value default value return binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments v and environment binding rest element binding identifier let LHS be resolve binding string value of binding identifier environment let a be array create 0 let 0 repeat a let next be d 1 b if iterator record is false. Then I set next to iterator step value iterator record c if next is done. Then ECMA International 2024 129 I if environment is undefined return put value LHS a 2 return initialize reference binding LHS a d perform create data property or throw a to string n next e set end to end.
Oh my god, I've already tried all this. Fuck. Okay, whatever.
A let next be done b if iterator record is false. Then
I'm gonna try to paste it. Like, yep, maybe it'll work this time. Literally fucking tried this.
pattern with arguments a and environment d perform create data property or throw a
Tried it before and after. Dimension and paste it everywhere in between. Doesn't fucking work.
used formal parameters formal parameter list
It doesn't work! God damn it.
to binding initialization of formal parameter list with arguments iterator record and environment return iterator binding initialization of function rest parameter with arguments iterator
But I can paste it and replace the whole thing, and then it does work.
list formal parameter perform iterator binding
Fuck. God, shit. I hate everything.
return iterator bind
I fucking, for fuck's sake.
binding identifier let v be undefined assert iterator record is false let next be iterator step value iterator record if next is not done. Then a set v to next return binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments v and environment arrow parameters capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N return iterator binding initialization of formals with arguments iterator record and environment async arrow binding
Why won't it work?
let v be undefined assert iterator record is false let next be iterator step value
It works. Oh my god, finally.
next return binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments v and environment 30 ECMA International 2024 8 6 4 static semantics Assignment target type. The syntax-directed operation assignment target type takes no arguments and returns simple or invalid. It is defined piecewise over the following.
So I guess it has to be set before where it says set global.
And string value of identifier is I.
It fucking works. For fuck's sake.
Call expression. Call expression. Express
That took way too long.
name. Call expression. Private identifier member expression. Member expression. Expression. Member expression. Identifier name super property. Member is
Why? Shit.
primary expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let X be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R.
Man. If I do this, it overrides whatever the fuck match does.
Primary expression. This literal, array literal, object literal function expression class expression generator expression async function expression async generator expression regular expression literal template literal call expression capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R supercall import call call expression arguments call expression template literal new expression new expression member expression template literal new member expression arguments ECMA International 2024 131 new target import meta left hand side expression optional expression update expression left hand side expression plus left hand side expression plus unary expression delete unary expression void unary expression type of unary expression plus unary expression await expression exponentiation expression update expression exponentiation expression multiplicative expression multiplicative operator exponentiation expression additive expression plus multiplicative expression additive expression multiplicative expression shift expression additive expression shift expression additive expression shift expression additive expression relational expression shift expression relational expression shift expression relational expression equals shift expression relational expression equals shift expression relational expression instancy of shift expression relational expression in shift expression private identifier in shift expression equality expression equals relational 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 expression bitwise and expression and equality expression bitwise or expression bitwise and expression bitwise or expression logical and expression and bitwise or expression 32 ECMA International 2024 logical or expression logical and expression coalesce expression head bitwise or expression conditional expression short circuit expression assignment expression yield expression arrow function async arrow function left-hand side expression equals assignment expression left-hand side expression assignment operator assignment expression left-hand side expression and equals assignment expression left-hand side expression equals assignment expression left-hand side expression equals assignment expression assignment expression return invalid, 6.5 static semantics. Prop name. The syntax-directed operation prop name takes no arguments and returns a string or empty. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property definition. Identifier reference. Return string value of identifier reference. Property definition. Assignment expression. Return empty. Property definition. Property name. Assignment
Chatbot is so dumb. It's like, oh, you're seeing finally how it works. And it's just changing its response, acting like it was right the whole time when it's not. It's so annoying. It's wrong.
Let NBR be the numeric value of numeric literal. Return to string. NBR, computed property name. Assignment expression. 1. Return empty. ECMA International 2024 133. Method definition. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Function body. Get class element name. Function body. Set class element name. Property set parameter list. Function body. Return prop name of class element name. Generator method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. Return prop name of class element name. Async generator method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async generator body. Return prop name of class element name. Class element. Class static block 1. Return empty. Class element. 1. Return empty. Async method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body. 1. Return prop name of class element name. Field definition.
This stuff is shit. For fuck's sake. This is fucking stupid.
Element name. Class element name. Private identifier 1. Return empty. Executable code and execution contexts 9.1 Environment records. Environment record is a specification type used to define the association of identifiers to specific variables and functions, based upon the lexical nesting structure of ECMAScript code. Usually an environment record is associated with some specific syntactic structure of ECMAScript code such as a function declaration, a block statement, or a catch clause of a try statement. Each time such code is evaluated, a new environment record is created to record the identifier bindings that are created by that code. Every environment record has an field, which is either null or a reference to an outer environment record. This is used to model the logical nesting of environment record values. The outer reference of an inner environment record is a reference to the environment record that logically surrounds the inner environment record. An outer environment record may, of course, have its own outer environment record. An environment record may serve as the outer environment for multiple inner environment records. For example, if a function declaration contains two nested function declarations, then the environment records of each of the nested functions will have as their outer environment record the environment record of T. Current evaluation of the surrounding function. Environment records are purely specification mechanisms and need not correspond to any specific artifact of an ECMAScript implementation. It is impossible for an ECMAScript program to directly access or manipulate such values. 34. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 9. 1. 1. The environment record type hierarchy. Environment records can be thought of as existing in a simple, object-oriented hierarchy where environment record is an abstract class with three concrete subclasses: declarative environment record, object environment record, and global environment record. Function environment records and module environment records are subclasses of declarative environment record. Environment record. Abstract. A declarative environment record is used to define the effect of ECMAScript language syntactic elements such as function declarations, variable declarations, and catch clauses that directly associate identifier bindings with ECMAScript language values. A function environment record corresponds to the invocation of an ECMAScript function object and contains bindings for the top-level declarations within that function. It may establish anew this binding. It also captures the state necessary to support supermethod invocations. A module environment record contains the bindings for the top-level declarations of a module. It also contains the bindings that are explicitly imported by the module. It is a global environment record. An object environment record is used to define the effect of ECMAScript elements such as with statement that associate identifier bindings with the properties of some object. A global environment record is used for script global declarations. It does not have an outer environment. It is null. It may be prepopulated with identifier bindings, and it includes an associated global object whose properties provide some of the global environment's identifier bindings. As ECMAScript code is executed, additional properties may be added to the global object and the initial properties may be modified. The environment record abstract class includes the abstract specification methods defined in Table 16. These abstract methods have distinct concrete algorithms for each of the concrete subclasses. Table 16. Abstract methods of environment records. Method purpose has binding n. Determine if an environment record has a binding for the string value n. Return true if it doesn't, false if it does not. Create mutable binding n. D. Create a new but uninitialized mutable binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If the Boolean argument d is true, the binding may be subsequently deleted. Create a mutable binding n. S. Create a new but uninitialized immutable binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If s is true, then attempts to set it after it has been initialized will always throw an exception, regardless of the strict mode setting of operations that reference that binding. Initialize binding n. V. Set the value of an already existing but uninitialized binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. V is the value for the binding and is a value of any ECMAScript language type.
It's so annoying. It's like, oh, you're now hitting the core of Sublime and its parsing. Fucking give me an answer. This thing is shit.
Binding and may be a value of any ECMAScript language type. S is a Boolean flag. If S is true and the binding cannot be set, throw a type error exception.
It literally, I asked it, freaking, can I just remove it or will it break things? And it's like, you're hitting the core of Sublime's syntax parsing. Short answer, yes, you can remove this, but only if nothing breaks. In your particular case. That's what I'm asking. It's just restating back the same fucking question as an answer. Fuck.
If S is true and the binding does not exist, throw a reference error exception. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown, regardless of the value of S. Delete binding n. Delete a binding from an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If a binding for n exists, remove the binding and return true. If the binding exists but cannot be removed, return false. If the binding does not exist, return true. Has this binding? Determine if an environment record establishes this binding. Return true if it doesn't, false if it does not. Has super binding? Determine if an environment record establishes a super method binding. Return true if it doesn't, false if it does not. With base object. If this environment record is associated with a with statement, return the with object. Otherwise, return undefined. 9. 1. 1 declarative environment records. Each declarative environment record is associated with an ECMAScript program scope containing variable, constant, let, class, module, import, and/or function declarations. A declarative environment record binds the set of identifiers defined by the declarations contained within its scope. The behavior of the concrete specification methods for declarative environment records is defined by the following algorithms. 1 has binding n. The has binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns a normal completion containing a Boolean. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called. If envrec has a binding for n, return true, return false, 1.
Does it go inside of global type instead?
D. The create mutable binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns a normal completion containing unused. It creates a new mutable binding for the name n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if d is true. The new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n. Create a mutable binding in envrec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If d is true, record that the newly created binding may be deleted by a subsequent delete binding call. Return unused. 36. ECMA International 2024. 9. 1. 1. 1. 3. Create a mutable binding. N. S. The create a mutable binding concrete method of a declarative
It doesn't work.
arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns a normal completion containing unused
That doesn't work.
binding for the name n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if s is true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called. Assert.
This does work.
For n. Create an immutable binding in envrec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If s is true, record that the newly created binding is a strict binding. Return unused, 1, 1, 1. For initialize binding, n, v. The initialize binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and v, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a normal completion containing unused. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v. An uninitialized binding for n must already exist. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. envrec must have an uninitialized binding for n. Set the bound value for n in envrec to v. Record that the binding for n in envrec has been initialized. Return unused, 1, 1, 1. 5. Set mutable binding, n, v, s. The set mutable binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMAScript language value, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the
Okay, so I think it's like a match. After match is set, or pop, or push, or some fucking stupid thing. So
the following steps when called. If envrec does not
there's some kind of order of operations. It's a fucking program. It's not just text that describes, includes. I thought it was just a fucking file that defines parameters, but no, it's a fucking language.
set s to true, if the binding for
This is so fucking stupid.
a throw a reference error exception, else if the binding
Oh my god, this is dumb. This is so painful to read. For fuck's sake.
assert. This is
I couldn't even tell that it was a language because it looks like shit. What the fuck is this? It's horrible.
ECMAScript code that results in a missing byte.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
X equals delete X 0 ECMA International 2024 137 9 1 1 1.
So it searches until it gets a match, and when it gets a match, if it's true, then it does set, like here. So if it's a match to whatever this is about, as white space, I don't know. It does set global, but if it's not a match, then it continues to allow a macro call, which does whatever this does. So I need to catch it before it even enters the stuff below. That's what I need to do. It's literally all it needs to do. Which is why it was working when it's right here.
Return the 7 delete binding n. The delete binding concrete
So it's pushing global modifier. Include elate expressions.
It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being
So it pushes global modifier, which includes the comment modifiers. What the fuck are these?
binding for n. If the binding for n and envrec cannot be deleted, return false. Remove the binding for
This is bullshit. This is ridiculous. Read.
that has this binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called. Return false, 1, 1, 1. 9 has super binding. That has super
So it captures, is that like a var where it holds a parameter 1, 2, and then it pushes it when it's captured, or pushes this. Oh, this is so painful to work with. I don't even fucking care. I just want to change the fucking syntax color. I just want to highlight some fucking numbers. That's all I want.
undefined, 1, 1. 2 object environment records. Each object environment record is associated with an object called its binding object. An object environment record binds the set of string identifier
Maybe this will work.
names of its binding object. Property keys that are not strings in the form of an identifier name are not included in the set of bound identifiers. Both own and inherited properties are included in the set regardless of the setting of their attribute. Note a regular declarative environment record. That is, one that is neither a function environment record nor a module environment record. Does not provide this binding. Note a regular declarative environment record. That is, one that is neither a function environment record nor a module environment record. Does not provide a super binding. 38. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Because properties can be dynamically added and deleted from objects, the set of identifiers bound by an object environment record may potentially change as a side effect of any operation that adds or deletes properties. Any bindings that are created as a result of such a side effect are considered to be a mutable binding, even if the writable attribute of the corresponding property is false. Immutable bindings do not exist for object environment records. Object environment records created for with statements 14.11 can provide the binding object as an implicit this value for use in function calls. The capability is controlled by a Boolean field. Object environment records have the additional state fields listed in Table 17. Table 17, additional fields of
Like right here. Access illegal. Why the fuck do they use the word illegal? What the hell does legality have to do with anything? They're just like, people are dumb. They might actually think it means legally. So stupid.
object has a property whose name is n. It performs the following steps when called. Let binding object be envrec. Let found binding be. Has property binding object n. If found binding is false, return false. If envrec is false, return true. Let unscopables be. Get binding object. Add at unscopables. If unscopables is an object, then a let block be to Boolean. Get.
Okay, so I think match here looks for something that's not white space. When it finds something that's not white space, it sets global type fuck. I renamed it to see if it's being used anywhere else, whatever. Doesn't matter. And when it does that, it does all this shit for like one fucking keyword or whatever is in the space that's not white space.
And initializes it to the value.
This is a whole lot to compute every single time. This is ridiculous. This is like the dumbest way to write a fucking parser, for fuck's sake.
N. Property descriptor. Undefined. True. True. D. Return unused. Field name. Value. Meaning. Binding object. An object. The binding object of this environment record is with environment. A Boolean indicates whether this environment record is created for a with statement. Note normally envrec as the semantics of defined property or throw may result in an existing binding being replaced or shadowed or cause an abrupt completion to.
So if it finds this match, whatever, it sets data structure.
1, 1, 2, 3. Create immutable binding. N, S. The create immuter, binding concrete method of an object environment record is never.
Which does a bunch of shit.
1, 2, 4. Initialize binding. N, V. The initialize binding concrete method of an object environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and v, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v. It performs the following steps when called. Perform envrec set mutable binding. N, V, false. Return unused, 1, 1, 2, 5. Set mutable binding. N, V, S. The set mutable binding.
Okay, so this works here.
Record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMAScript language value, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to set the value of the environment record's associated binding object's property whose name is n to the value v. A property named n normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable. Error handling is determined by s. It performs the following steps when called. Let binding object be envrec. Let still exist as b. Has property binding object n if still exists as false and s is true. Throw
Okay, so now it's including this.
n, v, s. Return unused, 1, 1, 2, 6. Get binding value n, s. The get binding value concrete method of an object environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its associated binding object's property whose name is n. The property should already exist, but if it does not, the result depends upon s. It performs the following steps when called. Let binding object be envrec.
So it gets a match and then it runs along the rest of the file after. Okay, so I just need to get this done. I'm not gonna waste my time asking chatbot because it doesn't work. It's gonna say, yeah, that's right, you figured it out. And I'll just explain exactly what I just told it, pretending it like did something.
Argument n, a string.
Or like it understands, it can answer whatever the fuck I asked it when it can't.
Correspond to properties of the environment object whose attribute have the value true. It performs the
This is so freaking annoying.
verification. All uses of create mutable binding for object environment records are immediately followed by a call to initialize binding for the
Block comments, whatever.
section does not explicitly track the initialization state of bindings in.
If I include it like this, whatever, it's working, it's highlighted.
Return binding object N40 ECMA International 2024 9 1 1 2 8 has this bind
And it seems to be highlighting the other stuff, but not all of it.
record envrec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called. Return false, 1 1 2 9.
Now it's not highlighted, but this stuff is still not highlighted. Is it just a theme?
It performs the following steps when called. Return false, 1 1 2 1 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of an object environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If envrec is true, return envrec. Otherwise, return undefined, 1 1 3 function environment records. A function environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the top-level scope of a function and, if the function is not an arrow function, provides this binding. If a function is not an arrow function and references super, its function environment record also contains the state that is used to perform super method invocations from within the function. Function environment records have the additional state fields listed in Table 18. Table 18 Additional fields of function environment records. Note: object environment records do not provide this binding. Note: object environment records do not provide a super binding. Field name: value, meaning this value. An ECMAScript language value. This is the this value used for this invocation of the function. This binding status. Lexical.
Just delete my stuff.
This is an arrow function and does not have a local this value. Function object. An ECMAScript. Function object. The function object whose invocation caused this environment record to be created. New target. An object or undefined. If this environment record was created by the internal method, is the value of the new target parameter. Otherwise, its value is undefined. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 41. Function environment records support all of the declarative environment record methods listed in Table 16 and share the same specifications for all of those methods except for has this binding and has super binding. In addition, function environment records support the methods listed in Table 19. Table 19. Additional methods of function environment records. Method. Purpose. Bind this value. V. Set the end record that it has been initialized. Get this binding. Return the value of this environment records this binding. Throws a reference error if the this binding has not been initialized. Get super base. Return the object that is the base for super property accesses bound in this environment record. The value undefined indicates that such accesses will produce runtime errors. The behavior of the additional concrete specification methods for function environment records is defined by the following algorithms, 1, 3.
Okay, didn't delete it.
The bind this value concrete method of
Why are the defines not highlighted?
V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal.
I fucking hate everything. Fuck.
It performs the following steps when called. Assert.
I will try this later. Fuck's sake. This stuff is shit. Fuck.
Initialized. Return V, 1, 3. 2 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a function environment record envrec takes no argument. It performs the following steps when called. If envrec is lexical, return full.
So, I don't know how to get more than one, whatever fuck scope is. If I change it to C, it throws an error. Because there's something defined already as that, and it's not a user one. So I can't have two scopes, apparently.
1, 3. Forget this binding. The get this binding concrete method.
And that's why it's losing all the highlighting. That's why it's highlighted like this. And when I switch it to the one I set up, it's a copy of this. But I change source OK, source.c to OKC. Because that's the only way that I can get it to like pick my file here.
National 2024 9 1 1 3 5 get super
Which has a color scheme or whatever.
function environment record env
The user defined color scheme. So I have OKC here.
either an
Because I can't name it with the C, because then it throws an error. Because I already have one that's somewhere inside Sublime.
if home is undefined, return undefined. Assert. Home is an object. Return home, 1 4 global environment records. A global environment record is used to represent the outer
So I'm gonna try to pick my mode again.
elements.
The copy of the default.
A global environment record provides the bindings for built-in globals. Clause 19. Properties of the global object. And for all top-level declaration.
Change the color scheme.
The 8th of February 2000.
But I don't want the scheme, I want the freaking
Environment
syntax.
single record, but it is specified as a component
Change it to test highlight.
into declarative environment record. The object environment record has as its base object the global object of the associated realm record. This global object is the value returned by
I want C custom action.
binding concrete
That was the wrong one. That's another test one.
of a global environment record contain
Let's change the syntax to one.
Clause 19. and all bindings introduced by a function declaration, generator declaration, async function declaration, async gen.
Okay, so I lost the highlighting because it's not this.
Global code are contained in the declarative environment record component of the global environment record. Properties may be created directly on a global.
Nope, that's not the reason why apparently. You know what? I'm done with this for now.
Record may contain both bindings created.
I can't waste any more time to have it almost work, but not really work.
Async generator declaration, or variable declaration declarations and bindings.
But it does highlight here.
Things were explicitly created using declarations. A global environment record maintains a list of the names bound using its create global var binding and create global function binding concrete methods. Global environment records have the additional fields listed in table 20 and the additional methods list.
I can't even read it. It looks so different now that the color changed.
Meaning object record.
I was right here.
Binding object is the global object. It contains global built-in bindings as well as function declaration, generator declaration, async
So now if I include this,
generator declaration, and variable declaration bindings in global code for the associated
now it's highlighted, but it's not even the right color.
global scope.
Maybe it is.
ECMAScript object value declarative record A
Chatbot said this color was bright pink,
in global code for the associated
but it's probably wrong, so I'll make it blue.
declaration.
So it's red, green, blue. 0000 FF will be pure blue. So let's see if it changes to blue.
Generator declaration, async function declaration, async generator declaration, and variable dec.
It's still red. I'll just get rid of the color change. I'll make it bold.
Binding. Return the value of this environment records this binding has var declaration. N determines if the argument
Why is this still highlighted?
variable declaration, function declaration, generator declaration, async function declaration.
You know what? I'm done for now. I can't fucking take it.
Determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration, has restricted global property. N determines if the argument is the name of a global object property that may not be shadowed by a global lexical binding, can declare global.
But I think I figured out how it works. I'm not gonna bother waste my time. This shit. I'm just gonna find a replace. It's taking way too long.
Function binding call would succeed.
Over here is block comments.
Binding N D used to create and initialize.
This thing searches for the white space or non-white space. I don't know, whatever it does.
Binding the corresponding global object property.
And then it includes this thing, global type.
UN is the bound name.
It does all the stuff in here. It includes comments.
Followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows var declarations to receive special treatment. Create global function binding N V D. Create and initialize a global function binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding.
And comments has line comments and block comments inside of it. Block comments is what I made a copy of right here. I'll just copy it again. So it includes
Binding followed
these two, whatever.
behavior of the concrete.
So when it does block comments, if there's text, whatever, it's searching for white space or non-white space. I don't know, doesn't matter. And whenever it hits a character that's not white space, then it enters, and it does block comments.
Containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the
Well, it includes comments, whatever. inside of here, which includes block comments and inline comments. So to check for block comments, whatever's inside of block comments right here is looking for
N, D,
why is it looking for the closing first? Why is that backwards? Does a star count as an escape sequence? I think it's looking for this. It's looking to find this whatever.
declarative record. A binding for N must.
No. It looks for this. Why is it looking for a question mark? I don't know, it's looking for this and this. So it's looking for a match of these two. And then down here, it matches as left side, right side, whatever. So like, it makes a scope called comment block banner.c. I don't know what captures does, but then tests for a match. If it's not true, then I guess it doesn't enter. And then if it tests for a match here, if it's not true, then it does enter. And then if it does match, then it enters, it does a scope, and it pushes. And then it doesn't match for the closing here. I think the closing one.
Is true. Throw a type error exception. Return. DCL rec create a mutable binding. N.
No, it's looking for the closing one here. I don't fucking know, this is so annoying to read.
Of a global environment record the N.
Whatever the line endings are in escape sequences, it's basically like an if. There's no point in fucking programming languages. This is fucking retarded. It's stupid as fuck. It's all the same fucking thing. So it's looking if X, whatever X is. So it's like this. Okay, I can explain it now.
Then a return. DCL rec initialize binding. N. V. Assert. If the binding exists, it must be in the object environment record. Let obj rec initialize binding. N. V. 1 1 4 5 set mutable.
Okay, so
Method of a global environment record the NV rec takes arguments N, a string, V, an ECMAScript language value, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the
what this part here basically does is something like this. I'm going to get rid of this whole thing and say it's only these two parts. So basically, it's doing this.
is determined by
If
rec BENV rec. If
file, letter, char code, I'll just call it letter,
binding N,
array,
a rec set mut
I, whatever I is, because it's looping through the array. So it accumulates. So it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the whole file array of letters.
record the NV rec takes arguments N, a string, and F.
If it is not equal to white space, which means a space character, or a tab, or whatever characters are defined as being space. So if it's like this,
is not currently writable. Error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL rec be ENV rec. If DCL rec has binding N is true, then a return. DCL rec get binding value N S ECMA International 2024 145 3.
this right here is a block, and then it includes block comments and inline comments. Inside of block comments,
N, the delete
It's going to test for parentheses. It's going to test for what's inside of the parentheses. It's going to make sure there's not,
deletion. It can only delete
and it's checking to make sure there's not like two, not parentheses. It's going to check for what's between the star slash and end star slash. It's going to check to make sure there's not two star slashes before one end star slash.
N, let
So there's like a bunch of logic in there. Where does, if it's a match of this, so it's like if it's a match of this,
prop is true, then a let status be.
and X is going to be whatever this thing.
B if status is true and envrec contains
If X is set to like this,
status, return true, comma 1, 1.
then that means that X would be whatever file character it is that was in a space. And it's going to include block comments here. And this match here is basically like if X is
Super binding concrete method of a global environment
equal to, I think it's opening scope or end scope, I'm not sure.
return false, comma 1, 1.
So or X equals end scope.
Method of a global environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns undefined.
Then it enters, and this scope literally means scope. So I'm going to put a scope that's two braces, curly braces.
Rec takes no arguments and return.
I don't know what captures does, but it must set some like data to like log stuff. I don't know.
International 2000.
But if it does whatever and it's a match, then it pushes whatever this thing is. It's literally a stupid language.
1, 1, 4, 1, 2 has var declaration. N, the has var declaration concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this.
And it's set up to be linear. So you're like literally looking character by character without a loop. This is really stupid.
Declared names contain.
This is a dumb way to do this. It's really dumb. It's literally, they want to remove the overhead in managing a loop. So they made it completely linear. And then they push pop blocks depending on matches or not matches. This is really stupid.
Such as
This is a pain to figure out.
it performs the following steps when called. Let DCL rec.
So basically, inside of this if here, whatever, when it's not white space,
Or has restricted global prop.
whatever code it does for block comments, that's included here, whatever. And then there's whatever code it does for line comments.
Pro completion. It determines if the argument
And then for a line comment,
global object.
I'm assuming that means new line.
It performs the following.
It's going to look for 2 slashes at the end of a line comment. So this is literally a fucking language. And then the loop iterator is whatever. There isn't a loop iterator. It's just kind of like hidden behind the scenes. And then it does all these tests. This is stupid as hell.
Environment record env rec take
So like loop 3 or whatever.
either a normal completion containing a boolean or
And then only enters the block comments if the conditions are met here.
argument and redundant var declarations and
So if it sees this,
global
it enters and it checks the rest of the characters until it finds this again.
called.
And since it pushes this context or whatever, I think it'll just keep entering this block. And then it'll test for the match of both. And I think they had like a way in there to keep count of the number of times it entered. And then it tests on the second entry. So like if both these whatever, and if it's like the second entry,
The global property undefined is an example of such a property. ECMA International.
it tests if it's equal to the closing. of the comment.
N, the condition.
And if it's not equal to the closing comment, which means in this line of code, this is the closing comment here. If it's not equal to this, then it's an error because the comments need to be the slash star and end with the slash star. You can't have another star slash or like between it.
EJREC.
So after it does that, it has evaluated that this is a comment. And since the context was pushed, it knows that from here to here's a comment, and it needs to color it gray or whatever color it has to make a comment.
True, enumerable. True, return true.
And if it's a line comment, so if it fails or not, even if it succeeds or whatever, after it has finished this block here and it hits this end one here, the block drops because it pushes, because either was true and it finished, or it never entered here, block comments, and it never enters if it's not true that it's a star or a back star slash. So if it doesn't enter, or if it does, either way it continues after that because it's literally a loop searching the file array, and the next character will pass through, and if it fails these tests, then tests here, line comments, and now it's starting to look for these slashes.
True, then
And if it finds those slashes, it needs some water. So it's like looping, then it hits here. When it finds them, it pushes it to like the stack or whatever as a context block, makes a scope. It does like the same thing. So it does this for all of these various commands in here. So like, it'll check for like an if.
an ECMAScript language value, and a boolean.
So it'll check for like an if statement, a while statement, a do statement.
Is a mutable binding in the associated object environment.
I'll look for a define
List
or a type define.
is 2.
And then inside of each of these, it has its own little logic. This one's gonna like look for the word if. This one will look for the word while. This one's gonna look for the hashtag first. And then if it has a hashtag, it's gonna push a block, which has a scope or whatever. And then it's gonna look for the word define, or there's like pragma, however you say it. Pragma, I don't know. I'll just say pragma. I don't think that's how it's said. So after the slash, I'll look for define pragma. I'm not gonna bother trying to figure this out right now. But what Chatbot gave me was
International 2024. Note global function declarations are always represented as own properties of the global object. If possible, an existing own property is reconfigured to have a standard set of attribute values. Step 7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would do in diff global.
Chatbot gave me match scope here. So when it's a match, it enters the scope, I think. I need a keyword here to do something, either push, pop, continue, I don't know. I don't care right now, I'll figure it out later. If I cared, I could like keep digging to this and then find an example that looks kind of like a single letter match maybe, and I could like copy paste the logic and then dig in to how this really dumb, this is a really stupid way to parse something. This is ridiculously dumb. That's why it's so fucking slow. Because it's shit. So, I'm not gonna bother with this right now. I'm just gonna go letter by letter. Or maybe I can just work with it broken. Because I don't need the syntax. That's what I'll do. So I'm just gonna like include here.
Arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and return.
I'm gonna look for the number 4 though.
script language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n. However, if the binding is an indirect binding, the value of the target binding is returned. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown. It performs the following steps when called: assert s.
You know what? This works for me. This makes me happy. I'm gonna fucking use this. This is what I wanted. This will work. I don't get all the same text highlighting, but it does kind of what it needs to do. So if I pick out a bigger file.
N2, true, if the binding for an env-rec is an uninitialized binding. Throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to an env-rec. Note S will always be true because a module is always strict mode code 9.1.1.5. To delete binding, N. The delete binding concrete method of a module environment record is never used within this specification. Method. Purpose. Create import binding. N. M. N2. Create an immutable indirect binding in a module environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. M is a module record, and N2 is a binding that exists in M's module environment record. Get this binding. Return the value of this environment records this binding. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 149. Note: module environment records are only used within strict code, and an early error rule prevents the delete operator. In strict
I'm gonna comment this out.
module environment record binding.
I can't even get the color I want, but I don't care. Whatever color it is, it's good. And it doesn't work. That's cool.
Environment record env-rec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called: return true, 1, 5. For get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a module environment record env-rec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing undefined. It performs the following steps when called: return undefined, 1, 5. Create import binding.
Oh, it's because it's inside of a block.
Binding concrete method of a module environment record env-rec takes arguments n, a string, m, a module record, and n2, a string, and returns unused. It creates a new initialized immutable indirect binding for the name n. A binding must not already exist in this environment record, for an n2 is the name of a binding that exists in m's module environment record. Accesses to the value of the new binding will indirectly
I'm gonna make a copy of this.
called assert. env-rec does not already have a binding for n. Assert. When m is instantiated, it will have a direct binding for n2. Create an immutable indirect binding in env-rec for n that references m and n2 as its target binding, and record that the binding I s initialized. Return unused, 1.2 environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon environment records. 9.1.2. 1. Get identifier reference. env. Name. Strict. The abstract operation get identifier reference takes arguments env, an environment record or null, name, a string, and strict, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: if env is null, then a return the reference record, unresolvable, name, strict. This value, empty. Let exists be env has binding. Name, if exists, is true, then a return the reference record. env, name, strict, empty, else. 150. ECMA International 2024. Note: module environment records always provide this binding. AB. Let outer be env. Return. Get identifier reference. Outer. Name. Strict. 9.1.2. To new declarative environment. E. The abstract operation new declarative environment takes argument D, an environment record or null, and returns a declarative environment record. It performs the following steps when called: let env be a new declarative environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env, 1, 2, 3 new object environment. O. W. E. The abstract operation new object environment takes argument so, an object, W, a boolean, and E, an environment record or null, and returns an object environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new object environment record. Set env to O, set env to W, set env to E. Return env, 1, 2. For new function environment, F. New target. The abstract operation new function environment takes arguments F, an ECMAScript function object, and new target, an object or undefined, and returns a function environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new function environment record containing no bindings. Set env to F. If F is lexical, set env to lexical, else. Set env to uninitialized. Set env to new target. Set env to F. Return env, 1, 2. 5 new global environment, G. This value. The abstract operation new global environment takes.
Okay, I guess it's gonna highlight the comments. Or not the comments. You know what? This works good enough. I don't care about the comments. This highlights the number 4. So, this is just notes. I'm gonna just try this anyways.
Set env to obj rec. Set env to this value. Set env to DCL rec. Set env to a new empty list. Set env to null. Return env, 1, 2. 6 new module abstract operator.
Testing. So I don't know. This is the best I can get for now. I'm gonna try this. If this isn't helpful, I'm not gonna bother to look into it further. This is dumb. I just lost so much time trying to figure this out.
International 2024.
I didn't even look up the language. I probably should have, but I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I know what I need to know, and that's not how this works. I don't care how it works because it's shit. So I'm not gonna bother to look into it. This is hacky, but it works, I think. And if it doesn't work, I'm not gonna bother anymore with this because this is so frustrating. I'm not gonna waste my time learning this shit. A chatbot can't give me a working answer.
Private environment record has the field.
So I'm gonna save a backup of stuff again, just to save a backup. I'm gonna run the compiler to make sure it compiles in case something got messed up. I didn't change anything, so everything should be okay. But this will possibly highlight the number 4. So I'm gonna try this.
Private names.
And I don't know. I'll BRB. I'll save it back myself when I get back. Some water. This stuff is crap. I just want to say that. It's a bunch of crap. Crap with a K. I don't know if there's a difference than crap with a C, but it's just crap. I got BRB.
New private environment takes argument out of env, a private environment record or null, and returns a private environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be a new empty list. Return the private environment record. Outer env, names, 2, 1. To resolve private identifier, env, identifier. The abstract operation resolve private identifier takes arguments env, a private environment record, and identifier, a string, and returns a private name. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be env. For each private name pn of names, do if pn is identifier. Then I return pn. Let outer env be env. Assert outer env is not null. Return resolve private identifier. Outer env identifier. 3 realms. Before it is evaluated, all ECMAScript code must be associated with a realm. Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMAScript global environment, all of the ECMAScript code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the fields specified in Table 24, 52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Table 24, Realm record fields. Field name. Agent sig. Nifir. Intrinsics. Global object. Global env. Template map. An object or undefined value. An agent signifier. A record whose field names are intrinsic keys and whose values are objects. A global environment record. A list of records with fields. A template literal. Parse node. And v. An array. F. The agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the global environment for this realm, meaning the intrinsic values used by code associated with this realm, a list of records with fields are a string and a module record. Note 1. Once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list. Anything default value is undefined. Note 2 as mentioned in host load imported module 16.2.1.8. Note 1 in realm records is only used when running an import expression in a context where there is no active script or module. Field reserved for use by hosts that need to associate additional information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately for each realm using its realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated ALU is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9.3.1 create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns a realm record. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec. Set realm rec to agent signifier. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to a new empty list. Return realm rec. ECMA International 2024 153 9.3. 2 create intrinsics. Realm rec. The abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function steps, length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype, where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name, property, length is the initial value of the function's length property, slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots, and prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform capital A, D, D, capital R, E, S, T, R, I, C, T, E, D, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, I, E, realm rec, return unused, 3.3 set realm global object, realm rec, global OBJ, this value. The abstract operation set realm global object takes arguments realm rec, a realm record, global OBJ, an object or undefined, and this value, an object or undefined, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. If global OBJ is undefined, then a let intrinsics be realm rec, be set global OBJ to ordinary object create, intrinsics assert, global OBJ is an object. If this value is undefined, set this value to global OBJ, set realm rec to global OBJ, let new global env be new global environment, global OBJ, this value, set realm rec to new global env, return unused, 3.4 set default global bindings, realm rec. The abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let global be realm rec for each property of the global object specified in clause 19. Do a let name be the string value of the property name. B let desk be the fully populated data property descriptor for the property, containing the specified attributes for the property. For properties listed in 19.2, 19.3, or 19.4, the value of the attribute is the corresponding intrinsic object from realm rec. See perform. Define property or throw global name desk return global. Point 4 execution contexts. An execution context is a specification device that is used to track the runtime evaluation of code by an ECMAScript implementation. At any point in time, there is at most one execution context per agent that is actually executing code. This is known as the agent's running execution context. All references to the running execution context in this specification denote the running execution context of the surrounding agent. The execution context stack is used to track execution contexts. The running execution context is always the top element of this stack. A new execution context is created whenever control is transferred from the executable code associated with the currently running execution context to an executable code that is not associated with that. 54. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Execution context. The newly created execution context is pushed.
Any attempt to like try to save time. And I'm done trying to be clever or figure out a way to make this easier. Because this stuff is crap. And I don't know. It's not worth looking into. I'm going to like just go ahead and forget this stuff for now.
This execution context function. If this execution context is evaluating the code of a function object, then the value of this component is that function object. If the context is evaluating the code of a script or module,
and I'm going to
script resources, script or module, the module record or script record from which associated code originates. If there is no originating script or module, as is the case for the original execution context created in initialize host-defined realm, the value is null.
It started on going through all 164 files and through all 32,682 images. So I'm gonna like try to focus. I'll try the syntax with the 4, even though it's broken. Maybe it'll be helpful. Probably not. This is just so annoying. So I'm gonna just buckle down, try to get something done.
Value of the realm component of the running execution context is also called the current realm record. The value of the function component of the running execution context is also called the active function object. ECMAScript code execution contexts have the additional state components listed in Table 26. Table 26. Additional state components for ECMAScript code execution contexts. Component. Purpose. Lexical environment. Identifies the environment record used to resolve identifier references made by code within this execution context. Variable environment. Identifies the environment record that holds bindings created by variable statements within this execution context. Private environment. Identifies the private environment record that holds private names created by class elements and the nearest containing class null if there is no containing class. The lexical environment and variable environment components of an execution context are always environment records. Execution contexts representing the evaluation of generators.
I need to save it back up and I have to run the compiler. I don't know. I'm gonna do those things. I just gotta start. I can't. Everything's a waste of time because this stuff is garbage. So I'm gonna stop talking or whatever and try to get something done.
Specification. Hence, when the terms lexical environment, and variable environment are used without qualification. They are in reference to those components of the running execution context. An execution context is purely a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMAScript implementation. It is impossible for ECMAScript code to directly access or observe an execution context. 4.1 Get active script or module. The abstract operation get active script or module takes no arguments and returns a script record, a module record, or null. It is used to determine the running script or module based on the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. If the execution context stack is empty, return null. Let X be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is not null. If no such execution context exists, return null. Otherwise, return X script or module. 4.2 Resolve binding. Name, env. The abstract operation resolve binding takes argument name, a string, and optional argument env, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It is used to determine the binding of name. Env can be used to explicitly provide the environment record that is to be searched.
I can't, like, keep zooming in like that every time. It takes way too long.
A set env to the running execution context's lexical environment. Assert.
Like, I'm bored, but I'm not. Dang it. I forgot the flash drive to plug in. Damn. Oh.
Let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Get identifier reference, env, name, strict, 4.3 Get this environment. The abstract operation get this environment takes no arguments and returns an environment record. It finds the environment record that currently supplies the binding of the keyword this. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment 2. Repeat. Component purpose. Generator the generator that this execution context is evaluating. 156. ECMA International 2000.
Okay, everything works. So I'm gonna save it back up.
Reference record whose field is name. ABCDE. Let exists be env has this binding. If exists is true, return env. Let outer be env. Assert. Outer is not null. Set env to outer. Note the loop in step 2 will always terminate because the list of environments always ends with the global environment which has a this binding. 4.4 Resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It determines the binding of the keyword this using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let env-rec be get this environment. Return env-rec get this binding. 4.5 Get new target. The abstract operation get new target takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running.
Computer is so slow. This computer is slow.
Assert. env-rec has a field. Return env-rec, 4.6 Get global object. The abstract operation get global object takes no arguments and returns an object. It returns the global object used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. 2.5 Let current realm be the current realm record. Return current realm jobs and host operations to enqueue jobs. A job is an abstract closure with no parameters that initiates an ECMAScript computation when no other ECMAScript computation is currently in progress. Jobs are scheduled for execution by ECMAScript host environments in a particular agent. This specification describes the host hook's host enqueue generic job. Capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R host enqueue promise job and host enqueue timeout job to schedule jobs. The host hooks in this specification are organized by the additional constraints imposed on the scheduling of jobs. Hosts may define additional abstract operations which schedule jobs. Such operations accept a job abstract closure and a realm record or null, as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be performed at some future time in the provided realm, in the agent that owns the realm. If null is provided instead for the realm, then the job does not evaluate ECMAScript code. Their implementations.
So now I'm ready to like freaking, this can take forever. This sucks. LBRB.
The job abstract closure perform any host-defined cleanup steps, after which the execution context stack must be empty. Only one job may be actively undergoing evaluation at any point in time in an agent. Once evaluation of a job starts, it must run to completion before evaluation of any other job starts in an agent. The abstract closure must return a normal completion, implementing its own handling of errors. ECMA International 2024-157. Note: one host environments are not required to treat jobs uniformly with respect to scheduling. For example, web browsers and Node.js treat promise handling jobs as a higher priority than other work. Future features may add jobs that are not treated at such a high priority. At any particular time, script or module, a script record, a module record, or null, is the active script or module if all of the following conditions are true. Get active script or module is script or module. If script or module is a script record or module record, let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is script or module. The realm component of EC is script or module. At any particular time, an execution is prepared to evaluate ECMAScript code if all of the following conditions are true. The execution context stack is not empty. The realm component of the topmost execution context on the execution context stack is a realm record. Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 Job callback records. A job callback record is a record value used to store a function object and a host-defined value. Function objects that are invoked via a job enquired by the host may have additional host-defined context. To propagate the state, job abstract closures should not capture and call function objects directly. Instead, use host make job callback and host call job callback. Job callback records have the fields listed in Table 28. Table 28. Job callback record fields. 5.2 Host make job callback. Callback, the host-defined abstract operation host make job callback takes argument callback, a function object, and returns a job callback record. An implementation of host make job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must return a job callback record whose field is callback. Note: 2 host environments may prepare an execution to evaluate code by pushing execution contexts onto the execution context stack. The specific steps are implementation defined. The specific choice of realm is up to the host environment. This initial execution context and realm is only in use before any callback function is invoked. When a callback function related to a job, like a promise handler, is invoked, the invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note the WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org/ For example, uses the host-defined value to propagate the incumbent settings object for promise callbacks. Field name value meaning callback, a function object, the function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host-defined, anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by hosts. 158. ECMA International 2024. The default implementation of host make job callback performs the following steps when called. 1. Return the job callback record. Callback empty. ECMAScript hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host make job callback. 5.3 Hosts call job callback. Job callback v. Arguments list. The host-defined abstract operation host call job callback takes arguments job callback, a job callback record v. an ECMAScript language value, and arguments list. a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript PT language value or a throw completion. An implementation of host call job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must perform and return the result of call job callback v arguments list. The default implementation of host call job callback performs the following steps when called. Assert is callable. Job callback is true. Return call job callback v arguments list. ECMAScript hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host call job callback, 5.4 host enqueue generic job realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue generic job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record, and returns unused. It schedules job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be scheduled without additional constraints, such as priority and ordering. An implementation of host enqueue generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 host enqueue promise job realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue promise job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record or null, and returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the following. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate ECMAScript code at the time of job's invocation. Let script or module be get active script or module at the time host enqueue promise job is invoked. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that script or module is the active script or module at the time of job's invocation. Jobs must run in the same order as the host enqueue promise job invocations that scheduled them. Note this is called at the time that the callback is passed to the function that is responsible for its being eventually scheduled and run. For example, promise then action, calls make job callback on then action at the time of invoking promise prototype then, not at the time of scheduling the reaction job. Note this requirement means that hosts cannot change the behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2024 159. Note the realm for jobs returned by new promise resolve thenable job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the then function object. The realm for jobs returned by new promise reaction job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, when get function realm completes abnormally, that is called on a revoked proxy, realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm call. When the realm is null, no user ECMAScript code will be evaluated and no new ECMAScript objects, for example error objects, will be created. The WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org/ for example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry, https://html.spec.whatwg.org/#entry concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job, realm, milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job, a job abstract closure, realm, a realm record, and milliseconds, a non-negative finite number, and returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5. 9.6 Initialize host-defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host-defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm be create realm. Let new context be a new execution context. Set the function of new context to null. Set the realm of new context to realm. Set the script or module of new context to null. Push new context onto the execution context stack. New context is now the running execution context. If the host requires use of an exotic object to serve as realm's global object, let global be such an object created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let global be undefined, indicating that an ordinary object should be created as the global object. If the host requires that this binding in realm's global scope return an object other than the global object, let this value be such an object created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let this value be undefined, indicating that realm's global this binding should be the global object. Perform set realm global object, realm, global, this value 0. Let global obj be. Set default global bindings, realm 1. Create any host-defined global object properties on global obj 2. Return unused. 7 agents. An agent comprises a set of ECMAScript execution contexts, an execution context stack, a running execution context, an agent record, and an executing thread. Except for the executing thread, the constituents of an agent belong exclusively to that the agent. An agent's executing thread executes algorithmic steps on the agent's execution contexts independently of other agents, except that an executing thread may be used as the executing thread by multiple agents, provided none of the agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1. Some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated tabs of a browser window. For example, 60, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. While an agent's executing thread is executing algorithmic steps, the agent is the surrounding agent for those steps. The steps use the surrounding agent to access the specification level execution objects held within the agent, the running execution context, the execution context stack, and the agent records fields. An agent signifier is a globally unique opaque value used to identify an agent. Table 29. Agent record fields. Field name, value, meaning, little endian, a boolean. The default value computed for the is little endian parameter when it is needed by the algorithm's get value from buffer and set value in buffer. The choice is implementation defined and should be the alternative that is most efficient for the implementation. Once the value has been observed, it cannot change. Can block. A boolean determines whether the agent can block or not. Signifier. An agent signifier uniquely identifies the agent within its agent cluster. Is lock-free 1. A boolean, true if atomic operations on 1 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 2. A boolean, true if atomic operations on 2 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 8. A boolean, true if atomic operations on 8 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Candidate execution. A. Candidate execution record. See the memory model. Kept alive. A list of either objects or symbols. Initially a new empty list, representing the list of objects and or symbols to be kept alive until the end of the current job. Once the values of and have been observed by any agent in the agent cluster, they cannot change. Note 2. The values of and are not necessarily determined by the hardware, but may also reflect implementation choices that can vary over time and between ECMAScript implementations. There is no field. 4-byte atomic operations are always lock-free. In practice, if an atomic operation is implemented with any type of lock, the operation is not lock-free. Lock-free does not imply wait-free. There is no upper bound on how many machine steps may be required to complete a lock-free atomic operation. That an atomic access of size n is lock-free does not imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be performed as a sequence of several separate memory accesses. See read shared memory and write shared memory for details. ECMA International 2024 161. Note 3. An agent is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMAScript implementation. 7.1 Agent signifier. The abstract operation agent signifier takes no arguments and returns an agent signifier. It performs the following steps when called. Let AR be the agent reco ID of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 agent can suspend. The abstract operation agent can suspend takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 2.8 Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR agent clusters. Note, in some environments it may not be reasonable for a given agent to suspend. For example, in a web browser environment, it may be reasonable to disallow suspending a document's main event handling thread, while still allowing workers' event handling threads to suspend. An agent cluster is a maximal set of agents that can communicate by operating on shared memory. Every agent belongs to exactly one agent cluster. All agents within a cluster must have the same value for the field in their respective agent records. All agents within a cluster must have the same values for the field in their respective agent records. Similarly for the field, all agents within a cluster must have different values for the field in their respective agent records. An embedding may deactivate, stop forward progress, or activate, resume forward progress, an agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster active while other agents in the cluster are deactivated indefinitely. Note 1 programs within different agents may share memory by unspecified means. At a minimum, the backing memory for shared array buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster. There may be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note 2 The agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time. If agent A creates another agent B, after which A terminates and B creates agent C, the three agents are in the same cluster if A could share some memory with B and B could share some memory with C. Note 3 If different agents within an agent cluster have different values of it becomes hard to use shared memory for multi-byte data. 62. Copyright sign, ECMA.
Okay, so, I don't know. I'm all set up, I have backups made, I ran everything, it all looks fine. So it's only 30 something thousand, whatever. I can't save any time. It's gonna take too long to like make a special syntax that highlights things. And chatbot can't even make a valid output for the syntax because the syntax for that language is so bad that chatbot can't even like give me valid code. So I'm not gonna bother looking into it. I think it might highlight the number 4 if I pick that syntax. So I might try it and then switch back and forth between that and the normal syntax. I don't know. I'm just gonna get started replacing and then see how much I can get done in a couple hours and then be done for now or whatever. So, I don't know, I got some water. Get started. And, everything sucks.
Terminate.
Especially everything, just everything. Everything sucks.
So that at least one remaining member of the cluster will be able to detect the termination. With the termination data containing enough information to identify the agent that was terminated, each of the following specification values, and values transitively reachable from them, belong to exactly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record, shared data block, waitlist record. Prior to any evaluation of any ECMAScript code by any agent in a cluster, the field of the agent record for all agents in the cluster is set to the initial candidate execution. The initial candidate execution is an empty candidate execution whose field is a list containing, for each agent, an agent events record whose field is that agent's agent signifier, and whose fields are empty lists. Note 5 examples of that type of termination are operating systems or users terminating agents that are running in separate processes, the embedding itself terminating an agent that is running in process with the other agent's WinPer. Agent resource accounting indicates that the agent is runaway. Note 6 All agents in an agent cluster share the same candidate execution in its agent records field. The candidate execution is a specification mechanism used by the memory model. Note 7: an agent cluster is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMAScript implementation. Point 9: forward progress. For an agent to make forward progress is for it to perform an evaluation step according to this specification. An agent becomes blocked when its running execution context waits synchronously and indefinitely for an external event. Only agents whose agent records field is true can become blocked in this sense. An unblocked agent is one that is not blocked. Implementations must ensure that every unblocked agent with a dedicated executing thread eventually makes forward progress. In a set of agents that share an executing thread, one agent eventually makes forward progress. ECMA International 2024 163, an agent does not cause another agent to become blocked except via explicit APIs that provide blocking. Point 10: processing model of weak ref and finalization registry targets 9.1.0.1 objectives. This specification does not make any guarantees that any object or symbol will be garbage collected. Objects or symbols which are not live may be released after long periods of time, or never at all. For this reason, this specification uses the term may when describing behavior triggered by garbage collection. The semantics of weak refs and finalization registries is based on two operations which happen at particular points in time. When weak ref prototype deriv is called, the referent, if undefined is not returned, is kept alive so that subsequent synchronous accesses also return the same value. This list is reset when synchronous work is done using the clear-kept objects abstract operation. When an object or symbol which is registered with the finalization registry becomes unreachable, a call of the finalization registry's cleanup callback may eventually be made after synchronous ECMAScript execution completes. The finalization registry cleanup is performed with the cleanup finalization registry abstract operation. Neither of these actions, clear-kept objects or cleanup finalization registry, may interrupt synchronous ECMAScript execution. Because hosts may assemble longer, synchronous ECMAScript execution runs, the specification defers the scheduling of clear-kept objects and cleanup finalization registry to the host environment. Some ECMAScript implementations include garbage collector implementations which run in the background, including when ECMAScript is idle. Letting the host environment schedule cleanup finalization registry allows it to resume ECMAScript execution in order to run finalizer work, which may free up held values, reducing overall memory usage. 10.2 liveness. For some set of objects and or symbols S, a hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S is an execution whereby the abstract operation weak ref deriv of a weak ref whose referent is an element of S always returns undefined. This, along with the liveness guarantee in the memory model, ensures that all sec.cst writes note eventually become observable to all agents. Note 1: weak ref obliviousness, together with liveness, capture two notions. 1. That a weak ref itself does not keep its referent alive. 2. That cycles in liveness does not imply that a value is live. To be concrete, if determining V's liveness depends on determining the liveness of a weak ref referent, R's liveness cannot assume V's liveness, which would be circular reasoning. Note 2: weak ref obliviousness is defined on sets of objects or symbols instead of individual values to account for cycles. If it were defined on individual values, then a weak ref referent in a cycle will be considered live even though its identity is only observed via other weak ref referents in the cycle. Note 3: colloquially, we say that an individual object or symbol is live if every set containing it is live. At any point during evaluation, a set of objects and or symbols S is considered live if either of the following conditions is met. Any element in S is included in any agents list 164. ECMA International 2024, there exists a valid future hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S that observes the identity of any value in S. Note 4: the second condition above intends to capture the intuition that a value is live if its identity is observable via non-weak ref means. A value's identity may be observed by observing a strict equality comparison or observing the value being used as key in a map. Note 5: presence of an object or a symbol in a field, an internal slot, or a property does not imply that the value is live. For example, if the value in question is never passed back to the program, then it cannot be observed. This is the case for keys in a weak map, members of the weak set, as well as the infields of a finalization registry cell record. The above definition implies that if a key in a weak map is not live, then its corresponding value is not necessarily live either. Note 6. Liveness is the lower bound for guaranteeing which weak refs engines must not empty. Liveness is defined here as undecidable. In practice, engines use conservative approximations such as reachability. There is expected to be significant implementation leeway. 10.3 Execution. At any time, if a set of objects and/or symbols S is not live, an ECMAScript implementation may perform the following steps atomically. For each element value of S, do a for each weak ref such that ref is value. Do I set ref to empty. B for each finalization registry FG such that FG contains a record cell such that cell is value. Do I set cell to empty. 2. Optionally, perform capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R F G. C for each weak map such that map contains a record R such that R value. Do I set R to set R to empty. D for each weak set such that set contains value. Do I replace the element of set whose value is value with an element whose value is empty. ECMA International 2024 165. Note 1. Together with the definition of liveness, this clause prescribes optimizations that an implementation may apply regarding weak refs. It is possible to access an object without observing its identity. Optimizations such as dead variable elimination and scalar replacement on properties of non-escaping objects whose identity is not observed are allowed. These optimizations are thus allowed to observably empty weak refs that point to such objects. On the other hand, if an object's identity is observable, and that object is in the internal slot of a weak ref, optimizations such as rematerialization that observably empty the weak ref are prohibited, because calling capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R is optional. Registered objects in a finalization registry do not necessarily hold that finalization registry live. Implementations may omit finalization registry callbacks for any reason. For example, if the finalization registry itself becomes dead, or if the application is shutting down. Note 2. Implementations are not obligated to empty weak refs for maximal sets of non-live objects or symbols. If an implementation chooses a non-live set S in which to empty weak refs, this definition requires that it empties weak refs for all values in S simultaneously. In other words, it is not conformant for an implementation to empty a weak ref pointing to a value V without emptying out other weak refs that, if not emptied, could result in an execution that observes the value of V, 10.4 host hooks, 1041, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, finalization registry, the host-defined abstract operation, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, takes argument finalization registry. A finalization registry, and returns unused. Let cleanup job be a new job abstract closure with no parameters that captures finalization registry and performs the following steps when called. Let cleanup result be completion. Cleanup finalization registry. Finalization registry. If cleanup result is an abrupt completion, perform any host-defined steps for reporting the error. Return unused. An implementation of capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R schedules cleanup job to be performed at some future time, if possible. It must also conform to the requirements in 9.5.11 clear-kept objects. The abstract operation clear-kept objects takes no arguments and returns unused. ECMAScript implementations are expected to call clear-kept objects when a synchronous sequence of ECMAScript executions completes. It performs the following steps when called. Let agent record be the surrounding agent's agent record. Set agent record to a new empty list. Return unused. 66. ECMA International 2024. 9.12. Add to kept objects. Value. The abstract operation add to kept objects takes argument value, an object or a symbol, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Let agent record be the surrounding agent's agent record. Append value to agent record. Return unused. 0.13 Cleanup finalization registry. Finalization registry. The abstract operation cleanup finalization registry takes argument finalization registry, a finalization registry, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Finalization registry has an internal slots. Let callback be finalization registry. While finalization registry contains a record cell such that cell is empty, an implementation may perform the following steps. Choose any such cell. B. Remove cell from finalization registry. C. Perform. Host couch. Ob callback. Callback. Undefined. Cell. Return unused. 0.14 can be held weakly. V. The abstract operation can be held weakly takes argument V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a boolean. It returns true if and only if V is suitable for use as a weak reference. Only values that are suitable for use as a weak reference may be a key of a weak map, an element of a weak set, the target of a weak ref, or one of the targets of a finalization registry. It performs the following steps when called. If V is an object, return true. If V is a symbol and key for symbol, V is undefined, return true. Return false. Note when the abstract operation add to kept objects is called with a target, object, or symbol, it adds the target to a list that will point strongly at the target until clear kept objects is called. Note a language value without language identity can be manifested without prior reference and is unsuitable for use as a weak reference. A symbol value produced by symbol 4, unlike other symbol values, does not have language identity and is unsuitable for use as a weak reference. Well-known symbols are likely to never be collected, but are nonetheless treated as suitable for use as a weak reference because they are limited in number and therefore manageable by a variety of implementation approaches. However, any value associated to a well-known symbol in a live weak map is unlikely to be collected and could leak memory resources in implementations. 0. Ordinary and exotic objects behaviors. 0.1 Ordinary object internal methods and internal slots. All ordinary objects have an internal slot called. The value of this internal slot is either null or an object and is used for implementing inheritance. Assume a property named P is missing from an ordinary object O but exists on its object. If P refers to a data property on the object, O inherits it for get access, making it behave as if P was a property of O if P refers to a writable data property on the ECMA International 2024 167 object. Set access of P on O creates a new data property named P on O if P refers to a non-writable data property on the object. Set access of P on O fails if P refers to an accessor property on the object. The accessor is inherited by O for both get access and set access. Every ordinary object has a Boolean valued internal slot which is used to fulfill the extensibility related internal method invariance specified in 6.1.7.3. Namely, once the value of an object's internal slot has been set to false, it is no longer possible to add properties to the object, to modify the value of the object's internal slot, or to subsequently change the value of to true. In the following algorithm descriptions, assume O is an ordinary object, P is a property key value, V is any ECMAScript language value, and ESC is a property descriptor record. Each ordinary object internal method delegates to a similarly named abstract operation. If such an abstract operation depends on another internal method, then the internal method is invoked on O rather than calling the similarly named abstract operation directly. These semantics ensure that exotic objects have their overridden internal methods invoked when ordinary object internal methods are applied to them. 0, 1, 1. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing either an object or null. It performs the following steps when called. Return ordinary get prototype of O1 0, 1, 1. 1 ordinary get prototype of O. The abstract operation ordinary get prototype of takes argument O, an object, and returns an object or null. It performs the following steps when called. Return O1 0, 1, 2. V. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes argument V, an object or null, and returns a normal completion containing a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Return ordinary set prototype of O. V1 0, 1, 2. 1 ordinary set prototype of O. V. The abstract operation ordinary set prototype of takes arguments O, an object, and V, an object or null, and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Let current be O if same value, V, current, is true. Return true. Let extensible be O if extensible is false. Return false. Let bev. Let done be false. Repeat. While done is false. If P is null, then I set done to true. Be else if same value, P, O, is true, then I return false. See else. If P is not the ordinary object internal method defined in 1 0, 1, 1. Set done to true. 2. Else. Set P to P. Set O to V. Return true. 68. ECMA International 2000.
I have
7 guarantees that there will be no circularities in any prototype chain that only includes objects that use the ordinary object definitions for and 0, 1, 3. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Return ordinary is extensible. O1 0, 1, 3. 1 ordinary is extensible. O. The abstract operation ordinary is extensible takes argument O, an object, and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Return O1 0, 1, 4. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing true. It performs the following steps when called. Return ordinary prevent extensions. O1 0, 1, 4. 1 ordinary prevent extensions. O. The abstract operation ordinary prevent extensions takes a rig.
I have things defined as size int, and it's a 4. I can't really just replace this with a new keyword, because now it's going to be 8 and it's 64-bit, but some things actually need to stay as 4.
P1 0, 1, 5. 1 ordinary get own property. O. P. The
So I think I'm going to like make a copy of this.
property descript.
I might call it XNT. It doesn't matter what it's called. Nothing else uses this combination yet. I don't know. I did Control F. I don't think it's used. I hope it's not used. And I'll use this for like when it needs to actually be like actually 4, because like a byte is short and whatever.
Property. B set the attribute.
When it needs to like really be 4, like for real, that's 4. I'll use this then. And then this, I can replace it with the keyword now.
Return D 0 1.
So like for the 32-bit build, this will be 4, and this will be defined to 4. But when it's a 64-bit build, this will be 4, but this will be defined to 8. So for the 32-bit mode, it's the same because there's nothing bigger than 4. And 4 is just the size of 4. But for the 64-bit mode, it's going to expand to 8. And I'll just assume that int from now on means 4 or 8. And I'll like use xnt to indicate that it's actually 4. I don't know. This sucks. There's a bunch of places I have to like adjust the code. And if I screw anything up, I'm fucked. I'm gonna have to like rewind and like redo code. So I just have to like not make any mistakes, and then I'll be good. And that's impossible. So at some point, I'm gonna like screw something up. I'm gonna end up with the bug. Go to backup. So I don't know. Try not to though. Oh, this sucks. Such a pain. So like there's like still 30,000 left. I got like maybe like 2 done. Only a ton more to go.
A L I D A T E capital A N D.
But 2's a start. Out of like 30,000-ish. It could be more, but it could also be less. Either way, it's like the same exact thing.
S C
It is what it is.
extensible desk current 10163 capital V A L I D A T E capital A N D capital A P P L Y capital P R O P E R T Y capital D E S C R I O P extensible desk current. The abstract operation capital V A L I D A T E capital A N D capital A P P L Y capital P R O P E R T Y capital D E S C R I takes arguments O, an object or undefined, P, a property key, extensible, a boolean, desk, a property descriptor, and current, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns a boolean. It returns true if and only if desk can be applied as the property of an object with H specified extensibility and current property current while upholding invariance. When such application is possible and O is not undefined, it is performed for the property named P, which is created if necessary. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is property key, P is true if current is undefined. Then, if extensible is false, return false. B if O is undefined, return true. C if is accessor descriptor, desk, is true. Then, I create an own accessor property named P of object O whose and attributes are set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk has that field, or to the attribute's default value otherwise. Else, I create a known data property named P of object O whose and configurable attributes are set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk has that field, or to the attribute's default value, otherwise you return true. Assert Current is a fully populated property descriptor. If desk does not have any fields, return true. If current is false, then 70. ECMA International 2024. ABC. If desk has a field and desk is true, return false. If desk has a field and desk is not current, return false. If is generic descriptor, desk, is false and is accessor descriptor, desk, is not is accessor descriptor, current, return false. D if is accessor descriptor, current, is true, then I if desk has a current. 2. If desk has a current. Else if current is false, then I if desk has a field and desk is true, return false. 2. If desk has a field and same value, desk, current, is false, return false. If O is not undefined, then if is data descriptor, current, is true and is accessor descriptor, desk, is true, then I if desk has a field, let configurable be desk, else let configurable be current. 2. If desk has a field, let enumerable be desk, else let enumerable be current. 3. Replace the property named P of object O with an accessor property whose and attributes are set to configurable and enumerable, respectively, and whose attributes are set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk has that field, or to the attribute's default value otherwise. B else if is accessor descriptor, current, is true and is data descriptor, desk, is true, then I if desk has a field, let configurable be desk, else let configurable be current. 2. If desk has a field, let enumerable be desk, else let enumerable be current. 3. Replace the property named P of object O with a data property whose and enumerable attributes are set to configurable and enumerable, respectively, and whose and attributes are set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk has that field, or to the attribute's default value otherwise. C else, I for each field of desk, set the corresponding attribute of the property named P of object O to the value of the field 7. Return true. 0, 1, 7, P. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return. Ordinary has property O, P, 0, 1, 7, 1. Ordinary has property O, P. The abstract operation ordinary has property takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let has own be O, P. If his own is not undefined, return true. Let parent be O. If parent is not null, then a return parent. P5. Return false. 0, 1, 8. The return ordinary get O, P. Receiver ECMA International 2024 171 10 1 8 1. Ordinary get O, P. Receiver. The abstract operation ordinary get takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and receiver, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be O, P. If desk is undefined, then a let parent be O, B. If parent is null, return undefined. C. Return parent. If is data descriptor, desk, is true, return desk. Assert, is accessor descriptor, desk, is true. Let getter be desk. If getter is undefined, return undefined. Return. Call, getter, receiver 0, 1, 9. The return ordinary set O, P, V, receiver 1, 0, 1, 9, 1. Ordinary set O, P, V, receiver. The abstract operation ordinary set takes arguments O, an object, P, a proper key, V, an ECMAScript language value, and receiver, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let own desk be O, P. Return ordinary set with own descriptor O, P, V, receiver, own desk 0, 1, 9. To ordinary set with own descriptor. O, P, V. Receiver, own desk. The abstract operation ordinary set with own descriptor takes argument so, an object, P, a property key, V, an ECMAScript language value. Receiver, an ECMAScript language value, and own desk, a property descriptor or undefined. And returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If own desk is undefined, then a let parent be. O, B if parent is not null, then I return parent. I set own desk to the property descriptor, undefined, true, true, true if is data descriptor, own desk, is true, then 72 ECMA International 2024 ABCD E if own desk is false, return false. If receiver is not an object, return false. Let existing descriptor be. Receiver, P. If existing descriptor is not undefined, then I if is accessor descriptor, existing descriptor, is true, return false. 2. If existing descriptor is false, return false. 3. Let value desk be the property descriptor, V. I've return. Receiver, P. Value desk. Else, I assert, receiver does not currently have a property P. 2. Return. Create data property, receiver, P. V. Assert. Is accessor descriptor, own desk. Is true to be own desk. If setter is
Not working.
call, setter, receiver, V. Return true, 0, 1, 1, 0, P. The internal so takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs when called. Return. Ordinary. An object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean.
I'll never use 4 as a magic number, or any magic number, ever again. I've learned my lesson.
Then, I remove the own prop.
I'll always define something based off of some other environmental variable, so things will be adjustable at a later time.
Keys. It performs
Tracking down a statically typed number. This is ridiculous.
own property keys.
I'm never using magic numbers again. Just typing a number in place, and like, it has to be based off some defined in some environmental variable, because otherwise it's not adjustable at all. You gotta go through and replace every single place it's at. This just keeps getting more complicated. I didn't even get into the file yet. Everything sucks.
Evo such that P is a symbol, in ascending chronological order of property creation. Do A append P to keys 5. Return keys 0, 1, 1, 2. Ordinary object create. Proto. Additional internal slots list. The abstract operation ordinary object create takes argument proto an object or null, and optional argument additional internal slots list, a list of names of internal slots, and returns an object. It is used to specify the runtime creation of new ordinary objects. Additional internal slots list contains the names of additional internal slots. ECMA International 2024 173. That must be defined as part of the object. Beyond and. If additional internal slots list is not provided, a new empty list is used. It performs the following steps when called. Let internal slots list be. If additional internal slots list is present, set internal slots list to the list concatenation of internal slots list and additional internal slots list. Let O be make basic object. Internal slots list. Set O to proto. Return O. 0, 1, 1, 3. Ordinary create from constructor. Constructor. Intrinsic default proto. Internal slots list. The abstract operation ordinary create from constructor takes arguments constructor, a constructor, and intrinsic default proto, a string, and optional argument internal slots list, a list of names of internal slots, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It creates an ordinary object whose value is retrieved from a constructor's prototype property, if it exists. Otherwise, the intrinsic named by intrinsic default proto as used for internal slots list contains the names of additional internal slots that must be defined as part of the object. If internal slots list is not provided, a new empty list is used. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Intrinsic default proto is this specification's name of an intrinsic object. The corresponding object must be an intrinsic that is intended to be used as the value of an object. Let proto be. Get prototype from constructor. Constructor. Intrinsic default proto. If internal slots list is present, let slots list be internal slots list. Else, let slots list be a new empty list. Return ordinary object create. Proto. Slots list. 0, 1, 1 4 get prototype from constructor. Constructor. Intrinsic default proto. The abstract operation get prototype from constructor takes argument ts constructor, a function object, and intrinsic default proto, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It determines the value that should be used to create an object corresponding to a specific constructor. The value is retrieved from the constructor's prototype property, if it exists. Otherwise, the intrinsic named by intrinsic default proto is used for. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Intrinsic default proto is this specification's name of an intrinsic object. The corresponding object must be an intrinsic that is intended to be used as the value of an object. Let proto be. Get. Constructor. Prototype. If proto is not an object, then a let realm be. Get function realm. Constructor. B set proto to realm's intrinsic object named intrinsic default proto. Return proto. Note, although ordinary object create does little more than call make basic object, its use communicates the intention to create an ordinary object, and not an exotic one. Thus, within this specification, it is not called by any algorithm that subsequently modifies the internal methods of the object in ways that would make the result non-ordinary. Operations that create exotic objects invoke make basic object directly. 174 ECMA International 2024. Note, if constructor does not supply a value, the default value that is used is obtained from the realm of the constructor function rather than from the running execution context. The 10th of January 2015 require internal slot. Oh, internal slot. The abstract operation require internal slot takes argument so, an ECMAScript language value, and internal slot, an internal slot name, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It throws an exception unless O is an object and has the given internal slot. It performs the following steps when called. If O is not an object, throw a type error exception. If O does not have an internal slot, throw a type error exception. Return unused. 0.2 ECMAScript function objects. ECMAScript function objects encapsulate parameterized ECMAScript code closed over a lexical environment and support the dynamic evaluation of the code. An ECMAScript function object is an ordinary object and has the same internal slots and the same internal methods as other ordinary objects. The code of an ECMAScript function object may be either strict mode code 1122 or non-strict code. An ECMAScript function object whose code is strict mode code is called a strict function. One whose code is not strict mode code is called a non-strict function. In addition to and, ECMAScript function objects also have the internal slots listed in Table 30. Table 30. Internal slots of ECMAScript function objects. Internal slot. Type. Description. Environment. An environment record. The environment record that the function was closed over. Used as the outer environment when evaluating the code of the function. Private environment. A. Private environment record or null. The private environment record for private names that the function was closed over null if this function is not syntactically contained within a class. Used as the outer private environment for inner classes when evaluating the code of the function. Formal parameters. A parse node. The root parse node of the source text that defines the function's formal parameter list. ECMAScript code. A parse node. The root parse node of the source text that defines the function's body. Construct kind. Base or derived. Whether or not the function is a derived class constructor. Realm. A realm record. The realm in which the function was created and which provides any intrinsic objects that are accessed when evaluating the function. Script or module. A script record or a module record. The script or module in which the function was created. This mode. Lexical, strict, or global, defines how this references are interpreted within the formal parameters and code body of the function. Lexical means that this refers to the this value of a lexically enclosing function. Strict means that the this value is used exactly as provided by an invocation of the function. Global means that this value of undefined or null is interpreted as a reference to the global object, and any other this value is first passed to object. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 75. Table 30, internal slots of ECMAScript function objects. Continued. Internal slot. Type. Description. Strict. A boolean. True if this is a strict function. False if this is a non-strict function. Home object. An object. If the function uses super, this is the object whose provides the object where super property lookups begin. Source text. A sequence of Unicode code points. The source text that defines the function. Fields. A list of class field definition records. If the function is a class, this is a list of records representing the non-static fields and corresponding initializers of the class. Private methods. A list of private elements. If the function is a class, this is a list representing the non-static private methods and accessors of the class. Class field initializer name. A string, a symbol, a private name, or empty. If the function is created as the initializer of a class field, the name to use for named evaluation of the field. Empty otherwise is class constructor. A boolean indicates whether the function is a class constructor. If true, invoking the functions will immediately throw a type error exception. All ECMAScript function objects have the internal method defined here. ECMAScript functions that are also constructors in addition have the internal method 0, 2, 1. This arguments list. The int runL method of an ECMAScript function object f takes arguments this argument, an ECMAScript language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. Let callee context be prepare for ordinary call. F. Undefined. Assert. Callee context is now the running execution context. If F is true, then a let error be a newly created type error object. B note. Error is created in callee context with F's associated realm record. C. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. D. Return throw completion. Error. Perform ordinary call bind this. F. Callee context. This argument. Let result be completion. Ordinary call evaluate body. F. Arguments list. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. If result is a return completion, return result. Return of abrupt. Result 0. Return undefined. 176. ECMA International 2024. Note when callee context is removed from the execution context stack in step 7 it must not be destroyed if it is suspended and retained for later resumption by an accessible generator. 1 0 2 1 1 Prepare for ordinary call. F. New target. The abstract operation prepare for ordinary call takes arguments F, an ECMAScript function object, a new target, an object or undefined, and returns an execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. Let callee context be a new ECMAScript code execution context. Set the function of callee context to F. Let callee realm be F. Set the realm of callee context to callee realm. Set the script or module of callee context to F. Let local env be new function environment. F. New target. Set the lexical environment of callee context to local env. Set the variable environment of callee context to local env 0. Set the private environment of callee context to f1. If caller context is not already suspended, suspend caller context. 2. Push callee context onto the execution context stack. Callee context is now the running execution context. 3. Note: any exception objects produced after this point are associated with callee realm. 4. Return callee context. 0, 2, 1. 2 ordinary call bind this. F. Callee context. This argument. The abstract operation ordinary call bind this takes arguments f, an ECMAScript function object, callee context, an execution context, and this argument, an ECMAScript language value, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Let this mode be f. If this mode is lexical, return unused. Let callee realm be f. Let loca lenv be the lexical environment of callee context. If this mode is strict, then let this value be this argument 6. Else, if this argument is either undefined or null, then I let global env be callee realm 2. Assert: global env is a global environment record. 3. Let this value be global env be else I let this value be. To object, this argument 2. Note: to object produces wrapper objects using callee realm. Assert: local env is a function environment record. Assert: the next step never returns an abrupt completion because local env is not initialized. Perform local env bind this value 0. Return unused 0, 2, 1. 3. Runtime semantics. Evaluate body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate body takes arguments function object, an ECMAScript function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function body, function statement list, return. Evaluate function body of function body with arguments function object and arguments list. Concise body, expression body, return. Evaluate concise body of concise body with arguments function object and arguments list. ECMA International 2024 177. Generator body, function body, return. Evaluate generator body of generator body with arguments function object and arguments list. Async generator body, function body, return. Evaluate async generator body of async generator body with arguments function object and arguments list. Async function body, return. Evaluate async function body of async function body with arguments function object and arguments list. Async concise body, expression body, return. Evaluate async concise body of async concise body with arguments function object and arguments list. Initializer assignment expression. Assert: arguments list is empty. Assert: function object is not empty. If is anonymous function definition assignment expression is true, then a let value be. Named evaluation of initializer with argument function object. Else a let RHS be. Evaluation of assignment expression be let value be. Get value RHS. Return completion record. Return value empty. Class static block body, class static block statement list. Assert: arguments list is empty. Return. Evaluate class static block body of class static block body with argument function object 0, 2, 1. For ordinary call evaluate body f. Arguments list. The abstract operation ordinary call evaluate body takes arguments f, an ECMAScript function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return evaluate body of f with arguments f and arguments list 1, 0, 2, 2. Arguments list. New target. The internal method of an ECMAScript function object f takes arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and new target. A constructor and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. Let kind be f if kind is base. Then let this argument be ordinary create from constructor, new target, %object prototype %4. Let callee context be prepare for ordinary call. F new target 178 ECMA International 2024. Note even though field initializers constitute a function boundary, calling capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I does not have any observable effect and so is omitted. 5. Assert. Callee context is now the running execution context. If kind is base, then a perform ordinary call bind this. F. Callee context. This argument be let initialize result be completion, initialize instance elements. This argument F. See if initialize result is an abrupt completion. Then, I remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. 2. Return initialize result. Let constructor env be the lexical environment of callee context. Let result be completion. Ordinary call evaluate body. F. Arguments list. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. 0. If result is a return completion, then if result is an object, return result. Be if kind is base, return this argument. See if result is not undefined. Throw a type error exception. 1. Else a return if abrupt. Result. 2. Let this binding be constructor env get this binding. 3. Assert. This binding is an object. 4. Return this binding. 0. 2. 3. Ordinary function create. Function prototype, source text, parameter list, body, this mode, env, private env. The abstract operation ordinary function create takes arguments function prototype, an object, source text, a sequence of Unicode code points, parameter list, a parse node, body a parse node, this mode, lexical this or non-lexical this, env, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMAScript function object. It is used to specify the runtime creation of a new function with a default internal method and no internal method, although one may be subsequently added by an operation such as make constructor. Dart source text is the source text of the syntactic definition of the function to be created. It performs the following steps when called. Let internal slots list be the internal slots listed in table 30. Let f be ordinary object create. Function prototype. Internal slots list. Set f to the definition specified in 10. 2. 1. Set f to source text. Set f to parameter list. Set f to body. If the source text matched by body is strict mode code, let strict be true. Else let strict be false. Set f to strict. If this mode is lexical this. Set f to lexical 0. Else if strict is true. Set f to strict 1. Else. Set f to global 2. Set f to false 3. Set f to env 4. Set f to private env 5. Set f to get active script or module 6. Set f to the current realm record 7. Set f to undefined 8. Set f to a new empty list 9. Set f to a new empty list 0. Set f to empty 1. Let len be the expected argument counter parameter list 2. Perform set function length f len 3. Return f ECMA International 2024 179 10 2 4 capital A D D capital R E S T R I C T E D capital F U N C T I O N capital P R O P E R T I E F realm. The abstract operation capital A D D capital R E S T R I C T E D capital F U N C T I O N capital P R O P E R T I E takes arguments f, a function object, and realm, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Realm exists and has been initialized. Let thrower be realm. Perform. Define property or throw. F. Caller. Property descriptor. Thrower. Enumerable. False. True. Perform. Define property or throw. F. Arguments. Property descriptor. Thrower. Enumerable. False. True. Return unused. 0, 2, 4, 1% throw type error %. This function is the %throw type error % intrinsic object. It is an anonymous built-in function object that is defined once for each realm. It performs the following steps when called. Throw type error exception. The value of the internal slot of this function is false. The length property of this function has the attributes false, false, false. The name property of this function has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 2, 5 make constructor. F. Writable prototype. Prototype. The abstract operation make constructor takes argument f, an ECMAScript function object or a built-in function object, and optional arguments writable prototype, a boolean, and prototype, an object, and returns unused. It converts f into a constructor. It performs the following steps when called. If f is an ECMAScript function object, then A assert is constructor, f is false. B assert f is an extensible object that does not have a prototype own property. C set f to the definition specified in 1.0, 2, else A set f to the definition specified in 1.0, 3, 2 set f out to kind, to base. If writable prototype is not present, set writable prototype to true. If prototype is not present, then A set prototype to ordinary object create, %object prototype %. B perform. Define property or throw, prototype, constructor, property descriptor. F. Writable prototype, false, true. Perform. Define property or throw, F. Prototype, property descriptor, prototype, writable prototype, false, false. Return unused. 80. ECMA International 2024 102 6 make class constructor, F. The abstract operation make class constructor takes argument f, an ECMAScript function object, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. F is false. Set f to true. Return unused. 0, 2, 7 make method, f. Home object. The abstract operation make method takes arguments f, an ECMAScript function object, and home object, an object, and returns unused. It configures f as a method. It performs the following steps when called. Set f to home object. Return unused. 0, 2, 8 define method property. Home object, key, closure, enumerable. The abstract operation define method property takes arguments home object, an object, key, a property key or private name, closure, a function object, and enumerable, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing either a private element or unused, or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Home object is an ordinary, extensible object. If key is a private name, then a return private element. Method. Closure 3. Else, a let desk be the property descriptor. Closure. True. Enumerable. True. B perform. Define property or throw. Home object, key, desk. C note. Define property or throw only returns an abrupt completion when attempting to define a class. Static method whose key is prototype. D return unused. 0, 2. 9 set function name, f, name, prefix. The abstract operation set function name takes arguments f, a function object, a name, a property key or private name, and optional argument prefix, a string, and returns unused. It adds a name property to f. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. F is an extensible object that does not have a name-own property. If name is a symbol, then a let description be name's value. B if description is undefined. Set name to the empty string. C else. Set name to the string concatenation of description. And else if name is a private name. Then A set name to name. If F has an internal slot, then A set F to name. If prefix is present, then A set name to the string concatena tion of prefix. The code unit 0 times 0020 space and name. B if F has an internal slot, then I optionally set F to name. Perform. Define property or throw F name property descriptor name false enumerable false true return unused. ECMA International 2024 181 the 10th of February 2010 set function length f length. The abstract operation set function length takes arguments f, a function object, and length, a non-negative int ger or plus, and returns unused. It adds a length property to f. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. F is an extensible object that does not have a length-own property. Perform. Define property or throw f length property descriptor length false enumerable false true return unused 0 2 1 1 capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I func arguments list. The abstract operation capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I takes arguments func, an ECMAScript function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. Func is the function object for which the execution context is being established. Note 1. When an execution context is established for evaluating an ECMAScript function, a new function environment record is created and bindings for each formal parameter are instantiated in that environment record. Each declaration in the function body is also instantiated. If the function's formal parameters do not include any default value initializers, then the body declarations are instantiated in the same environment record as the parameters. If default value parameter initializers exist, a second environment record is created for the body declarations. Formal parameters and functions are initialized as part of capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I. All other bindings are initialized during evaluation of the function body. It performs the following steps when called. Let callee context be the running execution context. Let code be func. Let strict be func. Let formals be func. Let parameter names be the bound names of formals. If parameter names has any duplicate entries, let has duplicates be true. Otherwise, let has duplicates be false. Let simple parameter list be as simple parameter list of formals. Let has parameter expressions be contains expression of formals. Let var names be the var declared names of code. 0. Let var declarations be the var scope declarations of code. 1. Let lexical names be the lexically declared names of code. 2. Let function names be a new empty list. 3. Let functions to initialize be a new empty list. 4. For each element D of var declarations, in reverse list order, do if D is neither a variable declaration nor a for binding nor a binding identifier. Then I assert D is either a function declaration, a generator declaration, an async function declaration, or an async generator declaration. 2. Let fn be the sole element of the bound names of D. 3. If function names does not contain fn, then insert fn as the first element of function names. Note: if there are multiple function declarations for the same name, the last declaration is used. Insert D as the first element of functions to initialize. 5. Let arguments object needed be true. 6. If func is lexical, then a note: arrow functions never have an arguments object. B set arguments object needed to false. 7. Else if parameter names contains arguments, then a set arguments object needed to false. 82. ECMA International 2024. 18. Else if his parameter expressions is false, then if function names contains arguments or lexical names contains arguments, then I set arguments object needed to false. 9. If strict is true or has parameter expressions is false, then a note: only a single environment record is needed for the parameters, since calls to eval in strict mode code cannot create new bindings which are visible outside of the eval. B let env be the lexical environment of callee context. 0. Else, a note: a separate environment record is needed to ensure that bindings created by direct eval calls in the formal parameter list are outside the environment where parameters are declared. B let callee env be the lexical environment of callee context. C let env be new declarative environment. Callee env. D assert: the variable environment of callee context is callee env. E set the lexical environment of callee context to env. 1. For each string param name of parameter names, do a let already declared benv has binding. Param name. B note: early errors ensure that duplicate parameter names can only occur in non-strict functions that do not have parameter default values or rest parameters. See if already declared is false, then I perform env create mutable binding. Param name. False. 2. If his duplicates is true, then perform env initialize binding. Param name. Undefined. 22. If arguments object needed is true, then if strict is true or simple parameter list is false, then I let AOB create a mapped arguments object, arguments list. B else, I note: a mapped argument object is only provided for non-strict functions that don't have a rest parameter, any parameter default value initializers, or any destructured parameters. 2. Let AOB create mapped arguments object, func, formals, arguments list, env. See if strict is true, then I perform env create immutable binding, arguments, false. 2. Note: in strict mode code, early errors prevent attempting to assign to this binding, so its mutability is not observable. D else, I perform env create mutable binding, arguments, false. E perform env initialize binding, arguments. O. F let parameter bindings be the list concatenation of parameter names and arguments. 3. Else E. Let parameter bindings be parameter names. 4. Let iterator record be create list iterator record, arguments list. 5. If his duplicates is true, then I perform iterator binding initialization of formals with arguments iterator record and undefined. 26. Else I perform iterator binding initialization of formals with arguments iterator record and env. 27. If his parameter expressions is false, then a note: only a single environment record is needed for the parameters and top-level vars. B let instantiated var names be a copy of the list parameter bindings. C for each element n of var names, do I if instantiated var names does not contain n, then append n to instantiated var names. Perform env create mutable binding, n, false. Perform env initialize binding, n, undefined. D let var env be env. 28. Else, a note: a separate environment record is needed to ensure that closures created by expressions in the formal parameter list do not have visibility of declarations in the function body. B let var env be new declarative environment, env. C. Set the variable environment of callee context to var env. D. Let instantiated var names be a new empty list. E. For each element n of var names, do I if instantiated var names does not contain n, then ECMA International 2024 183 1. Append n to instantiated var names. Perform var env create mutable binding n false if parameter bindings does not contain n, or if function names contains n, then a let initial value be undefined for. Else a let initial value be env get binding value n false. Perform var env initialize binding n initial value. Note: a var with the same name as a formal parameter initially has the same value as the corresponding initialized parameter. 9. Note: an xb 3 2 1 adds additional steps at this point. 0. If strict is false, then a let lexi env be new declarative environment var env. B. Note: non-strict functions use a separate environment record for top-level lexical declarations so that a direct eval can determine whether any var scope declarations introduced by the eval code conflict with pre-existing top-level lexically scoped declarations. This is not needed for strict functions because a strict direct eval always places all declarations into a new environment record. 1. Else a let lexi env be var env. 2. Set the lexical environment of callee context to lexi env. 3. Let lex declarations be the lexically scoped declarations of code. 4. For each element d of lex declarations, do a note: a lexically declared name cannot be the same as a function-generated declaration, formal parameter, or a var name. Lexically declared names are only instantiated here but not initialized. B. For each element dn of the bound names of d, do I if this constant declaration of d is true, then perform lexi env create immutable binding dn true 2. Else perform lexi env create mutable binding dn false. 5. Let private env be the private environment of callee context. 6. For each parse node f of functions to initialize, do a let fn be the sole element of the bound names of f. B. Let fo be instantiate function object of f with arguments lexi env and private env. C. Perform var env set mutable binding fn fo false. 7. Return unused. 0.3 Built-in function objects. A built-in function object is an ordinary object. It must satisfy the requirements for ordinary objects set out in 10.1. In addition to the internal slots required of every ordinary object, see 10.1, a built-in function object must also have the following internal slots: a realm record that represents the realm in which the function was created, a string that is the initial name of the function. It is used by 20, 2, 3, 5. The initial value of a built-in function object's internal slot is %function prototype %, unless otherwise specified. A built-in function object must have an internal method that conforms to the definition in 1.0.3.1. A built-in function object has an internal method if and only if it is described as a constructor, or some algorithm in this specification explicitly sets its internal method. Such an internal method must conform to the definition in 1.0.3.2. An implementation may provide additional built-in function objects that are not defined in this specification. Note 2b. 3.2 provides an extension to the above algorithm that is necessary for backwards compatibility with web browser implementations of ECMAScript that predate ECMAScript 2015. 84. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 1.0.3.1. This arguments list. The internal method of a built-in function object f takes arguments this argument, an ECMAScript language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: return, built-in call or construct, f, this arguments list, undefined 1.0.3.2, arguments list, new target. The internal method of a built-in function object f, when the method is present, takes arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return built-in call or construct f uninitialized arguments list new target 103 built-in call or construct f this arguments list new target. The abstract operation built-in call or construct takes arguments f, a built-in function object, this argument, an ECMAScript language value or uninitialized arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, a new target, a constructor or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. If caller context is not already suspended, suspend caller context. Let callee context be a new execution context. Set the function of callee context to f. Let callee realm be f. Set the realm of callee context to callee realm. Set the script or module of callee context to null. Perform any necessary implementation defined initialization of callee context. Push callee context onto the execution context stack. Callee context is now the running execution context. 0. Let result be the completion record that is the result of evaluating f in a manner that conforms to the specification of f if this argument is uninitialized. This value is uninitialized. Otherwise, this argument provides the this value arguments list provides the named parameters new target provides the new target value. 1. Note, if f is defined in this document, the specification of f is the behavior specified for it via algorithm steps or other means. 2. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. 3. Return result 0, 3, 4. Create built-in function, behavior, length, name, additional internal slots list, realm, prototype, prefix. The abstract operation create built-in function takes arguments behavior, an abstract closure, a set of algorithm steps, or some other definition of a function's behavior provided in this specification, length, a non-negative integer or plus, name, a property key or a private name, and additional internal slots list, a list of names of internal slots, and optional arguments realm, a realm record, prototype, an object or null, and prefix, a string. And returns a function object. Additional internal slots list contains the names of additional internal slots that must. Note, when callee context is removed from the execution context stack, it must not be destroyed if it has been suspended and retained by an accessible generator for later resumption. ECMA International 2024 185. Be defined as part of the object. This operation creates a built-in function object. It performs the following steps when called. If realm is not present, set realm to the current realm record. If prototype is not present, set prototype to realm. Let internal slots list be a list containing the names of all the internal slots that 10.3 requires for the built-in function object that is about to be created. Append to internal slots list the elements of additional internal slots list. Let func be a new built-in function object that, when called, performs the action described by behavior, using the provided arguments as the values of the corresponding parameters specified by behavior. The new function object has internal slots whose names are the elements of internal slots list, and an internal slot. Set func to prototype, set fun, c to true, set func to realm, set func to null, 0. Perform set function length, func, length, 1. If prefix is not present, then a perform set function name, func, name 12. Else, a perform set function name, func, name, prefix 13. Return func. Each built-in function defined in this specification is created by calling the create built-in function abstract operation. 0.4 Built-in exotic object internal methods and slots. This specification defines several kinds of built-in exotic objects. These objects generally behave similar to ordinary objects except for a few specific situations. The following exotic objects use the ordinary object internal methods except where it is explicitly specified otherwise below. 0, 4, 1 Bound function exotic objects. A bound function exotic object is an exotic object that wraps another function object. A bound function exotic object is callable. It has an internal method and may have an internal method. Calling a bound function exotic object generally results in a call of its wrapped function. An object is a bound function exotic object if it's and, if applicable. Internal methods use the following implementations, and its other essential internal methods use the definitions found in 10.1. These methods are installed in bound function create. Bound function exotic objects do not have the internal slots of ECMAScript function objects listed in table 30. Instead, they have the internal slots listed in table 31, in addition to and table 31, internal slots of bound function exotic objects. Internal slot type description bound target function a callable object the wrapped function object bound this an ECMAScript language value the value that is always passed as this value when calling the wrapped function. Bound arguments a list of ECMAScript language values a list of values whose elements are used as the first arguments to any call to the wrapped function. 186 ECMA International 2024 10411. This arguments list. The internal method of a bound function exotic object f takes arguments this argument, an ECMAScript language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let target be f, let bound this be f, let bound args be f, let args be the list concatenation of bound args and arguments list. Return. Call. Target. Bound this. Args 0, 4, 1, 2. Arguments list. New target. The internal method of a bound function exotic object f takes arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, a new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let target be f, assert, is constructor, target, is true. Let bound args be f, let args be the list concatenation of bound args and arguments list. If same value, f, new target, is true. Set new target to target. Return. Construct. Target. Args. New target. 0, 4, 1. 3 bound function create. Target function. Bound this. Bound args. The abstract operation bound function create takes arguments target function, a function object. Bound this. An ECMAScript language value. And bound args. A list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing a function object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new bound function exotic objects. It performs the following steps when called. Let proto be target function. Let internal slots list be the list concatenation of and the internal slots listed in table 31. Let obj be make basic object. Internal slots list. Set obj to proto. Set obj as described in 10411. If this constructor, target function, is true, then a set obj as described in 10412. Set obj to target function. Set obj to bound this. Set obj to bound args 0. Return obj 0, 4. To array exotic objects. An array is an exotic object that gives special treatment to array index property keys, C6, 1, 7. A property whose property name is an array index is also called an element. Every array has a non-configurable length property whose value is always a non-negative integral number whose mathematical value is strictly less than 32. The value of the length property is numerically greater than the name of every own property whose name is an array index. Whenever a known property of an array is created or changed, other properties are adjusted as necessary to maintain this invariant. Specifically, whenever a known property is added whose name is an array index, the value of the length property is changed, if necessary, to be one more than the numeric value of that array index. And whenever the value of the length property is changed, every own property whose name is an array index whose value is not smaller than the new length is deleted. This constraint applies only to own. ECMA International 2024 187. Properties of an array and is unaffected by length or array index properties that may be inherited from its prototypes. An object is an array exotic object, or simply, An array, if its internal method uses the following implementation, and its other essential internal methods use the definitions found in 10.1. These methods are installed in array create 0, 4, 2, 1. P desk. The internal method of an array exotic object takes arguments p, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If p is length, then a return array set length a desk. Else if p is an array index, then a let length desk be ordinary get own property a length b assert is data descriptor length desk is true c assert length desk is false d let length be length desk e assert length is a non-negative integral number f let index be 32 p g if index length and length desk is false return false h let succeeded b ordinary define own property a p desk I have succeeded is false return false j if index length then I set length desk to index plus 1 2 set succeeded to ordinary define own property a length desk 3 assert succeeded is true k return true return ordinary define own property a p desk 0 4 2 to array create length proto. The abstract operation array create takes argument length, a non-negative integer, and optional argument proto an object, and returns either a normal completion containing an array exotic object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new arrays. It performs the following steps when called. If length 232 1, throw a range error exception. If proto is not present, set proto to %array prototype %. Let a be make basic object. Set a to proto. Set a is specified in 1 0 4 2 1. Perform ordinary define own property a length property descriptor length true false false return a 0 4 2 3 array species create original array length. The abstract operation array species create takes arguments original array, an object, and length, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of a new array or similar object using a constructor function that is derived from original array. It does not enforce that the constructor function returns an array. It performs the following steps when called. Let is array be is array original array. If is array is false, return array create length. Let c be get original array constructor. If this constructor c is true, then 88 ECMA International 2024. A let this realm be the current realm record. B let realm be get function realm c. See if this realm and realm are not the same realm record. Then I have same value c realm is true. Set c to undefined. If c is an object, then I set c to get c at species. B if c is null, set c to undefined. If c is undefined, return array create length. If this constructor c is false, throw a type error exception. Return construct c length 0 4 2 4 array set length a desk. The abstract operation array set length takes arguments a, an array, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If desk does not have a field, then a return ordinary define own property a length desk. Let new len desk be a copy of desk. Let new len be 32 desk. Let number len be to number desk. If same value 0, new len number len is false. Throw a range error exception. Set new len desk to new len. Let old len desk be ordinary get own property a length. Assert is data descriptor. Old len desk is true. Assert old len desk is false. 0. Let old len be old len desk. 1. If new len old len, then a return ordinary define own property a length new lendesk. 2. If old lendesk is false, return false. 3. If new lendesk does not have a field or new lendesk is true, then let new writable be true. 4. Else. A note. Setting the attribute to false is deferred in case any elements cannot be deleted. B. Let new writable be false. C. Set new lendesk to true. 5. Let succeeded be. Ordinary define known property. A. Length. New lendesk. 6. If succeeded is false, return false. 7. For each own property keep P of a such that P is an array index and 32. P. New len. In descending numeric index order. Do a let delete succeeded B. A. P. B. If delete succeeded is false, then I set new lendesk to 32. P plus 1. 2. If new writable is false, set new lendesk to false. 3. Perform. Ordinary define known property. A. Length. New lendesk. 5. Return false. 8. If new writable is false, then assert succeeded to. Ordinary define known property. A. Length. Property descriptor. False. B. Assert succeeded is true. 9. Return true. Note if original array was created using the standard built-in array constructor for a realm that is not the realm of the running execution context, then a new array is created using the realm of the running execution context. This maintains compatibility with web browsers that have historically had that behavior for the array prototype methods that now are defined using array species create. ECMA International 2024 189. Note, in steps 3 and 4, if desk is an object then its value of method is called twice. This is legacy behavior that was specified with this effect starting with the second edition of this specification. 0, 4, 3 string exotic objects. A string object is an exotic object that encapsulates a string value and exposes virtual integer index data properties corresponding to the individual code unit elements of the string value. String exotic objects always have a data property named length, h whose value is the length of the encapsulated string value. Both the code unit data properties and the length property are non-writable and non-configurable. An object is a string exotic object, or simply, a string object, if its and internal methods use the following implementations, and its other essential internal methods use the definitions found in 10.1. These methods are installed in string create. String exotic objects have the same internal slots as ordinary objects. They also have internal slot 1 0, 4, 3, 1, p. The internal method of a string exotic object s takes argument p, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be ordinary get own property s. P. If desk is not undefined, return desk. Return string get own property s. P. 0, 4, 3, 2. P. Desk. The internal method of a string exotic object s takes arguments p, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Let string desk be string get own property s. P. If string desk is not undefined, then let extensible be s. P. Return is compatible property descriptor, extensible, desk, string desk. Return. Ordinary define known property s. P. Desk 0, 4, 3, 3. The internal method of a string exotic object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing a list of property keys. It performs the following steps when called. Let keys be a new empty list. Let str be O. Assert str is a string. Let len be the length of str for each integer I such that 0 I len. In ascending order, do a append to string I to keys for each own property key p of O such that p is an array index and to an integer or infinity p len. In ascending numeric index order, do a append p to keys for each own property key p of O such that p is a string and p is not an array index. In ascending chronological order of property creation, do a append p to keys. 90. ECMA International 2024 8. For each own property key p of O such that p is a symbol. In ascending chronological order of property creation, Do A. Append P to keys 9. Return keys 0, 4, 3, 4 string create. Value. Prototype. The abstract operation string create takes arguments value, a string, and prototype, an object, and returns a string exotic object. It is used to specify the creation of new string exotic objects. It performs the following steps when called. Let S be make basic object. Set S to prototype. Set S to value. Set S as specify D in 1 0, 4, 3, 1. Set S as specified in 1 0, 4, 3, 2. Set S as specified in 1 0, 4, 3, 3. Let length be the length of value. Perform. Define property or throw S, length, property descriptor, length, false, enumerable, false, false. Return S, 0, 4, 3, 5 string get own property, S, P. The abstract operation string get own property takes arguments S, an object that has an internal slot, and P, a property key, and returns a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If P is not a string, return undefined. Let index be canonical numeric index string, P. If index is undefined, return undefined. If is integral number, int x, is false, return undefined. If index is -0, return undefined. Let str be s. Assert. Str is a string. Let len be the length of str. If r, int x, 0 or len r, int x, return undefined. 0. Let result str be the substring of str from r, int x, to r. Index plus 1, 1. Return the property descriptor. Result str. False. True, false. 0, 4. 4 arguments exotic objects. Most ECMAScript functions make an arguments object available to their code. Depending upon the characteristics of the function definition, its arguments object is either an ordinary object or an arguments exotic object. An arguments exotic object is an exotic object whose array index properties map to the formal parameters bindings of an invocation of its associated ECMAScript function. An object is an arguments exotic object if its internal methods use the following implementations, with the ones not specified here using those found in 10.1. These methods are installed in create mapped arguments object. Arguments exotic objects have the same internal slots as ordinary objects. They also have an internal slot. Ordinary arguments objects also have an internal slot whose value is always undefined. For ordinary argument objects, the internal slot is only used by object prototype to string 2 0, 1, 3, 6, to identify them as such. Note 1. While creating mapped arguments object is grouped into this clause, it creates an ordinary object, not an arguments exotic object. ECMA International 2024 191. Note 2. The integer index data properties of an arguments exotic object whose numeric name values are less than the number of formal parameters of the corresponding function object initially share their values with the corresponding argument bindings in the function's execution context. This means that changing the property changes the corresponding value of the argument binding and vice versa. This correspondence is broken if such a property is deleted and then redefined, or if the property is changed into an accessor property. If the arguments object is an ordinary object, the values O, F, its properties are simply a copy of the arguments passed to the function, and there is no dynamic linkage between the property values and the formal parameter values. Note 3. The parameter map object and its property values are used as a device for specifying the arguments object correspondence to argument bindings. The parameter map object and the objects that are the values of its properties are not directly observable from ECMAScript code. An ECMAScript implementation does not need to actually create or use such objects to implement the specified semantics. Note: for ordinary arguments, objects define a non-configurable accessor property named callee, which throws a type error exception on access. The callee property has a more specific meaning for arguments exotic objects, which are created only for some class of non-strict functions. The definition of this property in the ordinary variant exists to ensure that it is not defined in any other manner by conforming ECMAScript implementations. Note 5 ECMAScript implementations of arguments exotic objects have historically contained an accessor property named caller. Prior to ECMAScript 2017, this specification included the definition of a throwing caller property on ordinary arguments objects. Since implementations do not contain this extension any longer, ECMAScript 2017 dropped the requirement for a throwing caller accessor 0441p. The internal method of an argument's exotic object args takes argument p, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be ordinary get own property, args p. If desk is undefined, return undefined. Let map be args. Let is mapped be. Has own property, map p. If is mapped is true, then a set desk to get map p6. Return desk 0442 p. Desk. The internal method of an argument's exotic object args takes arguments p, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. Let map be args. Let is mapped be. Has own property, map p. Let new arg desk be desk. If is mapped is true and is data descriptor, desk, is true. Then, if desk does not have a field, desk has a field, and desk is false, then I set new arg desk to a copy of desk 2. Set new arg desk to get map p. Let allowed be. Ordinary define own property, args p. New arg desk 92. ECMA International 2024 6. If allowed is false, return false. If is mapped is true, then if is accessor descriptor, desk, is true, then I perform map p. Be else. If desk has a field, then assert. The following set will succeed. Since formal parameters mapped by arguments, objects are always writable. Perform set map p. Desk false 2. If desk has a field and desk is false, then perform map p8. Return true 0443. The let map be args. Let is mapped be. Has own property, map p. If is mapped is false, then a return. Ordinary get args p. Receive 4. Else a assert. Map contains a formal parameter mapping for p. P return get map p 0444. The if same value args receiver is false, then a let is mapped be false. Else a let map be args b. Let is mapped be. Has own property, map p. If is mapped is true, then a assert. The following set will succeed. Since formal parameters mapped by arguments objects are always writable. B perform set map p v false return. Ordinary set args p v receiver 0445 p. The internal method of an argument's exotic object args takes argument p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let map be args. Let is mapped be. Has own property, map p. Let result be. Ordinary delete args p. If result is true and is mapped is true, then a perform map p5. Return result. ECMA International 2024 193 10446. Create and mapped arguments object arguments list. The abstract operation create and mapped arguments object takes arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns an ordinary object. It performs the following steps when called. Let len be the number of elements in arguments list. Let obj be ordinary object create. Object prototype set obj to undefined. Perform define property or throw obj length property descriptor len true enumerable false true. Let index be 0. Repeat while int x len a let val be arguments list, index b perform, create data property or throw, obj, to string, int x, val c set index plus 1 perform, define property or throw, obj, add at iterator, property descriptor, percent array prototype values percent, true, false, true, perform, define property or throw, obj, callee, property descriptor, percent throw type error percent, false, false, return obj, 0, 4, 4, 7 create mapped arguments object, func, formals, arguments list, env. The abstract operation create mapped arguments object takes arguments func, an object, formals, a parse node, arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and env, an environment record, and returns an arguments exotic object. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Formals does not contain a rest parameter, any binding patterns, or any initializers. It may contain duplicate identifiers. Let len be the number of elements in arguments list. Let obj be make basic object. Set obj is specified in 1 0, 4, 4, 1. Set obj is specified in 1 0, 4, 4, 2. Set obj is specified in 1 0, 4, 4, 5. Set obj to percent object prototype percent 0. Let map be ordinary object create null 1. Set obj to map 2. Let parameter names be the bound names of formals 3. Let number of parameters be the number of elements in parameter names 4. Let index be 0, 5. Repeat. While int x, len a let val be arguments list, index b perform, create data property or throw, obj, to string, int x, val c set index plus 1 6, perform, define property or throw, obj, length, property descriptor, len, true, false, true 7. Let map names be a new empty list 8. Set index to number of parameters 1, 9. Repeat. While index 0, 94. ECMA International 2024. A, B, C. Let name be parameter names. Index. If map names does not contain name, then I append name to map names 2. If int x, len, then let g be make arg getter, name, env. Let p be make arg setter, name, env. Perform map. To string, int x, property descriptor, get, g, false, true, set index 1, 20. Perform. Define property or throw, obj, add at iterator, property descriptor, percent array prototype values percent, true, false, true 1. Perform. Define property or throw, obj, callee, property descriptor, func, true, false, true 2. Return obj 0, 4, 4, 7, 1 make arg getter, name, env. The abstract operation make arg getter takes arguments name, a string, and env, an environment record, and returns a function object. It creates a built-in function object that when executed returns the value bound for name and env. It performs the following steps when called. Let getClosure be a new abstract closure with no parameters. The T captures name and env and performs the following steps when called. A return env get binding value, name, false. Let getter be create built-in function, getClosure, 0. Note, getter is never directly accessible to ECMAScript code. Return getter, 0, 4, 4, 7, to make arg setter, name, env. The abstract operation make arg setter takes arguments name, a string, and env, an environment record, and returns a function object. It creates a built-in function object that when executed sets the value bound for name and env. It performs the following steps when called. Let setClosure be a new abstract closure with parameters, value, that captures name and env and performs the following steps when called. A return env set mutable binding, name, value, false. Let setter be create built-in function, setClosure, 1. Note, Setter is never directly accessible to ECMAScript code. Return setter 0, 4, 5 typed array exotic objects. A typed array is an exotic object that performs special handling of integer index property keys. Typed arrays have the same internal slots as ordinary objects and additionally length and internal slots. An object is a typed array if its and internal methods use the definitions in this section, and its other essential internal methods use the definitions found in 10.1. These methods are installed by typed array create 0, 4, 5, 1, p. The internal method of a typed array O takes argument p, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, then I let a value be typed array get element. Oh, numeric index 2. If a value is undefined, return undefined. 3. Return the property descriptor value true, true, true. Return ordinary get own property O. P. ECMA International 2024 195 10 4 5 2 P. The internal method of a typed array O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, return as valid integer index O. Numeric index return. Ordinary has property O. P 0, 4, 5, 3, p. Desk. The internal method of a typed array O takes arguments p, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, then if as valid integer index O. Numeric index is false, return false. 2. If desk has a field and desk is false, return false. 3. If desk has an field and desk is false, return false. 5. If as accessor descriptor desk is true, return false. V. If desk has a field and desk is false, return false. V. If desk has a field, perform typed array set element O. Numeric index desk 7. Return true. Return ordinary define own property O. P. Desk 0, 4, 5, 4. The. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, then I return typed array get element O. Numeric index 2. Return ordinary get O. P. Receiver 0, 4, 5, 5. The. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, then if same value O. Receiver is true, then perform typed array set element O. Numeric index v. Return true. 2. If as valid integer index O. Numeric index is false, return true. Return ordinary set O. P. V. Receiver 96 ECMA International 2024 10 4 5 6 p. The internal method of a typed array O takes argument p, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If p is a string, then a let numeric index be canonical numeric index string p. B if numeric index is not undefined, then if as valid integer index O. Numeric index is false, return true, else return false. 2. Return ordinary delete O. P 0, 4, 5, 7. The internal method of a typed array O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing a list of property keys. It performs the following steps when called. Let tar record be capital M A K E capital T, Y, P, E, D, capital A, R, R, A, Y, capital W, I, T, H, capital B, U, F, F, E, R, capital W, I, T, N, E, S, O, sexy S.
This compiler, it pisses me off. It's so shitty. Oh my god.
Do I append to string I to keys for each own property key P of O such that P is a string and P is not an integer index. In ascending chronological order of property creation, do I append P to keys for each own property key P of O.
I define things at the top of the project so they're available later in the project. So I'm checking where something's defined at, and then I run the compiler.
Used to help ensure there is a single shared memory read event of the byte length data block when the viewed buffer is a growable shared.
It says entry, it's been defined. I don't know, that's the message I made.
Fields 0, 4, 9,
I turn off the message.
E, Y, P.
It builds and it continues. So I'm going to throw an error message later on in the program to where it's getting stuck.
Capital B, U, F, F, E, R, capital W, I, T, N, E, S, O, B, J, order. The abstract operation, capital M, A, K, E, capital T, Y, P, E, D, capital A, R, R, A, Y, capital W, I, T, H, capital B, U, F, F.
So now when I build it, it's going to throw the message later on.
N, E, S, takes arguments obj, a typed array, and order, sexy st or unordered, and returns a typed array with buffer witness record.
So this warning pops up whatever it says, fuck the define, why is it, what the fuck? I don't know. It doesn't matter what the message is, just as long as it alerts something. So when I turn the other message on, the error that it's saying something isn't defined, which means that if that's true, then this should pop up before the other message,
A let byte length be array buffer byte.
because I'm alerting by making a message where it's defined to say, stop the program, it's been defined.
Create
So I turn on that message,
operation typed
again, whatever.
an object and returns a typed array. It is used to specify the creation of new typed arrays.
It throws this error.
Object.
It says it's been defined. So why? It's literally being defined. It's not being undefined. I define it once in the whole program.
Set A is specified in
So it says it's defined. The code literally entered here.
1, 0, 4, 5. Set A to prototype.
Because that message popped up before the later message. When I turn off the messages,
The abstract operation type.
and instead I check if the definer is present with the if defined, whatever, check thing.
If this typed array out of bounds, tar record is true. Return 0. Let length be typed array length. Tar record. If length equals 0, return 0.
It says it's been defined.
Return length element size 0, 4.
Checking if it's not defined.
A typed array with buffer witness record and returns a non-negative integer. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is typed array out of bounds. Tar record is false. Let O be tar record. If O is not auto, return O. Assert is fixed length array buffer. O is false. Let byte offset be O. Let element size be typed array element size. O. Let byte length.
Why is it not saving?
Byte length is not detached. Return floor.
Oh my god, the compiler is grabbing an old copy. This is so annoying. Oh my god, some fucking shit.
Typed array out of bounds. Tar record. The
Oh my god, I hate this thing. I'm just gonna restart it.
a typed array with buffer witness record.
It keeps like grabbing the old copy when I hit save. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It's so annoying. Because I hit save and then it unsaved because it like reverted back before I saved it.
Is detached buffer. O is true if and only if buffer byte length is detached. If buffer byte length is detached,
Oh, now it's doing what it's supposed to do.
buffer byte length or byte offset end. Buffer byte length. Return true. Note. 0 length typed arrays are not considered out of bounds. 0. Return false. 0. 4. 5. 1 4 is valid integer index. O. Index. The abstract operation is valid integer index takes argument so, a typed array, and an x, a number, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If is detached buffer, O, is true, return false. If is integral number, int x, is false, return false. If index is -0, return false. Let tar record be capital M, A, K, E, capital T, Y, P, E, D, capital A, R, R, A, Y, capital W, I, T, H, capital B, U, F, F, E, R, capital W, I, T, N, E, S, O, unordered. Note. Bounds checking is not a synchronizing operation when O's backing buffer is a growable shared array buffer. If is typed array out of bounds, tar record is true, return false. Let length be typed array length, tar record. If R, int x, 0 or R, int x, length, return false. Return true. 0, 4, 5, 1 5 typed array get element. O. Index. The abstract operation typed array get element takes argument so, a typed array, and an x, a number, and returns a number, a big int, or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If is valid integer index, O, int x, is false, return undefined. Let offset be O. Let element size be typed array elim. Empty size, O. Let byte index in buffer be R, int x, element size plus offset. Let element type be typed array element type. O. Return get value from buffer. O. Byte index in buffer. Element type. True. Unordered. 0, 4, 5, 1 6 typed array set element. O. Int x. Value. The abstract operation typed array set element takes argument so, a typed array, int x, a number, and value. An ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If O is bigint, let num value be. To big int, value. Otherwise, let num value be. To number, value. If is valid integer index, O, int x, is true, then a let offset be O. B let element size be typed array element size. O. C let byte index in buffer be R, int x, element size plus offset. D let element type be typed array element type. O. E perform set value in buffer. O. Byte index in buffer. Element type, num value, true, unordered, return unused. ECMA International 2024 199 1045517 is array buffer view out of bounds. Oh, the abstract operation is array buffer view out of bounds takes argument O, a typed array or a data view, and returns a boolean. It checks if either any of a typed array's numeric properties or a data view object's methods can reference a value at an index not contained within the underlying data block's bounds. This abstract operation exists as a convenience for upstream specifications. It performs the following steps when called. If O has an internal slot, then a let view record B, capital M, A, K, E, capital D, A, T, A, capital V, I, E, W, capital W, I, T, H, capital B, U, F, F, E, R, capital W, I, T, N, E, S, S, capital R, O, sexy S, T, B return is view out of bounds, view record. Let tar record be, capital M, A, K, E, capital T, Y, P, E, D, capital A, R, R, A, Y, capital W, I, T, H, capital B, U, F, F, E, R, capital W, I, T, N, E, S, O, sexy S, T, return is typed array out of bounds, tar record, 0, 4, 6 module namespace exotic objects. A module namespace exotic object is an exotic object that exposes the bindings exported from an ECMAScript module, C16, 2, 3. There is a one-to-one correspondence between the string keydown properties of a module namespace exotic object and the binding names exported by the module. The exported bindings include any bindings that are indirectly exported using export items. Each string valued own property key is the string value of the corresponding exported binding name. These are the only string keyed properties of a module namespace exotic object. Each such property has the attributes true, true, false. Module namespace exotic objects are not extensible. An object is a module namespace exotic object if its and internal methods use the definitions in this section, and its other essential internal methods use the definitions found in 10.1. These methods are installed by module namespace create. Module namespace exotic objects have the internal slots defined in Table 33. Table 33. Internal slots of module namespace exotic objects. Internal slot. Type. Description. Module A. Module record. The module
I define something, and it's literally included the file, the chunk of code, and the defines, but they're not existent in a later file, even though this file is defined as included after where it's defined. What the fuck is going on? I think I've had, about had it for today. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be RB. I think I'm tired of this crap. It's getting old. This compiler is garbage.
array buffer 10462 v. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes argument v, an object or null, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return. Set immutable prototype O v 0 4 6 3. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing false. It performs the following steps when called. Return false 0 4 6 4. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing true. It performs the following steps when called. Return true 0 4 6 5. P. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If P is a symbol, return ordinary get own property, O. P. Let exports be O. If exports does not contain P, return undefined. Let value be O. Return property descriptor, value, true, true, false, 0, 4, 6, 6, P. Desk. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes arguments P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If P is a symbol, return ordinary define own property, O. P. Desk. Let current be O. P. If current is undefined, return false. If desk has a field and desk is true, return false. If desk has an field and desk is false, return false. If is access a descriptor, desk, is true, return false. If desk has a field and desk is false, return false. If desk has a field, return same value, desk, current, return true, 0, 4, 6, 7, P. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If P is a symbol, return ordinary has property O. P. Let exports be O. If exports contains P, return true, return false. ECMA International 2024 201 10 4 6 8. The. If P is a symbol, then a return ordinary get O. P. Receiver. Let exports be O. If exports does not contain P, return undefined. Let M be O. Let binding be M. Resolve export P. Assert. Binding is a resolved binding record. Let target module be binding. Assert. Target module is not undefined. If binding is namespace, then a return get module namespace. Target module 0. Let target env be target module 1. If target env is empty, throw a reference error exception 2. Return target env get binding value, binding, true 0, 4, 6, 9. The return false 1, 0, 4, 6, 1, 0. P. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If P is a symbol, then a return ordinary delete O. P. Let exports be O. If exports contains P, return false, return true 0, 4, 6, 1, 1. The internal method of a module namespace exotic object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing a list of property keys. It performs the following steps when called. Let exports be O. Let symbol keys be ordinary own property keys. O. Return the list concatenation of exports and symbol keys. Note resolve export is side effect free. Each time this operation is called with a specific export name, resolve set pairs arguments it must return the same result. An implementation might choose to pre-compute or cache the resolve export results for the of each module namespace exotic object. 02 ECMA International 2024 10 4 6 12 module namespace create module exports. The abstract operation module namespace create takes arguments module, a module record, and exports a list of strings, and returns a module namespace exotic object. It is used to specify the creation of new module namespace exotic objects. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Module is empty. Let internal slots list be the internal slots listed in table 33. Let M be make basic object. Internal slots list. Set M's essential internal methods to the definitions specified in 10 4 6. Set M to module. Let sorted exports be a list whose elements are the elements of exports ordered as if an array of the same values had been sorted using %array prototype sort % using undefined as compare F and set M to sorted exports. Create own properties of M corresponding to the definitions in 28.3. Set module to M 0. Return M0, 4, 7 immutable prototype exotic objects. An immutable prototype exotic object is an exotic object that has an internal slot that will not change once it is initialized. An object is an immutable prototype exotic object if its internal method uses the following implementation. Its other essential internal methods may use any implementation, depending on the specific immutable prototype exotic object in question. 0, 4, 7, 1. V. The internal method of an immutable prototype exotic object O takes argument V, an object or null, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return. Set immutable prototype O. V1 0, 4, 7, 2 set immutable prototype O. V. The abstract operation set immutable prototype takes arguments O, an object, and V, an object or null, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let current be O if same value, V, current, is true. Return true. Return false. 0.5 Proxy object internal methods and internal slots. A proxy object is an exotic object whose essential internal methods are partially implemented using ECMAScript code. Every proxy object has an internal slot called the value of is an object, called the proxy's handler object, or null. Methods, see table 34, of a handler object may be used to augment the implementation for one or more of the proxy object's internal methods. Every proxy object also has an internal. Note, unlike other exotic objects, there is not a dedicated creation abstract operation provided for immutable prototype exotic objects. This is because they are only used by %object prototype % and by host environments. And in street environments, the relevant objects are potentially exotic in other ways and thus need their own dedicated creation operation. ECMA International 2024 203. Slot called whose value is either an object or the null value. This object is called the proxy's target object. An object is a proxy exotic object if its essential internal methods, including and, if applicable, use the definitions in this section. These internal methods are installed in proxy create. Table 34. Proxy handler methods. Internal method. Handler method. Get prototype of set prototype of is extensible. Prevent extensions. Get own property descriptor. Define own property. Has get set delete property. Own property keys. Call apply construct. When a handler method is called to provide the implementation of a proxy object internal method, the handler method is passed the proxy's target object as a parameter. A proxy's handler object does not necessarily have a method corresponding to every essential internal method. Invoking an internal method on the proxy results in the invocation of the corresponding internal method on the proxy's target object if the handler object does not have a method corresponding to the internal trap. The and internal slots of a proxy object are always initialized when the object is created and typically may not be modified. Some proxy objects are created in a manner that permits them to be subsequently revoked. When a proxy is revoked, its and internal slots are set to null, causing subsequent invocations of internal methods on that proxy object to throw a type error exception. Because proxy objects permit the implementation of internal methods to be provided by arbitrary ECMAScript code, it is possible to define a proxy object whose handler methods violates the invariants defined in 6, 1, 7, 3. Some of the internal method invariants defined in 6, 1, 7, 3 are essential integrity invariants. These invariants are explicitly enforced by the proxy object internal methods specified in this section. An ECMAScript implementation must be robust in the presence of all possible invariant violations. In the following algorithm descriptions, assume O is an ECMAScript proxy object. P is a property key value. V is any ECMAScript language value and desc is a property descriptor record. O for copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 105.1. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing either an object or null, or throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy. O. Let target be O. T. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get prototype of. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let handler proto be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. If handler proto is not an object and handler proto is not null, throw a type error exception. Let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target 0. If extensible target is true, return handler proto 1. Let target proto be target 2. If same value, handler proto, target proto, is false, throw a type error exception. 3. Return handler proto 0, 5, 2. V. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument V, an object or null, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Set prototype of. If trap is undefined, then a return target. V. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. V. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target 0. If extensible target is true, return true 1. Let target proto be target 2. If same value, V, target proto, is false, throw a type error exception. 3. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be either an object or null. If the target object is not extensible, applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. If the target object is not extensible, the argument value must be the same as the result of get prototype of applied to target object. ECMA International 2024 205 1053. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler is extensible. If trap is undefined, then a return is extensible. Target. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. Let target result be. Is extensible. Target. If boolean trap result is not target result, throw a type error exception. 0. Return boolean trap result. 0, 5, 4. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Prevent extensions. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. If boolean trap result is true, then a let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target be. If extensible target is true, throw a type error exception. Return boolean trap result. 0, 5, 5. P. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. Applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object with the same argument. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. Applied to the proxy object only return.
I save the file. I don't know, a couple of them. Then I run the compiler. The files end up modified. So like the compiler, it has a file, and like didn't let go of it. And when I hit save in Sublime, it doesn't really save and undoes itself or something. I don't know. Something's messed up. I probably have to like restart Windows. I'm not in the mood to reopen everything again. So I think I'm like done for now. And I don't know, I'll finish up tomorrow. There's no way I'm gonna finish all 32,682 matches that I gotta find. I'll probably find like 3,000 of them. What will that take?
Let extensible target be. Is extensible target 2. Let result desk be. To property descriptor, trap result obj 3. Perform complete property descriptor, result desk 4. Let valid be as compatible property descriptor, extensible target, result desk, target desk 5.
Oh my god, that's like 10 days? Fuck. So it'll probably take 10 days. That's my guess. I'm thinking 7. 10's pretty close too. This ain't take forever. I hate everything, and I'm gonna let the stream run on for 10 more minutes because the stream doesn't always end. So if I let it run on for 10 more minutes, it might send the whole stream. 10 more days. So I'll be on whatever, I don't know. Peace.
Checked. A property cannot be reported.
I'm not gonna be back after this. I'm just putting BRB for 10 minutes so it counts down since the whole stream. So I'm not back. Peace.
It exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as both non-configurable and non-writable unless it exists as a non-configurable, non-writable own property of the target object. 0, 5, 6, p, desk. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments p, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Define property. If trap is undefined, then a return target. P. Desk. Let desk obj be from property descriptor. Desk. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. Desk obj. If boolean trap result is false, return false. 0. Let target desk be target. P. ECMA International 2024 207. 11. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target 2. If desk has a field and desk is false, then a let setting config false be true. 13. Else a let setting config false be false. 4. If target desk is undefined, then A if extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. B if setting config false is true, throw a type error exception. 5. Else A if is compatible property descriptor, extensible target, desk, target desk, is false, throw a type error exception. B if setting config false is true and target desk is true, throw a type error exception. C if is data descriptor, target desk, is true, target desk is false, and target desk is true. Then, I if desk has a field and desk is false, throw a type error exception. 6. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. A property cannot be added. If the target object is not extensible, a property cannot be non-configurable unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable own property of the target object. A non-configurable property cannot be non-writable unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable non-writable own property of the target object. If a property has a corresponding target object property, then applying the property descriptor of the property to the target object using will not throw an exception. 0, 5, 7, P. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler has if trap is undefined. Then a return target. P. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. If boolean trap result is false. Then a let target desk be target. P. B. If target desk is not undefined. Then I if target desk is false. Throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. Return boolean trap result. 08. ECMA International 2024. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariance. The result of is a boolean value. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of the target object, and the target object is not extensible. 0, 5, 8. The perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let trap result be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. Receiver. Let target desk be target. P. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then if is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false, then I if same value, trap result, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk 0. Return trap result. Note, allowing invariance. The value reported for a property must be the same as the value of the corresponding target object property if the target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable own data property. The value reported for a property must be undefined if the corresponding target object property is an unconfigurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 9. The perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Set. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. V. Receiver. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let target desk be target. P. 0. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then ECMA International 2024 209. If is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false, then I if same value, V, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true, then I if target desk 1. Return true. Note, the result of cannot change the value of a property to be different from the value of the corresponding target object property if the corresponding target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable own data property. Cannot set the value of a property if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 1, 0. P. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Delete property. If trap is undefined, then a return target. P. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let target desk be target. P. 0. If target desk is undefined, return true. 1. If target desk is false, throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target T. 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. 4. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a Boolean value. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a known property of the target object and the target object is non-extensible. 0, 5, 1, 1. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of property keys or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Own keys. 10. ECMA International 2024. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let trap result array be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. Let trap result be. Create list from array like trap result array, string, symbol. If trap result contains any duplicate entries, throw a type error exception. 0. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target. 1. Let target keys be target. 2. Assert. Target keys is a list of property keys. 3. Assert. Target keys contains no duplicate entries. 4. Let target configurable keys be a new empty list. 5. Let target non-configurable keys be a new empty list. 6. For each element key of target keys, do a let desk be target key be if desk is not undefined and desk is false. Then, I append key to target non-configurable keys C else. I append key to target configurable keys. 7. If extensible target is true and target non-configurable keys is empty, then a return trap result. 8. Let unchecked result keys be a list whose elements are the elements of trap result. 9. For each element key of target non-configurable keys, do if unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. Be remove key from unchecked result keys. 0. If extensible target is true, return trap result. 1. For each element key of target configurable keys, do if unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. Be remove key from unchecked result keys. 2. If unchecked result keys is not empty, throw a type error exception. 3. Return trap result. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a list. The returned list contains no duplicate entries. The type of each result list element is either string or symbol. The result list must contain the keys of all non-configurable own properties of the target object. If the target object is not extensible, then the result list must contain all the keys of the own properties of the target object and no other values. 0, 5, 1, 2. This arguments list. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments this argument, an ECMAScript language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Perform. Validate non-revoke proxy O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Apply. If trap is undefined, then a return. Call. Target. This argument. Arguments list. Let arg array be create array from list.